Chapter 3553. The grudge between Tsang-Ke and the Golden Crow ancestor had to be settled. Back then, Tsang-Ke and Golden Crow ancestor were brothers. They fought together, and Tsang-Ke was the big brother. It could be said that Golden Crow ancestor grew up under Tsang-Ke's protection. Back then, there were many experts in the ancestral god realm. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, as long as they hadn't grown up, they would face the danger of dying. If it wasn't for Tsang-Ke's protection, Golden Crow ancestor would have been killed by other experts. One should know that no one was willing to see others become a threat to them. Therefore, some experts would kill those geniuses before they grew up. Tsang-Ke was definitely a benefactor to the Golden Crow progenitor, but the Golden Crow progenitor had stabbed Tsang-Ke in the back when he was trapped in the ancestral god realm. He had nearly annihilated all of Tsang-Ke's descendants in the ancestral god realm. Golden Crow ancestors repaying kindness with enmity almost drove Tsang-Ke crazy. Golden Crow ancestors' betrayal drove him crazy. Ungrateful wretch, hand over your life. Tsang-Ke attacked with all he had. Rays of dazzling golden sword light rushed out of his body and slashed towards the Golden Crow ancestor. Every ray of sword light was like a golden rainbow, emitting a shocking sword aura. Ha! Big brother, I'm already dead. How are you going to take it? The Golden Crow ancestor laughed. He had already died once and turned into a dead spirit. Of course, dead spirits were also a kind of life form, a different kind of life form. Golden Crow ancestor's body also shot out countless sword lights. These were sword lights condensed from the power of death. Every sword light emitted a shocking aura of death. Tsang-Ke's golden sword chi clashed against the Golden Crow ancestor's sword light of death. Spheres of light exploded in the air, looking like fireworks. The power of a peak quasi-supreme being spread out, tearing apart the void. Who's your big brother? Tsang-Ke roared and charged towards the Golden Crow ancestor. The two of them moved quickly in the air and started fighting. While Tsang-Ke and Golden Crow ancestor were fighting, the Golden Crow army was already defeated by Tsang-Ke's army. Golden Crow ancestor's army was running away. Tsang-Ke's army chased after them. The battle continued, but the ending had already been decided. Tsang-Ke was the big winner in this battle, but there were still variables in this battle. If Tsang-Ke was defeated by the Golden Crow primogenitor, that would be awesome. At that moment, the third ancestor had already chopped off the head of the beast he was fighting. The beast's blood rained down from the sky, like it was raining blood. Just like that, an incomparably powerful quasi-supreme level savage beast died. Just as the third earth spirit ancestor killed the beast, the battle between the second ancestor and the old man was about to end. Bam! Boom! The second land spirit ancestor punched the old man in the chest, causing his upper body to explode into pieces. However, the moment the second land spirit ancestor's fist smashed into the old man's right leg swept out and fiercely kicked his waist. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the second land spirit ancestor's body. His ribs and spine were broken to an unknown extent. His entire body was almost split in half by the old man's kick. Whoosh! A ball of divine light rushed out of the old man's head and into the sky, trying to escape. Still trying to escape? The second land spirit ancestor opened his mouth and sucked in the ball of divine light. A heaven-devouring power immediately gushed out of his mouth and swallowed the ball of divine light. In the next moment, the second land spirit ancestor's injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the broken bones were recovering. The necrotic flesh and bones fell off his body, and new flesh and bones grew out. After swallowing the old man's primordial spirit, the the second land spirit ancestors' power seemed to have increased. As the Golden Crow primogenitor's experts continued to fall, the Golden Crow primogenitor's power was lost. It was impossible for him to make a comeback. Even if he defeated Song Ke, it was impossible. Plus, he might not be able to defeat Song Quebec. At this time, Saber Master Nie Jingyun and Mad God Ouyang Feng were already fighting in the starry sky. Wherever the two experts passed, the starry sky shook. Ouyang Feng, it's either you or I who will die today. Nie Jingyun's eyes were bloodshot. He slashed at Ouyang Feng with all his might. An extremely sharp saber light rushed out of his hand and slashed at Ouyang Feng's head. Humph! Mad God Ouyang Feng sneered and disappeared into the void. The saber light slashed through the place where he was standing, and the stars exploded one by one. The aura of destruction filled the starry sky. Buzz! There was a sudden rumble in the void. A black mountain fell from the sky and smashed at Nie Jingyun. Break! Nie Jingyun did not hesitate and slashed with his saber. An extremely sharp saber light shot up into the sky and slashed at the black mountain that was falling from the sky. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. Nie Jingyun felt his hand sink. The rebounding force almost caused the violent saber in his hand to fly out of his hand. The black mountain was sent flying high into the sky and smashed many stars. The unity of man and saber is invincible. Nie Jingyun roared. A dazzling saber light rushed out of his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a heavenly saber and slashed at Ouyang Feng. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. Nie Jingyun and the violent saber displayed shocking combat strength. With a flash of saber light, they were already in front of Ouyang Feng. This time, Ouyang Feng did not have time to escape, even if he wanted to. Swoosh! An immortal saber light directly slashed at Ouyang Feng and penetrated his body, bringing with it a cloud of blood mist. You mad god! Ouyang Feng was shocked and angry. His opponent's saber chi had invaded his body and was constantly destroying his vitality. Swoosh! The saber light flashed again. This time, mad god Ouyang Feng's head was sent flying. Without any suspense, Nie Jingyun killed Ouyang Feng. This battle would definitely make Nie Jingyun's name known throughout the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm. Nie Jingyun, who had gotten his revenge, suddenly burst into tears. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race, the battle between Song Ke and the Golden Crow ancestor had also reached its most intense stage. Both experts used their respective mystic arts and wanted to kill each other. Existences of their level were definitely not so easily killed by others. Boom! Song Ke's fist landed on the Golden Crow's first ancestor's chest, causing his chest to collapse inwards, and he was sent flying backwards. At the same time, the Golden Crow ancestor's wings swept towards Song Quebec. This was a method of mutual destruction. The Golden Crow ancestor had no other way out. Song Ke was swept by the Golden Crow ancestor's wing, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his left shoulder. His entire body was sent flying. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were indescribably shocked. The energy ripples emanating from the bodies of the 2 powerhouses continued to rise. If they continued to rise, they would trigger the terrifying heavenly punishment. Song Ke and the Golden Crow ancestor would not make such a low-level mistake. Buzz! Song Ke opened his mouth and spat out a small sword. The small sword instantly turned into an immortal sword light and flew towards the Golden Crow ancestor. This flying sword was a supreme sword artifact that Song Ke had personally refined when he was still an extreme-grade sovereign martial artist. although it was a supreme martial artist, Song Ke did not dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist. One must know that if he triggered the heavenly punishment, he would definitely die. Ever since the heavenly transformation, no one had ever heard of anyone who could go against the heavenly punishment. There was only one ending for those experts who triggered the heavenly punishment: death. Humph! The Golden Crow ancestor unhurriedly pulled out a bone sword from his back. This was refined from a divine bone that the Golden Crow ancestor shed. This bone sword was also a supreme martial artist, but the Golden Crow ancestor did not dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist. Clang! Two silhouettes moved at high speed, while the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. Swish! A beam of sword light flashed across Gold Crow ancestor's left shoulder and left a sword mark on his shoulder. Dark blood oozed out of the wound. The Golden Crow ancestor was a dead spirit and did not have the blood of a living person. Song Ke was also hit by the Golden Crow ancestor's bone sword. His clothes were cut open, revealing the soft armor he was wearing inside. What? The Golden Crow ancestor was startled when he saw the soft armor under Song Ke's clothes. He didn't expect Song Ke to be wearing armor as well. Rumble! The Golden Crow ancestor exploded. An endless power of death surged from his body. He seemed to have turned into a demon that crawled out from the depths of hell, pouncing towards Song Ke ferociously. Burn! Heavenly fire prairie! Song Ke roared. In the next moment, endless heavenly fire burst out from his body. It was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The heavenly fire instantly enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from the depths of the Golden Rock race's ancestral ground and enveloped the entire ancestral ground. The heavenly fire that descended from the sky was blocked by the ancient cauldron's shadow. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow ancestor who bore the brunt of the attack was instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire. Ha ha! The Golden Crow ancestor's laughter came from the heavenly fire. In the next moment, Song Ke's angry roar came from the heavenly fire. Then, the heavenly fire retreated like a tide and went back into Song Ke's body. Everyone looked and saw that the Golden Crow ancestor had disappeared. Everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. The Golden Crow primogenitor's escape would definitely bring endless trouble to the entire Golden Rock race. Chapter 3554. The battle between the Golden Crow tribe and the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had finally ended with the Golden Crow tribe's escape. However, the Golden Crow tribe's escape had brought endless troubles to the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. One should know that the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was someone who could fight against Song Quebec. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe was very uneasy to have such an enemy watching them from the dark all the time. However, there was nothing they could do. Song Ke had tried his best, but the Golden Crow tribe's cultivation and combat strength were not any weaker than his. Song Ke could not stop the Golden Crow tribe from escaping. Gu Fei did not do anything from the beginning to the end, but that did not mean that he did not do anything. When the dust settled, Gu Fei summoned the four great supremes and secretly left the primal Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land with the four great supremes. No one knew where they went. However, a great battle broke out in the depths of the eastern continent's Tine domain very quickly. Even the old antiques in the Tine domain were alarmed. Not everyone dared to break into the Tine desolate domain. Very few people who broke into it could walk out alive. However, the sudden outbreak of the war shook the entire Tine desperate domain, causing it to become unstable. Even people outside the Tine desperate domain could feel the powerful energy fluctuations coming from the Tine desperate domain. A day later, Gu Fei brought the four supremes back to the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land and went to the ancestral hall where Tsang Ke was. Gu Fei directly threw an item to Tsang Ke, who was sitting on the throne. It was a bag that was stained with blood. The blood was black and emitted traces of death aura. Tsang Ke quickly caught the bag and opened it. He saw a head that looked like a phoenix's head. A powerful death aura spread out from the head. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor. Tsang Ke was surprised and happy to see the head because he was very familiar with it. It was the head of the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was killed by Gu Fei. All the higher-ups of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe in the ancestral hall were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor died. Just like that, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. It was very surreal. However, the head that Gu Fei brought back was the genuine head of the Golden Crow ancestor. This was an undeniable fact. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to believe it. Brother Gu, you... Tsang Ke's voice trembled from excitement. He looked at Gu Fei gratefully, but did not know what to say at that moment. Gu Fei just waved his hand, and then he led the four Supremes out of the ancestral hall of the Golden Rock race and back to the valley. Old ancestor, this Peng Jingtian, and the others stared at the Golden Crow ancestor's head in Tsang Ke's hands, stunned. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was finally dead. Some said that the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor escaped into the Tyne domain, but Gu Fei and the four Supremes still caught up with him. After a great battle, the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was killed and revealed his true form. Then Gu Fei cut off his head. The reason why Gu Fei could find the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor so quickly was because he had secretly subdued the deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor. The deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor did not die in this battle. Both races chose to preserve their strength, with the deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor as a spy. Where else could the Golden Crow tribe escape to? Gu Fei led the four Supremes into the Tyne domain. After a fierce battle, they finally killed the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor and helped Tsang Ke get rid of a huge problem. The Golden Crow ancestor's death was not unjust. After all, who in the world could escape from the hands of Gu Fei and the four Supremes? After returning to the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land, Gu Fei went into seclusion. He had some things to sort out. Should he go to the primogenitor's realm? The ancestral realm was very attractive to Gu Fei. He was very curious about what kind of world the ancestral realm was. After all, the primogenitor's realm was the core of the punishing heaven. It was a paradise for the strongest. A place like this was a fatal attraction for every cultivator, not to mention Gu Fei. Even his subordinates were curious about the ancestral realm. While Gu Fei was in seclusion again, all the higher-ups of the Chaos Golden Rock race were in high spirits in the ancestral hall of the Chaos Golden Rock race. After the Golden Crow ancestor was killed by Gu Fei, the Chaos Golden Rock race had become the true overlord of the East Continent. In time, the Chaos Golden Rock race would be able to unify the East Continent. The Chaos Golden Rock race, unifying the East Continent, was also very beneficial to Gu Fei. It would be easy for the Chaos Golden Rock race to attack the Central Continent. Gu Fei planned to build a superpower in the East Continent, or even the entire ancestral god realm. Ancestor, what should we do next? A person suddenly stepped out of the ancestral hall of the Chaos Golden Rock race and spoke to Tsang Ke, who was sitting on the throne. We should unify the East Continent. Peng Jingtian said suddenly. Unify the East Continent? Tsang Ke's eyes lit up when he heard this. It had always been his dream to unify the East Continent. His dream was about to come true. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Peng Shi said. Then go and get ready, Tsang Ke said. Yes, ancestor, Peng Jingtian, and the rest quickly accepted the order and left. Given the current strength of the Chaos Golden Rock race, unifying the East Continent was definitely not an easy task. However, the Earth Spirit clan was not weak either. With the help of the Earth Spirit clan, the Chaos Golden Rock race's overlord status was unshakable. On the second day after Gu Fei killed the Golden Crow ancestor, the clan masters of the Sky God clan and the Black Snake clan personally came to announce their allegiance to the Chaos Golden Rock race. In this way, the Chaos Golden Rock race had actually unified the East Continent. Just as the dust settled in the East Continent, the situation in the Central Continent was changing. The conflict between the Big Clan and the Skyfire clan was on the verge of breaking out. However, the higher-ups of the two clans knew very well that once a war broke out between the two clans, the entire Central Continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless living beings would die. Therefore, the Big Clan and the Skyfire clan did not break out into a war. Both clans were carefully controlling the situation. However, no one knew how long this situation would last. A storm was brewing in the Central Continent. Some cultivation sects began to flee the Central Continent, especially the rogue cultivators. They immediately fled when they sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Rumble, in the sky above the Central Continent, the void suddenly shook. Then, two figures walked out of the void. The two figures were shrouded in chaotic aura. Their silhouettes were blurry, and no one could see their faces unless they were willing to let others see them. What's going on? The two chaotic experts were shocked. According to the plan, wasn't the ancestral god realm going to undergo a great purge? Why were there still so many powerful cultivators around? The two experts of the chaotic world charged down from the sky and entered a city in the Central Continent. What's wrong with you? The two chaotic experts entered the house and pointed at the city lord's nose as they scolded him. Please calm down, esteemed emissaries. The city lord of Mystic Water City was really unlucky today. He was scolded by someone so early in the morning. How do you explain this? One of the chaotic experts said coldly, Please give me some time, esteemed emissaries. I won't let you down. The Mystic Water City Lord said carefully, All right, I'll give you half a month. You know what will happen if you can't do it. The other chaotic expert said, Esteemed emissaries, don't worry. Half a month is enough. The city lord hurriedly smiled apologetically. The two experts of the chaotic world sneered. With a wave of their sleeves, they disappeared into the void without a trace. At this moment, the city lord of Xianshui City wiped his cold sweat, and his face turned cold. Who did these two guys think they were? The profound Water City lord was displeased, but he didn't dare to offend them because he knew that they weren't from the ancestral god realm. Mystic Water City was located at the foot of a mountain not far from the Pang clan's ancestral land. It was a mountain city built against the mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The city lord of Mystic Water City was a member of the Pang clan named Pang Wei. Sigh. The city lord suddenly sighed. He knew what was going to happen and that the entire ancestral god realm would be affected, but he had no choice but to do it. As night fell, Pang Wei changed into a black robe and left Mystic Water City, disappearing into the darkness outside the city. Soon, a black-robed man appeared outside one of the Heavenly Fire Clan's cities. The black-robed man climbed up the city tower and entered the inner city. About an hour later, a huge battle broke out in the city lord's residence. The city lord was killed, and the murderer fled without a trace. However, everyone knew that it was the Pang clan's expert who did it because the city lord was holding a mark of a Pang clan disciple. The Skyfire clan was thoroughly infuriated, and a huge battle could break out at any time. the entire central continent was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the cultivators felt extremely oppressed. The Skyfire clan and the Pang clan had begun to mobilize their experts. All of this happened under the influence of the Dark Hand in the dark. No one wanted to see the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan fight to the death. That would lead to the deaths of many people, especially those with formidable cultivation bases. However, as people from both sides were constantly assassinated, the higher-ups of the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were thoroughly enraged. A huge battle between the two powerful clans of the central continent could break out at any moment. Chapter 35:55. In the central continent of the ancestral god realm, a storm was brewing. Some old antiques that had disappeared for countless years reappeared, and some old antiques that were rumored to have fallen jumped out again. Countless experts in the ancestral god realm were attracted to the central continent because the two strongest forces of the central continent were about to go to war. Over the past half a month, many experts from the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan had been assassinated. Everyone naturally thought that this was an assassination operation between the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan. Before the war broke out, they would naturally use all means to weaken the other side. Some people with ulterior motives took advantage of the impending war between the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan to add fuel to the fire, hoping that the two forces would fight to the bitter end so that they could reap the benefits. Of course, it wasn't easy to take advantage of this situation. The Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were roping in experts from all sides, making their final preparations. The Pang clan even entered the East Continent to pay a visit to Gu Fei, but they were blocked. The emissary of the Pang clan couldn't even see a shadow of Gu Fei. Gu Fei and the Pang clan had a very unpleasant relationship that day. Naturally, Gu Fei wouldn't help the Pang clan with anything. The Skyfire clan didn't show up again. The current East Continent had been unified by Tsang Quebec. All the forces in the East Continent had submitted to the Chaos Golden Rock clan and became the external forces of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, Tsang Ke was sitting on a throne in the ancestral hall that floated above the ancestral land. The higher-ups of the Chaos Golden Rock clan stood in the hall. Old ancestor, are we really not going to intervene in the central continent? Peng Jingtian, who was standing below the throne, asked. The two superpowers of the central continent were about to go to war. He felt that this was an opportunity to extend his forces into the central continent. Tsang Ke shook his head. He knew his own strength very well. Even if he had conquered the entire East Continent, he wouldn't dare to intervene if Gu Fei didn't take action. The reason why the Chaos Golden Rock clan could conquer the entire East Continent was because of Gu Fei's secret intervention. Old ancestor, are we really going to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Peng Shi stood up and said. Tsang Ke glanced at the experts in the hall and said indifferently, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhongzhou State is not a place we can go now. Hearing Tsang Ke's words, the high-ranking officials of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the hall had different expressions. Their expressions did not escape Tsang Ke's eyes. It seemed that the chaotic Golden Rock clan had not reached a consensus yet. In this case, they could not intervene in the war of Zhongzhou State. Unless that person is willing to make a move, everything will be for naught. Tsang Ke suddenly said this sentence. Of course, Peng Jingtian and the others knew who the person in the gap was, but it was difficult to ask that person to help. At this time, even the great ancestor wanted to see that person, but that person did not want to see him. At this time, the clans that had submitted to the chaotic Golden Rock race in the East Continent also received the news. They all thought that this was an opportunity. They all wanted to enter the central continent and expand their territory. However, Without Song Ke's approval, these forces could not do anything. Moreover, the Divine God clan, the Black Snake clan, and the Earth Spirit clan had had secret contact with the Pang clan. No one knew if they had reached a consensus with the Pang clan. In the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, did not care about what was happening around him. He only thought about how to improve his combat strength and prepare for the upcoming world chaos. In the depths of the ancestral land, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder, constantly guiding the energy in his body to refine and strengthen his body. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from within Gu Fei's body. He seemed to have forgotten about time and everything around him. Just as the emissary of the Pang clan was defeated by the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the earth-shattering war finally broke out in the central continent. The experts of the Pang clan were the first to launch an attack. For a moment, the entire central continent was engulfed in flames of war. Although the Skyfire clan was caught unprepared, they quickly stabilized their footing. Groups of soldiers kept rushing out of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Each of them was extremely powerful, causing people's hearts to palpitate. These were the most powerful soldiers of the Skyfire clan. They were peerlessly powerful. The soldiers from before were definitely not on the same level as the current ones. Just as the Skyfire clan mobilized the soldiers, countless soldiers also appeared in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. These were the soldiers that the Pang clan had spent countless efforts to cultivate. Countless soldiers gathered in the sky above the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Extremely powerful generals began to appear. These generals were the ancestors of the Pang clan. This war concerned the fate of the entire central continent. No one knew whether the Pang clan would become the ruler of the central continent or the Skyfire clan would come out on top. The chaotic Golden Rock clan of the East continent would not interfere in the affairs of the central continent. However, the situation in the other continents was different. Kill. The leader of the Pang clan commanded the battle matrix and directly attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Corpses kept falling from the sky. Casualties were inevitable. The Skyfire clan waited at ease. There were 3 battle matrices floating high in the sky. The 3 battle matrices were at most 3 killing matrices. An old man of the Skyfire clan commanded the 3 battle matrices and attacked the Pang clan. Without any hesitation, the strongest warriors of the 2 camps collided with each other. High up in the sky, there were so many people that the whole sky was covered with them. Both sides were fighting desperately. The experts of the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan fought directly into the starry sky, fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Pang Ji, where do you think you're going? An expert of the Skyfire clan chased the expert of the Pang clan into the depths of the starry sky. Skyfire Qilin, come after me if you have the guts. The voice of the expert of the Pang clan, Pang Ji, came from afar. Roar. The expert of the Skyfire clan roared into the sky. His voice reverberated in all directions, shaking the entire void. Transparent ripples spread in all directions. The Skyfire Qilin beast was really powerful. Although it was just a roar, the whole world seemed to be collapsing. At that moment, Pang Ji suddenly stopped running. He stopped in the starry sky and landed on a star. This was a barren star with nothing on it. However, the surface of this star was shrouded in a layer of scarlet desert. Red Sand Star. This star was called Red Sand Star. Just as Pang Ji landed on the star, the Skyfire Qilin beast attacked him. Boom! The Skyfire Qilin beast punched the star where Wang Chun was. Violent power exploded in an instant. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire star was destroyed by the beast's punch. A figure rushed into the sky. and attacked the Skyfire Cheelin beast. Boom. Bam. The two experts fought in the starry sky. The two figures moved quickly in the void, and powerful waves of power at the quasi-supremacy level spread from the two figures. Destruction of heaven and earth. The Skyfire Cheelin beast roared. An endless divine fire burst from its body. In an instant, it shrouded the entire starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. One by one, the stars exploded under the divine fire, leaving nothing behind. The experts of the East Continent's cultivation world who saw this scene from afar were shocked. That guy from the Skyfire clan was really arrogant. Although Pang Ji was shrouded by the divine fire, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked all the divine fire. Kill! Pang Ji roared, and 9 Dao patterns rushed out from his body, turning into 9 divine spears that broke through the layers of divine fire and pierced the Skyfire Cheelin beast. Clang! The 9 divine spears pierced the Skyfire Cheelin beast's body and were all sent flying. Not even a single scale on the Skyfire Cheelin beast was touched. Pang Ji was shocked. This wild beast lived up to its name. It seemed that it would not be easy to kill this wild beast. Roar! The Skyfire Cheelin beast roared at Pang Ji, and terrifying sound waves rushed out. Pang Ji felt a buzzing sound in his ears. There was no longer any sound. His entire body seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent flying. Pang Ji steadied himself and saw that blood was seeping out of his ears. The Skyfire Cheelin beast's roar had broken Pang Ji's eardrums, which shocked him. It was the first time he had been injured by someone with sound waves. Evil creature, Pang Ji was furious. His body shook, and he instantly became the size of a mountain. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the Skyfire Cheelin beast. Rumble. A huge palm came down from the sky, covering a part of the void. The Skyfire Cheelin beast wanted to dodge, but it was still caught by Pang Ji. However, in the next moment, the Skyfire Cheelin beast also exploded. Endless divine fire rushed out of its body, and Pang Ji's right hand was burned to ashes. The Skyfire Cheelin beast's body shook, and it also became bigger than a mountain. The wild beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine fire at Pang Ji, and the divine fire instantly enveloped Pang Ji. Pang Ji knew how powerful the Skyfire Cheelin beast's divine fire was. A layer of divine light appeared on his body, blocking the Skyfire Cheelin beast's divine fire. At this time, Pang Ji's burned right hand grew out again, as if it had never been burned. At their level of cultivation, any injury on their body could be healed in an instant. It was impossible to kill such an existence with ordinary methods, and special methods were needed. Chapter 3556. The War Between the Pang Clan and the Heavenly Fire Clan. A super force of the Central Continent had finally erupted. The Pang Clan was extremely powerful, and they suddenly attacked the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire Clan. The battle happened so suddenly. The old ancestor of the Pang Clan commanded the war troops of the Pang Clan to fight against the war troops of the Heavenly Fire Clan. The sky above the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire Clan was filled with human figures. The war troops of both sides formed into battle formations, condensed peerless power, and attacked the other. Rumble, the void was constantly collapsing. Under the leadership of an old ancestor, a troop of Pang Clan's war troops plunged into the battle formation of the Heavenly Fire Clan like a divine sword. Countless war troops of the Heavenly Fire Clan were instantly crushed into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Roar! An expert of the Heavenly Fire Clan was affected. He let out a sorrowful howl, and his entire body shattered like a delicate porcelain. He died instantly. The attack of the war troops of the Pang clan killed a troop of the Heavenly Fire clan. Thousands of people died at the same time, and the void was filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, before the higher-ups of the Pang clan could rejoice, a troop of Heavenly Fire clan's war troops attacked aggressively and with a thunderous momentum killed thousands of people. Kill! The old ancestor of the Pang clan roared, and immediately led his war troops to attack the Heavenly Fire clan. The two super-killing formations collided with each other in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power fluctuation immediately spread out from the two experts. The battle formations formed by the two war troops retreated at the same time, and both of them were pushed back by the power of the other. While the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan were fighting in the sky above the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan, there were many true experts fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Dai Pangji, the Heavenly Fire Qilin beast roared and revealed its true form. It charged head-on towards Pangji, and the extremely violent power of the Heavenly Fire erupted from its body. Humph! The one who will die will be you, Pangji sneered. Then the space in front of him suddenly shook like a wave. Powerful divine power rippled out, enveloping the entire world. The Sky Fire Qilin beast crashed into the void in front of Pangji and disappeared. What? The experts of Zhongzhou State, who saw this scene from afar, were shocked. What was going on? At this time, the Skyfire Qilin beast had entered another world. To be more precise, it was Pangji's inner world. The Skyfire Qilin beast had crashed headfirst into his opponent's inner world. Rumble! In the next moment, Pangji's inner world began to tremble. Terrifying inner world power rushed towards the celestial fire Qilin. Roar! The heaven fire Qilin roared at the sky, wanting to break open the inner world to escape. However, no matter how hard it tried, the result was the same. The heaven fire Qilin was trapped in Pangji's inner world, unable to escape. Soon, the Skyfire Qilin beast was suppressed within Pangji's inner world. Pangji walked up to it and finished it off with a single slash. The Skyfire clan's ancestor-level existence, the Skyfire Qilin, was killed just like that. Humph! Pangji walked out of his inner world. At this time, the starry sky was very lively. Experts from the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were fighting with their lives on the line. Pangji walked out of his inner world. Just as he did so, a fiery arrow pierced through the air and arrived in front of him in an instant. Just as it was about to hit him, Pangji's eyes widened in shock. However, in the next moment, the void around Pangji trembled. The divine fire arrow that was shooting towards him disappeared into the void without a trace. What's going on? In the distant sky, an expert holding a large bow was shocked by the scene before him. However, the divine fire arrow that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and shot towards the expert from the Skyfire clan, who was holding a large bow in the distant sky. What? The expert from the Skyfire clan was shocked again. He could not help but be moved. The other party could actually shoot his arrow back to himself. This method was too shocking. Kill! Pangji took a step forward and disappeared into the void. In an instant, the expert from the Skyfire clan did not even think about it. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. An arrow light appeared, and Pangji's figure immediately fell from the void. However, he steadied himself before he fell to the ground. He then shot up into the sky and pounced on the Skyfire clan archer again. The cultivator threw away the longbow in his hand and threw a punch at the oncoming Pangji. Endless divine flames exploded from his fist. Pangji did not dodge when he saw this. Instead, he struck out with his palm. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two shocking divine powers collided in an instant. A terrifying storm of destruction erupted and swept out in all directions. Bam! 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 Stars exploded in the void, one after another. Wherever the storm of destruction passed, everything was destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Go to hell! Pang-Ji roared angrily. A powerful wave of sword principle power erupted from his body. The next moment, the clanging sound was endless. Invisible sword chi erupted. The expert from the Skyfire clan was forced to retreat by Pang-Ji. Swoosh! A sword light flashed, and a thin mark immediately appeared on the left cheek of the expert from the Skyfire clan. Preposterous! The Celestial Fire clan expert was enraged. A black object suddenly rushed out from his back and directly stabbed towards Pang-Ji. This object was actually a scorpion tail with a shiny black hook at the tip. A scorpion? Upon seeing this, Pang-Ji was taken aback. He hurriedly dodged the stinging scorpion tail before grabbing it and swinging it around. Bam! The scorpion spirit slammed into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Then it tore off the scorpion's tail. The man screamed and revealed his original form. This guy turned out to be a huge scorpion. It was a fire scorpion surrounded by fire chi. However, even if it revealed its original form, this fire scorpion was definitely not a match for Pang-Ji. Without any suspense, the fire scorpion was killed by Gu Fei. This made all the experts from the Skyfire clan tremble. This kind of combat strength was absolutely heaven-defying. Rumble, at this time, the entire starry sky was shaking. A huge figure appeared in the starry sky, and endless fire chi erupted from this figure. The person directly grabbed at Pang-Ji. The huge palm covered the entire sky, and a terrifying wave of power erupted from the big hand. Humph! Pang-Ji merely sneered when he saw this. And then his body shook and instantly transformed into a dazzling ray of light that shot into the sky. With a single slash, he slashed the hand that was grabbing down at him into two, causing it to dissipate in the void. The experts from the Skyfire clan were absolutely shocked when they saw this scene. One should know that two experts from the Skyfire clan had already died in Pang-Ji's hands. The other experts from the Skyfire clan naturally did not dare to provoke Pang-Ji. At this time, smoke rose everywhere in the central continent. An all-out war broke out between the two camps. This was a war in the cultivation world. Everyone who participated in the war was just cannon fodder. There was an invisible hand in the dark driving all of this. Everyone was involved in the game. Everyone was a chess piece. However, those who were involved in the game could not see clearly. There were very few people in the ancestral god realm who knew that they were being kept in captivity. Those who knew wanted to get rid of the manipulator in the dark. However, almost no one succeeded. In the end, they were still schemed against by the manipulator. Rumble, one battle formation after another appeared between the heavens and the earth. The terrifying and monstrous aura seemed as if it was going to crush the heavens. Outside the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan, there were corpses everywhere. Blood had already dyed the ground red. At this time, the Pang clan still had not attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was extremely powerful. It was likely that they would need to use extreme power to break it. However, in the current world, who would dare to use extreme power? Even the super old antiques did not dare. Everyone was afraid of dying under the heavenly punishment. Even the supreme beings were the same. The power of the heavenly punishment was too strong. It could actually suppress the supreme beings. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire defensive formation shook violently. An extremely terrifying power rippled out shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the defensive formation of the Skyfire clan once again blocked the attack of the Pang clan. The Pang clan began to attack the defensive formation of the Skyfire clan. This made all the higher-ups of the Skyfire clan extremely nervous. It should be known that if the Pang clan broke through the defensive formation, who would be able to protect the treasures that the Skyfire clan had obtained over the years? The Skyfire clan had become one of the 3 superforces of the Central Continent, not because of luck, but because of strength. In the past, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was almost invincible in the entire ancestral god realm. The forces established by the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan had been passed down to the present era. Rumble, at this time, an even more powerful power fluctuation erupted from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The entire world was in chaos, and all the laws of heaven and earth were suppressed. Extreme power? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Who would dare to use extreme power at this time? This was simply courting death. Good heavens! A figure appeared in the distant sky. It was a black-robed young man. His eyes lit up when he sensed the power fluctuation erupting from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Although this power resembled extreme path power, it wasn't really extreme path power. Good move. Chapter 35:57. The Pang clan attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. At this time, the situation was very unfavorable for the Skyfire clan. Experts of the Skyfire clan were constantly being killed. Just as the Skyfire clan was about to be defeated by the Pang clan, an unimaginably powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. It was a wave of energy that could make even a quasi-supreme being tremble. What? The old ancestor of the Pang clan was startled. The wave of energy was very similar to the power of the extreme path, but Gu Fei knew that it wasn't the power of the extreme path at all. It was just similar. Kill. A figure walked out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan, directly attacking a battle formation of the Pang clan in the sky. A huge hand appeared high up in the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, a battle formation was blown apart. Countless battle soldiers were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. What? The old ancestor of the Pang clan walked out and slapped the mysterious expert with his palm. Boom! That mysterious expert didn't dodge. The 2 palms collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion and a terrifying energy storm to erupt. Everyone scrambled to get as far away as they could. This was a battle between old ancestors. No one dared to get close, because once they were affected by the battle, the consequences would be unpredictable. If they died because of this, it would be such a waste of their lives. The old ancestor of the Pang clan was incomparably powerful. He still wanted to fight the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan head-on. However, the other party knew the old ancestor of the Pang clan's background. He didn't intend to fight the old ancestor of the Pang clan head-on. The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky. Heavenly Fire Prairie. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan roared. In the next moment, endless divine fire erupted from his body, burning heaven and earth until the void collapsed and was annihilated. The divine fire that erupted directly swallowed the old ancestor of the Pang clan. However, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan didn't feel happy at all. Inside the divine fire, the old ancestor of the Pang clan actually ignored the attack of the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan. Then, the Pang clan's old ancestor suddenly disappeared into the void. The next moment, the Pang clan's old ancestor suddenly appeared beside the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor. Without any suspense, the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor was blasted away by the Pang clan's old ancestor. What? All the clansmen of the Heavenly Fire clan were shocked to the extreme. The old ancestor of the Pang clan was actually so powerful. How could this be? All right, I'm done playing. Gu Fei patted his robes and was about to leave when an expert walked out from the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. It was a young woman. Although she looked very young, her cultivation base was extremely strong. The moment she appeared, she forced the Pang clan's old ancestor to retreat. Kill! The young woman roared as an extremely dangerous aura spread from her body. In the next moment, the young woman silently caught up to the ancestor of the Pang clan. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the young woman killed the Pang clan's old ancestor with a single stroke of her sword. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Then, the young woman fixed her eyes on Gu Fei. To be precise, it was Gu Fei's doppelganger. The war of the Central Continent had erupted, but Gu Fei's real body did not leave the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. This time, it was only his doppelganger. Humph! At this moment, the young woman sneered. Then, she waved the sword in her hand and attacked Gu Fei's doppelganger. Hee. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. He stretched out his hand and clamped the young woman's sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. What? The young woman's shock was no small matter. After all, no one had ever been able to catch her sword with their fingers. The young woman wanted to pull back her sword, but it did not budge at all. When she tried to pull it back again, it broke into 2 pieces. One of the pieces was in the hand of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The young woman was shocked. She knew that she had kicked an iron plate. The Skyfire clan is just SOSO. Gu Fei's doppelganger said, as he threw the broken sword in his hand. With a miserable shriek, the broken sword thrown by Gu Fei's doppelganger directly pierced through the divine body of an expert of the Skyfire clan, severely injuring him. Everyone from the Skyfire clan was shocked when they saw this. In the next moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Even the young woman did not see how he disappeared. However, just as the young woman was in shock, Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly appeared behind her and pressed his palm on her back. Bam! With a muffled sound, the young woman was sent flying forward. She spat out a mouthful of blood while she was still flying. You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. He did not continue to attack because he did not have the cold-killing intent to kill the young woman from the Skyfire clan. He was only here to watch and not to help the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan. Of course, no one would say anything even if Gu Fei helped the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan because of the grudge between Gu Fei and the Skyfire clan. Rumble. At this time, the old ancestors of the Pang clan became impatient. They directly activated the killing formation formed by the combat soldiers and crushed the experts of the Skyfire clan. Blood-curdling screams rang out. Gu Fei's doppelganger took this opportunity to retreat. He did not want to help the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. At this time, the Skyfire clan also went all out. The killing formation formed by the Skyfire combat soldiers directly collided with the killing formation of the Pang clan. Terrifying energy waves broke out from these combat formations. Boom! The 2 combat formations collided with each other. Endless divine light erupted. Every ray of divine light pierced through the heaven and earth, leaving black holes between the heaven and earth. What's going on? Who was that just now? At this time, the young woman from the Skyfire clan rushed back from afar. Her intuition told her that that person was not an expert from the Pang clan. Feng Wu, why are you in such a sorry state? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. A woman in purple was looking at the young woman coldly. A murderous intent spread out from the woman in purple. Pang Xiener. Feng Wu of the Skyfire clan exclaimed. Thousands of years ago, a genius appeared in the Pang clan. This genius was Pang Xiener. Pang Xiener cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm in thousands of years. It could be said that she was a legend in the central continent. However, more than 1,000 years ago, some people said that Pang Xiener had fallen, while others said that Pang Xiener had disappeared. All the rumors about Pang Xiener seemed to be lies, because now the genius of the Pang clan jumped out again. The previous rumors about Pang Xiener were all false. Your opponent is me, Pang Xiener said to Feng Wu in a calm tone. Then let's fight. Feng Wu roared and directly attacked Pang Xiener. Flame Dao patterns rushed out from her body and imprinted on Pang Xiener. Pang Xiener was a little surprised. Feng Wu's attack was a great path attack. It was guided by the Dao patterns that she had cultivated. Once the Dao patterns were imprinted on her body, Feng Wu would be in trouble. Pang Xiener directly rushed into the sky, trying to avoid the 9 Dao patterns. However, the 9 Dao patterns followed her like a shadow, directly chasing after Pang Xiener. Damn it! As Pang Xiener retreated, she took out a magic treasure. It was a bronze mirror. She directly activated the bronze mirror. In the next moment, a divine light immediately rushed out from the bronze mirror and shone on Feng Wu. The divine light rushed out from the bronze mirror and directly blocked the 9 Dao patterns that Feng Wu shot out. What? Feng Wu was shocked. The opponent's magic treasure must have a great background. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block her full-force attack. Break for me. Pang Xiener's voice sounded. Then, boom. With a loud sound, the power wave that erupted from the bronze mirror became even stronger. It directly defeated Feng Wu's 9 Dao patterns. Feng Wu directly dodged. The divine light emitted from the bronze mirror was too powerful. This was a weapon that was infinitely close to the extreme path divine artifact. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger was still watching the battle in the distance. Although it had nothing to do with him, he hoped that the Pang clan could defeat the Skyfire clan. Of course, in the end, it would definitely be him who benefited. The battle between the two superpowers of the central continent was earth-shattering. No matter which side won, there would only be one consequence, and that was a great loss of vitality. Rumble, Pang Xiener and Feng Wu, the two female experts, moved quickly in the sky, constantly attacking and fighting fiercely. Soon, Pang Xiener sent Feng Wu flying. Damn it! Feng Wu was hit by Pang Xiener's palm and immediately affected her old injury. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her white clothes were splashed with bright red blood. Just now, Feng Wu had been injured by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Pang Xiener wanted to take advantage of Feng Wu's injury to kill the little princess of the Skyfire clan. Feng Wu's background was not small, and she was no weaker than Pang Xiener. If she hadn't been hit by Gu Fei's palm, Pang Xiener wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand so easily. Feng Wu felt that something was wrong. The Skyfire clan was probably going to be exterminated. Although she wanted to do something for the Skyfire clan, it seemed that she couldn't change anything at all. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out across the entire world. The ground was cracking apart as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Chapter 3558. Rumble, heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread in all directions. The protective formation of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan was actually broken. The Pang clan used all their strength, excluding the extreme path power, and finally attacked the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. Kill. Without any reason, the soldiers of the Pang clan rushed into the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan like a tide. The Heavenly Fire clan was defeated, and countless clansmen fled in all directions. Roar! The higher-ups of the Heavenly Fire clan were all stunned when they saw this scene. Preposterous! The eyes of the expert of the Heavenly Fire clan, Feng Wu, were red. She directly forced Pang Xian to retreat, and then rushed into the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. Soon, a divine palace rose into the sky, trying to escape. The divine palace was engraved with ancient runes. Shrouded by a mass of divine fire, it rose into the sky, trying to escape. However, right at that moment, a giant hand descended from the sky and grabbed the divine palace in its hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The big hand directly grabbed the divine palace and then disappeared into the void. All of you, go to hell. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. The next moment, a figure directly walked out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. It was a white-haired old man. This old man was tall, and his long white hair fluttered without any wind. Then, this old man directly attacked. Endless divine fire emerged from the old man's body, condensing into an incomparably ferocious beast, and then pounced on the experts of the Pang clan. Screams suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen cultivators of the Pang clan were instantly burned to ashes by the divine fire. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and they died completely. Old man, you finally can't help but attack? At this moment, an old voice came from afar, and then a figure appeared at the end of the sky. However, this figure only took one step and instantly appeared in front of them. This speed shocked even Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was watching the battle from the side. It's you? You're actually not dead yet? The elder of the Heavenly Fire clan was startled when he saw the newcomer. Haha, if I die, who will play with you? The old man laughed and said, That's true. The old man of the Skyfire clan nodded. Then, let's put an end to this today. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan said. Very well, let's do that. Another old man said. Old ancestor. All the clansmen of the Pang clan were indescribably shocked. They didn't think that even their old ancestor would take action. Could it be that the person who could contend against the old ancestor was actually the clan lord of the Heavenly Fire clan? Come. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan extended his hand and slapped out at the old ancestor of the Pang clan. A violent force enveloped the entire void. Good timing. The Pang clan's patriarch bellowed and also slapped forward with his palm. Boom. The two palms collided with a loud bang. In the next moment, the void around the two palms was annihilated and collapsed. Then, the two palms separated, and two figures moved in the void, like phantoms. Terrifying and monstrous energy waves spread out, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. These two fellas, Gu Fei's doppelganger, saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be moved. If the world hadn't changed, these two fellas could have easily used the power of the extreme path. However, the world had changed. No one dared to use the power of the extreme path for fear of triggering the heavenly punishment. One should know that the consequences of triggering the heavenly punishment were very serious. At this time, the defeat of the Skyfire clan was already decided. No matter how powerful the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was, he couldn't turn the situation around. The soldiers of the Pang clan began to hunt down the fleeing cultivators of the Skyfire clan in an orderly manner. More and more cultivators of the Skyfire clan were caught up and killed. However, this was the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan after all. There were countless experts cultivating here. From time to time, experts would suddenly rush out and cause heavy losses to the Pang clan. At this time, Pang Xian had killed her way into the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. "How dare you come in? Aren't you afraid of death?" Feng Wu's voice came. What? Pang Xian couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. Boom! Suddenly, an iron cage fell from the sky and directly enveloped Pang Xian. This Pang Xian's shock was really no small matter. Roar! Pang Xian roared, and the divine sword in her hand directly slashed at the iron cage. The clanging sound was endless, and sparks were splashed. However, when Pang Xian took a look at the place where her divine sword had slashed, she was dumbfounded. There was not even a trace left on the place where her divine sword had slashed. Kill! Feng Wu directly attacked. Endless sword light pierced Pang Xian, who was trapped in the iron cage, from all directions. Each sword light was as bright as a divine rainbow. Damn it! Pang Xian was shocked and angry. As she moved her mind, a sword light broke out from her body and turned into a sword wave that enveloped her. Countless sword lights directly collided with the layer of sword wave on Pang Xian. Pang Xian defended with all her strength, while Feng Wu attacked with all her strength. The sword wave on Pang Xian's body vibrated violently and showed signs of collapsing. What? Pang Xian was really shocked. The other party's sword Dao cultivation was so powerful. For a moment, she was very passive and could only defend passively. Soon, a sword light from Feng Wu directly broke through the protective divine light on Pang Xian's body, leaving a bloody mark on her shoulder. What should I do? Pang Xian's forehead was sweating. Just when she couldn't think of any good way, a big hand directly grabbed from the sky and directly grabbed the iron cage that enveloped Pang Xian. Feng Wu, on the other hand, cried out in fear and turned around to flee. At this time, the Heavenly Fire clan's momentum was gone. Feng Wu was also a member of the Heavenly Fire clan, but Feng Wu came from the Fire Phoenix clan. Although there were few members of this clan, each of them was a peerless expert. Old man, are you bullying the young by attacking the younger generation? An old voice sounded. I want to bully the young. That's not allowed. Another equally old voice said. Humph. The other old man didn't speak anymore, but directly attacked. The whole world immediately shook again, and an extremely tyrannical power broke out. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Fire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan fought. A battle of this level was the most attractive. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't leave and watched the battle from a distance. At this time, some experts of the Pang clan also stopped. The war against the Heavenly Fire clan went unusually smoothly. The Heavenly Fire clan shouldn't be so weak. The Heavenly Fire clan of the Central Continent was probably going to be wiped out. No one thought that the Heavenly Fire clan would be so vulnerable. This actually benefited the Pang clan. The Pang clan's territory had expanded several times. Although the Pang clan won this battle beautifully, they also suffered great losses. Countless soldiers died in this battle, and even the old ancestor of the Pang clan was beheaded. Moreover, the most important thing was that although the Pang clan had defeated the Heavenly Fire clan, there was still fighting in other places. For a moment, the Central Continent was still in chaos. While the Central Continent was in turmoil, someone launched an attack on the Pang clan. In the West Continent, a group of soldiers directly tore through the defensive line and killed their way in. The leader of this group of soldiers was actually a death creature, tyrannical to the extreme. Without any suspense, the soldiers of the West Continent directly killed their way into the Central Continent's territory that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fire clan, occupying more than a dozen cities. Then, there was also a superpower in the South Continent that had been eyeing the Central Continent, but they hadn't found an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally come. The superpower in the South Continent naturally wouldn't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They directly killed their way into the Central Continent and occupied more than a dozen cities. This shocked and angered the senior members of the Pang clan. These fellows actually took advantage of the situation and directly killed their way into the Central Continent, occupying the land that originally belonged to the Pang clan. How could they tolerate this? The Pang clan directly sent experts to conquer the cultivation forces in the West Continent and the South Continent. Battles continued in the Central Continent, apart from the West Continent and the South Continent. Even the clan lord of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the East Continent, Song Ke, intended to take advantage of this opportunity to kill his way into the Central Continent and settle down there. However, Song Ke had never seen Gu Fei. If he wanted to enter the Central Continent, he definitely needed Gu Fei's approval. One should know that the current Central Continent was definitely a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of all the forces. Everyone wanted a bite. Of course, not everyone was qualified to take a bite of this fat piece of meat. On this day, Song Ke arrived outside the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. However, as expected, he was stopped by the giant spirit demon again. He couldn't even enter the valley where Gu Fei was. Song Ke actually had a way to enter the valley, but he didn't want to offend Gu Fei because the consequences of offending Gu Fei were very serious. If he offended Gu Fei and lost Gu Fei's support, it would be almost impossible for him to defend the East Continent, let alone invade the Central Continent. This was because the forces in the East Continent seemed to obey him on the surface, but in fact, the actual controller of these forces was Gu Fei. Whether it was the Deity Clan, the Mysterious Snake Clan, or the Earth Spirit Clan, these forces were truly loyal to Gu Fei, not Song Quebec. As long as Gu Fei said a word, Song Ke would immediately become a general without a stick. Song Ke was very clear about his situation, so he was very afraid of offending Gu Fei. This was because everything he had now was related to Gu Fei, and he couldn't do without Gu Fei's support. Even if he was a puppet, Song Ke would accept it. After all, Gu Fei would have to leave in the end, and the East Continent would eventually belong to the chaotic Golden Rock clan. In order to obtain Gu Fei's support, Song Ke came to the valley almost every day to see if Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. Chapter 35:59. A storm was brewing in the Central Continent. The Pang clan's army defeated the Skyfire clan's army and occupied the Skyfire clan's ancestral land. Then, they began to encircle the remaining members of the Skyfire clan. Meanwhile, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan fought their way into the depths of the starry sky and fought in the distant Nine Heavens' starry sky. Even in the Central Continent, one could still sense the two mighty auras descending from the Nine Heavens' starry sky. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was definitely in existence at the extreme grade, while the old ancestor of the Pang clan was also an extreme grade expert. However, both of them carefully controlled their powers and did not let their powers break through to the extreme grade. The two extreme Dao experts had sealed their extreme Dao cultivation. They had no choice but to do so. After all, the ancestral god realm was no longer the ancestral god realm of the past. The appearance of heavenly punishment made even extreme grade supremes bow their heads. No extreme grade supremes dared to treat their lives as a joke. Gu Fei's doppelganger also came to the Nine Heavens' starry sky and watched the battle between the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan from afar. The old ancestor of the Pang clan stretched out his hand and grabbed over a dozen stars. Then he refined them into a dozen divine beads and threw them at the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan. Humph! The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan sneered and punched out. The power of a quasi-supreme expert instantly condensed into a huge flaming fist. Boom! The flaming fist swept across the sky and directly blew up the dozen divine beads. Then it continued to smash towards the old ancestor of the Pang clan on the other side of the starry sky. Wherever the flaming fist passed, countless stars exploded, and the void was annihilated. It was as terrifying as if the world was about to be destroyed. Although it was also the power of a quasi-supreme expert, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan's control over this level of power had reached the point of perfection. It was also the power of a quasi-supreme expert, but in the hands of the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan, the power displayed was much stronger than that of other quasi-supreme experts. Swoosh! The old ancestor of the Pang clan also made a move. He pointed a finger, and a ball of divine light emerged from the tip of his finger, then directly flew towards the flaming fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light that rushed out of the Pang clan's patriarch's fingertip collided with the fiery fist. At that moment, the ball of divine light emitted a light that was 1,000 times more powerful than the divine sun, illuminating the entire dark, starry sky. Two quasi-supreme level powers erupted, and the divine light that blossomed made Gu Fei's clone almost unable to open its eyes. The energy fluctuations that erupted spread for millions of miles. Countless stars exploded, and a small half of the stars in the entire star field completely disappeared in the starry sky. Everyone was indescribably shocked. At this time, the figures of the Heavenly Fire clan and the Pang clan's old ancestors were moving rapidly. Powerful quasi-supreme level powers were constantly erupting, shaking the entire starry sky. Many experts who had entered the nine heavens starry sky to watch the battle were stunned by this scene. Is this still the power of a quasi-supreme? Someone exclaimed. The battle strength displayed by the Heavenly Fire clan and the Pang clan's old ancestors was too frightening. It was even more powerful and terrifying than peak quasi-supreme level existences. However, the two experts' control of power was really amazing. Even Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be moved. Even he might not be able to do it. After all, these two fellas were genuine extreme supreme level experts. In the entire ancestral god realm, there were actually two extreme supreme level experts hidden in the central continent. This could be considered a miracle. In the current era, extreme supreme level experts were almost impossible to find. However, due to various reasons, some extreme supreme level experts didn't disappear and stayed in the ancestral god realm. For example, the Fire Ape primogenitor was sealed by the Golden Crow primogenitor in the first ancestral vein of the ancestral god realm's eastern continent. Then, when Gu Fei and Song Ke attacked the Golden Crow clan, he was released by the Golden Crow clan's old ancestor. However, the reason why the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor and the Pang clan's old ancestor could still stay in the ancestral god realm was definitely a huge secret. The battle between the two great experts shattered the starry sky and destroyed countless stars. In the end, the two great experts fought their way into the primal chaos. No one knew the outcome of the battle. One should know that no one was willing to enter the primal chaos to watch the battle, because it would be difficult to come out if one was trapped in there. Gu Fei's clone didn't chase into the primal chaos. In the end, only the Pang clan's old ancestor returned to the Pang clan's ancestral land. The Pang clan's old ancestor returned with heavy injuries. The Pang clan's old ancestor didn't say much about the battle and directly went into seclusion to heal his injuries. The Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor never appeared again. Some people guessed that the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor was killed by the Pang clan's old ancestor. However, some people didn't think that the Pang clan's old ancestor could kill the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor. Gu Fei's clone didn't return to the East Continent. Instead, he continued to travel in the Central Continent. At this time, the Central Continent was already in chaos. Everywhere he went, he saw scenes of people being plunged into misery and suffering. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. It was absolutely impossible for the mortal world to not be affected when such a big thing happened in the Central Continent's cultivation world. On the morning of the third day after the battle between the old ancestors, Gu Fei's clone came to a city that wasn't very big. He saw black smoke coming out of the city. The city gate had been broken, and there were more than a dozen corpses lying outside the city gate. Gu Fei's clone realized that these corpses weren't the corpses of cultivators, but the corpses of mortals. They actually killed mortals. Gu Fei's clone was immediately angry. Among the corpses of mortals, there were many young and strong people. He had always hated cultivators killing mortals. It must be known that mortals were the foundation of the world of cultivation. Cultivators had evolved from mortals. Cultivators could not forget their origins after obtaining a powerful cultivation base. Ha! At this moment, an unbridled laughter rang out from the city. Gu Fei's clone suddenly raised his head, and a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the void, without a trace. The next moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the city. A strong smell of blood immediately rushed into his nose. He looked down and saw that the square in the city was filled with corpses. In the middle of the square, there was an altar that was 30 feet high. It was a blood-colored altar. There were 3 cultivators in red standing on the blood-colored altar. One of the 3 cultivators, a middle-aged man, had slashed out with his sword and killed a mortal who was already trembling in fear. On the altar, a stream of blood rushed out of the mortal's body, and it was directly devoured by the blood-colored altar. The middle-aged cultivator directly threw the mortal off the altar. At this time, there were dozens of mortals kneeling around the blood-colored altar. These mortals were shocked by the scene on the altar. There were actually children among these mortals. Bad people. You are bad people. A childish voice rang out, and a thin figure stood up from the ground. His face was stained with blood. However, his eyes were filled with intelligence. He was not intimidated by the 3 red-robed cultivators on the altar at all. Gu Fei's clone saw that it was a little boy. This child is not bad. Gu Fei's clone could not help but nod. This little boy was only 5 or 6 years old, but he was braver than the average little boy. He seemed to be very sensible. Oh, my, I didn't think that there would be such a good seedling in this small place. The middle-aged cultivator looked down at the little boy under the altar. The little boy's life was in his hands, but he did not make a move. Ha ha, senior brother, do you want to take this child as your disciple? Another cultivator in red suddenly said with a smile. At the same time, a cold light flashed between his fingers. A silver needle immediately shot towards the little boy. The middle-aged cultivator was furious, but he did not make a move to save the little boy. Just as the little boy was about to be hit by the silver needle suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the red-clothed cultivator who shot out the silver needle suddenly fell onto the altar. In the next moment, a powerful stream of blood rushed out of the cultivator in red's head. This stream of blood was directly devoured by the blood-colored altar. Collecting the essence of mortals? Gu Fei's clone said. The cultivator in red suddenly fell on the altar. His essence was devoured by the altar, and he died. This scene scared the middle-aged cultivator and the other cultivator in red so much that their faces turned pale. Schwa, a black light flew out of the middle-aged cultivator's body. It was a magic treasure in the shape of a crescent moon. It was surrounded by sharp blades, and one would be cut by just touching it. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the magic treasure. The other cultivator in red directly opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored flying sword. The flying sword turned into a blood-colored sword light that circled around his body. Who's the one behind this attack? Get out here. The middle-aged cultivator looked around nervously, but he did not find anything. Who is it? If you don't get out here, I will kill all these mortals. The middle-aged cultivator roared ferociously, but no one responded to him. Do it! The middle-aged cultivator roared at the cultivator in red. Why me? The cultivator in red was not having it. If I tell you to do it, then do it. I am the senior brother. You have to listen to me. The middle-aged cultivator said angrily. Listen to you? Go to hell. The cultivator in red was also furious. This guy actually wanted to push him to his death. If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you, the cultivator in red said, and became one with his sword. He turned into a blood-colored sword light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The middle-aged cultivator was furious when he heard that, but in the next moment, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a huge hand grabbing down from the sky, directly grabbing the blood-colored sword light. This, Chapter 3560. In the central continent, a nameless small city was destroyed. Almost all the mortals in the city were killed. These people did not even spare the old, the young, the women, and the children. In the central square of the small city, there was an altar that was more than 30 feet tall. Almost all the energy essence of the mortals in the city was devoured by the altar. Some evil cultivators took advantage of the chaos in the central continent and used such a vicious method to collect the energy essence of mortals. This touched the reverse scale of Gu Fei's doppelganger. He had always valued mortals and would never allow these people who slaughtered mortals to continue living in this world. There were dozens of mortals kneeling around the blood-colored altar. These mortals were terrified. They did not dare to raise their heads and were extremely terrified. However, at this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old child stood out and pointed at the 3 evil cultivators on the altar, calling them bad guys. One of the red-clad cultivators had wanted to use a silver needle to kill off the child. However, Gu Fei's clone had taken action and used the red-clad cultivator's silver needle to kill off the red-clad cultivator. These people were not even immortals. How dare they kill a city of mortals to collect their energy essence? Who are you? If you don't come out, I'm going to start killing people. The middle-aged cultivator roared at the top of his lungs. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, the other cultivator in red, who had fused with the blood-colored sword, charged up into the sky in an attempt to flee. However, a great hand grasped down from the sky to grab the incomparably sharp, blood-colored sword light. The big hand tightened, and the sword light in the big hand shattered. A scream came from the big hand. In the next moment, the cultivator in red turned into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. The middle-aged cultivator was so frightened by this scene that he collapsed onto the altar. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the altar, silently. Who are you? The Holocaust sect has no enmity with you. Why did you kill our people? The middle-aged man's voice trembled. I'm going to kill all of you. Blood Holocaust sect, right? Later on, I'm going to destroy this sect. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared coldly at the guy who was paralyzed on the ground and said such words. What Holocaust sect? Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it wasn't a good thing. What The middle-aged cultivator was left dumbfounded by the words of Gu Fei's clone. Just who is this fellow? Could he be one of the legendary divine masters? Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't waste any more words with this fellow. A beam of divine light shot out from his glabella and directly rushed into the middle-aged cultivator's glabella. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clone directly read the middle-aged cultivator's memories. Under the godly seizing secret technique, the middle-aged cultivator had no secrets to speak of in front of him. Blood Holocaust sect. The eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger turned cold. In the next moment, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and he fell headfirst onto the altar. With just a thought, Gu Fei's doppelganger killed the guy from Holocaust sect. A beam of divine light rushed out from the middle-aged cultivator and entered his body. Are you a good person? Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger was about to leave, a childish voice was heard from below the altar. Gu Fei's doppelganger lowered his head and saw a 5- or 6-year-old boy with white teeth and red lips looking at him. This boy's muscles and bones were not bad. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his hand, and the boy flew up from the ground and landed on the altar. "Little guy, follow me," Gu Fei's doppelganger said to the boy. "Are you a good person?" The boy continued to ask as he looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger innocently. Gu Fei's doppelganger thought for a while and said, "I don't know if I'm a good person, but I'm definitely not a bad person. The bad guys took my grandfather away. Brother, can you help me find my grandfather?" The boy looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger and said, "Let me try." Gu Fei's doppelganger performed the godly seizing secret technique again and read the boy's memories. Then he was silent. The boy's grandfather wasn't taken away, but he was blasted into a cloud of blood mist and died tragically. The boy and his grandfather depended on each other in this city. They didn't expect that the evil cultivators would suddenly take advantage of the chaos in the central continent and kill their way into the city. Apart from the dozens of mortals kneeling around the altar, everyone else was killed by the 3 evil cultivators. The essence of those mortals was all devoured by the blood-colored altar. Gu Fei's doppelganger pointed a finger at the boy's forehead. Then the boy had a dream. In the dream, his grandfather told him to learn from his master so that he could defeat the bad guys in the future. This dream was extremely real. The boy smiled in his sleep. This was the only thing Gu Fei could help the boy with. He didn't have the ability to bring the dead back to life, so it was impossible for him to find the boy's deceased grandfather. Gu Fei's doppelganger then took the sleeping boy into his inner world. Then he took a step and instantly arrived high in the sky. He stretched his right hand down, and the blood-colored altar on the ground flew up. It quickly shrunk and fell into his hand. Such a sect could no longer exist in this world if they used such a method to obtain essence. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly disappeared into the void. After Gu Fei disappeared for a while, the mortals kneeling on the ground dared to raise their heads. They all looked around in disbelief. "Haha, I didn't die." A middle-aged man was ecstatic and laughed crazily. As he laughed, tears flowed down his face. His relatives were all dead, and he was the only one left. The others also woke up from the ecstasy of escaping death. Some were crazy, some were crying, and some were giggling as if they had become stupid. Those who survived were actually more upset than those who had died. They had all lost their loved ones. No one knew the pain better than they did. The evil cultivators could kill the innocent indiscriminately and were unscrupulous. These cultivators had already embarked on a ruthless path and had lost the emotions that humans should have. At this time, on a mountain ridge 300 miles away from the city, a palace stood on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a horizontal plaque on the archway of the gate. The words "Holocaust sect" were written on it. In the mountain gate, there were many cultivators in red robes walking around. In the palace on the mountain peak, there was a strong aura. It was an extremely evil aura. Why hasn't Wu Tu and the others returned yet? Is it difficult to collect the essence of 10,000 mortals? In a courtyard in the mountain gate, an old man was talking to himself. The subordinates of Bloodhand Massacre God are all trash. The old man sighed and said, "At this moment, a blood-colored altar suddenly descended from the sky. With a boom, it landed directly in front of the black-robed old man. The old man lifted his head and saw a young man in black standing on the blood-colored altar. The old man in black was shocked. This person could enter the mountain gate of Holocaust sect silently. He was definitely not a weakling. The old man's forehead started to sweat. "Those 3 guys are your subordinates?" Gu Fei's doppelganger stood on the blood-colored altar and stared coldly at the old man in black. The murderous aura on the old man was so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye. "So what if they are?" the old man in black said with a solemn expression. In the next moment, he waved his right hand and dozens of black lights flew out from his hand and shot towards the figure on the blood-colored altar. This was an extremely evil magic treasure in Holocaust sect. It was called the Black Demon Needle. As long as one was pierced by the Black Demon Needle, even a little bit of skin or hair would cause one to die. Even if one was as strong as an immortal spirit, one would turn into a pool of blood and die after being pierced by the Black Demon Needle. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was not an immortal spirit, but an existence that was many times stronger than an immortal spirit. He did not move at all, and the dozens of black lights flew back and pierced through Bloodhand Massacre God's body. Dozens of black fiend needles shot into the ground behind Bloodhand Godslaughter, and the ground immediately turned pitch black. What Bloodhand Massacre God lowered his head and looked at the wound on his body in disbelief. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything and fell to the ground. Black, viscous blood flowed from his body. The Bloodhand Godslaughter had never imagined that he would die to the black fiend divine needles he had refined himself. In just a few breaths' time, the Holocaust sect's elder, Sanguine Massacre, turned into a pool of blood and disappeared from this world completely. At this moment, no one in Holocaust sect had noticed that Gu Fei's doppelganger had barged into the mountain gate of Holocaust sect. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the palace on the mountain peak. There was an evil aura as if an extremely evil demon was hiding inside. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's doppelganger slammed his palm towards the palace on the mountain peak. Boom! The entire palace exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, all the disciples in Holocaust sect were shocked by the scene on the mountain peak. What's going on? The ancestral hall. Outside the mountain gate, a disciple of Holocaust sect looked at the rising dust on the mountain peak and was shocked. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the ancestral hall. Endless evil aura exploded from this figure, as if a peerless evil lord had been born. Roar! The figure let out a roar and pounced down the mountain. An extremely powerful force burst out and pressed down on Gu Fei's doppelganger. I didn't expect a half-saint to be hiding here, Gu Fei's doppelganger said, with surprise. To him, a half-saint was like an ant and was not much stronger. However, to an ordinary cultivator, a half-saint was a supreme existence. Chapter 3561. Gu Fei's clone hadn't expected that the Blood Fiend sect would have a half-saint guarding it. He had thought that the Blood Fiend sect was just a small sect. However, a sect with a half-saint guarding it could no longer be considered a small sect. However, this was just Gu Fei's clone. Whether it was a small sect or a large sect, it made no difference. Pow! Gu Fei's clone slapped the half-step saint's face, shattering the left side of the half-step saint's face. His teeth flew out of his mouth, along with bloody foam. Boom! The corrupt path's half-step saint was sent flying, smashing through a pavilion before being buried under the rubble. Dust filled the air. Roar! In the next moment, a furious roar rang out, and a tyrannical evil energy exploded out. With a boom, countless rocks and bricks were blown away by the explosive force. The half-saint soared into the sky, directly attacking Gu Fei's clone. He extended his right hand, and 5 rays of blood-colored light shot out of his hand, piercing through Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone spat out a breath of air, and those 5 rays of blood-colored light immediately dissipated. What? The half-saint was indescribably shocked. This fellow had actually blown away his blood-colored fiend light with a single breath. How was that possible? His opponent's strength had surpassed his expectations. He only felt a gust of wind blow at him, and his face felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the next moment, the half-saint felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer. He flew back, the sound of bones breaking coming from his body. The half-saint coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. You're just an insignificant half-saint, but you dare to gather mortal essence to cultivate. Count yourself unlucky to run into me today. Gu Fei's clone's expression was incomparably icy. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the half-saint, and then his foot landed on his chest. Bam! Kacha! His throat was blocked by blood, and he couldn't even let out a scream. He fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook and dust flew into the air. The evil path's half-step saint had smashed a huge crater in the ground. At this moment, the disciples of the Holocaust sect were already scared silly by this scene. They only recovered from the shock when the demonic path's half-saint fell to the ground. The Holocaust sect's disciples immediately dispersed, and all of them turned around to escape. There was nothing more precious than life. If they died, they would have nothing. No one wanted to die, especially those vicious and evil people trying to escape. Gu Fei's clone smiled coldly. Then, a ball of divine light appeared in his hand. This ball of divine light soared into the sky and suddenly exploded in midair. Countless golden lights immediately shot out in all directions and instantly pierced through all the Holocaust sect's disciples who were escaping. Those disciples of the Holocaust sect died, just like that. They were instantly killed by Gu Fei's clone. After that, Gu Fei's attention fell on the semi-saint of the evil path. At this moment, the half-saint was in an extremely sorry state. There wasn't a clean spot on his body, and he looked more like a beggar than a beggar. Who the hell are you? The half-saint was heavily injured, and he was constantly coughing up blood. He viciously stared at Gu Fei's clone, as if he wanted to pounce on Gu Fei's clone. You can die now. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he immediately attacked. Boom! A muffled sound resounded, and then the half-saint's figure completely disappeared. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want to play with this guy anymore. He directly killed the demonic path's demonic sage. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky. With just a simple attack, the entire Holocaust sect was completely erased from the map by a powerful force. After destroying the Holocaust sect, he directly left. Soon, Gu Fei's clone arrived on a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the grassland. Gu Fei's clone directly rushed towards the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived near the grassland and saw that there were 2 camps fighting fiercely. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's clone descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the battlefield. A surge of energy was transmitted from his feet into the ground. The ground immediately shook violently like a wave. In the battlefield of tens of thousands of people, everyone only felt their feet shaking, and they couldn't stand steadily. Some people even directly sat on the ground. Rumble, muffled sounds came from the ground like muffled thunder. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Tens of thousands of people simultaneously fell to the ground. Gu-Fei's clone actually used his own strength to stop tens of thousands of people from fighting. This kind of method was really shocking, and all the cultivators who saw this scene were indescribably shocked. "All of you stop!" Gu-Fei's clone shouted loudly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of tens of thousands of people. "Who are you?" A general walked out. When he saw the appearance of Gu-Fei's clone, he was startled. How could this guy be so young? "Who I am isn't important. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram," Gu-Fei's clone said disdainfully. Hearing this, that general was instantly enraged. He actually directly stepped in front of Gu-Fei's clone, and then directly slashed his sword at Gu-Fei's clone's head. Gu-Fei's clone directly raised his hand and grabbed the long sword that was slashing down. Seeing this scene, that general was really shocked. He wanted to pull back his long sword, but he found that the long sword seemed to have grown roots in his opponent's hand. No matter how the general mobilized his strength, he still couldn't get his sword back. Clang! As soon as Gu-Fei's clone exerted force, the long sword immediately shattered. The broken pieces of the long sword shot at the general's body, but they almost pierced through the general's body, causing him to suffer a great impact and almost die. "All of you scram!" Gu-Fei's clone roared, his voice deafening. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of people all looked at Gu-Fei's clone, and everyone's forehead was dripping with sweat. Someone cried out, and then tens of thousands of people began to flee. The entire grassland was filled with the silhouettes of humans. Gu-Fei's clone didn't say anything. He directly soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. He left the grassland and arrived in front of a city. The city had also turned into ruins, and a bloody smell surged into the nose of Gu-Fei's clone. Needless to say, this was the work of cultivators. It should be known that there were many more mortals in the city than cultivators, but when cultivators fought, the destructive power was also shocking. Gu-Fei's doppelganger directly walked into the city and saw corpses lying on the ground everywhere on the streets. These were the corpses of mortals. Damn it! Gu-Fei's clone was infuriated. At this time, a scream came from the back of the city, and in the next moment, Gu-Fei's clone disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the city. He saw several cultivators fighting for a relic. These guys. Chapter 3562. Cultivators slaughtering mortals was a great taboo in the righteous path, but evil cultivators didn't have any scruples. In order to obtain great power, evil cultivators would do anything. Even if they had to slaughter the essence of all living beings, they wouldn't hesitate. The reason why evil cultivators were evil cultivators was because they had slaughtered too many people. They acted recklessly and disregarded the lives of all living beings. They were self-centered and free. Rumble. Inside the city, 5 God realm experts were fighting. The white-clothed sword god was extremely powerful. The sword light from his body soared for thousands of meters, forcing the other 4 God realm experts into a sorry state. Clang! A middle-aged man with a ferocious expression took out a divine bell and blocked the green sword light. Another sword mark was left on the divine bell. At this time, there were no other living beings in the city. All of them had turned into dried corpses, their essence, chi, and soul completely devoured. Gu-Fei's clone was enraged at this scene. He thought, these guys can't be left alive. However, he didn't directly take action. He hid himself and watched from the side. The sword cultivator's cultivation was not bad. With a sword in hand, the 4 God realm experts kept retreating. If it wasn't for the 4 God realm experts working together, they would have been killed by the white-clothed sword god. Shaman Ejian hand over the heavenly god tool, and we'll spare your life." The middle-aged man controlling the bronze bell said, with a ferocious expression. "That's right. Hand over the heavenly god tool quickly." Another tall and thin guy, who looked like a bamboo pole, said with a grin. A long black rope rushed out of his hand and turned into a black snake that coiled around the white-clothed sword god. That sword god, called Shemin-Ejian, seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword. With a slash, that black rope transformed into a black snake was chopped into two. When the skinny man saw this, he was truly shocked. After all, that was a high-quality god artifact that he had obtained, yet it had been cut in half by a single slash. After the sword light cut through the black snake, its momentum did not decrease, and it directly slashed toward the thin man. The skinny man turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he bent over and rolled away, dodging the attack. Although he was in a sorry state, he wasn't killed by Shemin-Ejian's sword light. "The four of you want to get the heavenly god tool," Shemin-Ejian said with a sneer, his face filled with disdain. Rumble, at this moment, a huge golden hand descended from the sky, directly slapping towards Shemin-Ejian. A formidable power spread out, sealing the space around Shemin-Ejian. The leader of the four great evil gods made his move. Boss attack was naturally extraordinary, but Shemin-Ejian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He used god and sword as one and directly broke through the golden palm. When the other three demonic gods saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that even their boss couldn't suppress this fellow? At this time, the demonic god boss had already started fighting with Shemin-Ejian, but very quickly, the demonic god boss arm was cut off by Shemin-Ejian. "You three bastards, if you don't come and help me, I'll kill you." The demonic god boss was in so much pain that his face was distorted. Although his arm was cut off by Shemin-Ejian, this wasn't the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that the sword chi had already invaded his body. Shemin-Ejian's sword chi was no small matter. The demonic god boss life force was constantly being eroded by the sword chi. He could only crazily urge the energy in his body to force out the sword chi that had invaded his body. The other three demonic gods turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed forward. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. The four great evil gods were all injured by Shemin-Ejian's sword chi. The four great evil gods are only SOSO, Shemin-Ejian said disdainfully. The four great evil gods. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was hiding on the side, muttered to himself. Could it be that these four fellows had killed all the mortals in the city? Although Shemin-Ejian wasn't a good person, he wasn't the kind of person who would kill the innocent. For symbols formation, the four great evil gods joined hands, and their powerful energy gathered together, transforming into a giant elephant that rushed towards Shemin-Ejian. It was as if a real divine elephant had appeared in the void. However, Shemin-Ejian only needed one sword strike to split the giant elephant's shadow in half. Sublimation in battle. Gu Fei's doppelganger muttered to himself. This Shemin-Ejian had actually comprehended a deeper level of sword Dao power while fighting with others. Shemin-Ejian's sword Dao power was constantly increasing. And in this way, the four great evil gods were out of luck, especially the demonic god boss. His expression changed greatly. He knew that it was impossible for them to defeat Shemin-Ejian. The four great evil gods didn't care about the heavenly god tool anymore. Then, as if they had an agreement, they simultaneously turned around and fled. The four great evil gods simultaneously fled in four different directions. Seeing this, Shemin-Ejian couldn't help but be shocked. He could only chase after one evil god. Shemin-Ejian didn't think too much and directly chased after the demonic god boss. preposterous. Seeing this, the demonic god boss's face turned green, and he desperately tried to escape. His arm that was cut off by Shimin Ijin had already grown back. At this time, without any warning, the demonic god boss's divine body unexpectedly exploded with a bang sound, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, both his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this scene, Shimin Ijin was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Shimin Ijin muttered to himself, his voice trembling. The demonic god boss was not an ordinary divine realm expert, but someone actually directly killed him. At this time, miserable screams could be heard, and the other three great evil gods unexpectedly met the same fate. Their divine bodies directly shattered into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed, and their Tao dissipated. Who the hell is it? Shimin Ijin was quite frightened. He actually didn't see who killed the four great evil gods. This also showed that the person who secretly attacked them was very powerful. The person who could instantly kill the four great evil gods naturally could only be Gu Fei's doppelganger. With Shimin Ijin's cultivation, it was impossible for him to sense the existence of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Who are you looking for? A voice suddenly rang out behind Shimin Ijin. This time, Shimin Ijin was really shocked. He fiercely turned around, but he didn't see anything. However, there was a vague figure behind his back. Who the hell are you? Shimin Ijin's expression changed greatly. The Shimin clan is considered a strong clan in the central continent, but your cultivation is really too weak. The voice continued to ring out behind Shimin Ijin. Shimin Ijin turned pale with fright. The person's cultivation was definitely far above his. That person was clearly behind him, but he couldn't see this person at all. Who are you, senior? Shimin Ijin's voice became humble. An existence with such a cultivation level was definitely an existence of the heavenly god realm, not someone an ordinary minor god could compare to. He would never have imagined that the other party was not a heavenly god, but one of the strongest existences in the entire ancestral god realm. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Gu Fei's doppelganger had the intention to accept him as a disciple. Shimin Ijin came from the Shimin clan, a cultivation clan of the central continent. Although it couldn't compare to the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan, it was still an influential force in the central continent. Before the Central Continent War broke out, both the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan wanted to rope in the Shimin clan. Hearing that the mysterious expert actually wanted to accept him as a disciple, Shimin Ijin couldn't help but be surprised and happy to be chosen by this senior. This was his good fortune. However, he also needed to know who the other party was before he could take him as a disciple. Seeing that Shimin Ijin didn't say anything, Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but nod inwardly. Shimin Ijin was very cautious. He couldn't just randomly take someone as a disciple. You're very careful, Gu Fei's doppelganger said. Many thanks, senior, for thinking so highly of me, but I need to know who senior is before I can decide whether to take you as a disciple or not, Shimin Ijin said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Shimin Ijin said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. After saying that, he slowly turned around, and a black-clothed youngster immediately appeared in front of him. This black-clothed youngster's appearance was much younger than him. Little guy, my name is Gu Fei. Gu Fei's doppelganger said to Shimin Ijin with a smile. What senior is Gu Fei? Hearing this, Shimin Ijin was truly shocked. Gu Fei's famous name. It was likely that all the cultivators in the entire ancestral god realm had heard of this name before. As the successor of the Shimin clan, Shimin Ijin had also heard of this name before. What, are you willing to take me as a disciple? Gu Fei's doppelganger said to Shimin Ijin with a smile. Yes, this junior is very willing. Shimin Ejian hurriedly kowtowed to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Being able to take Gu Fei as a disciple was something that Shimin Ejian did not even dare to dream of. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? Gu Fei had made a huge name for himself in the East Continent. Everything he did was a major event that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. For such a person to take him as a disciple, Shimin Ejian's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke. Shimin Ejian directly paid his respects to Gu Fei's doppelganger as a disciple. Gu Fei's doppelganger searched his body for a while, then took out a sword. This was a holy sword, and the aura that spread out from the holy sword made Shimin Ejian's heart palpitate. Master doesn't have anything good to give you, so I'll give you a holy sword. I hope that you will cultivate well and become a sword saint in the future. Gu Fei said as he handed the holy sword in his hand to Shimin Ejian. Holy sword. Shimin Ejian was shocked to hear this. Master actually gave him a holy sword. Was he dreaming? A holy sword was many times better than any heavenly god weapon. Although Shimin Ejian's Shimin clan was a powerful clan in the central continent, they did not have many holy weapons. A holy weapon was definitely the most precious treasure of the Shimin clan. Shimin Ejian's hands trembled as he received the holy sword from Gu Fei's doppelganger, but his heart was in turmoil. Thank you, Master. Chapter 35:63. Gu Fei's doppelganger accepted Shimin Ejian as his disciple because Shimin Ejian had defeated the 4 demonic gods and displayed his talent in the way of the sword. Under Gu Fei's guidance, Shimin Ejian would soon become a true expert in the way of the sword. He was extremely excited to be able to become Gu Fei's disciple. One had to know that Gu Fei was a famous savage in the ancestral god realm, and he had nearly exterminated the Golden Crow clan of the East Continent. Even though the Golden Crow ancestor had returned, he was unable to lead the Golden Crow clan to rise again, nor was he able to defeat the Chaos Golden Rock clan and take back the #1 ancestral bloodline in the East Continent. Not long ago, the Chaos Golden Rock clan supported by Gu Fei had defeated the Golden Crow clan and unified the entire East Continent. This news quickly spread throughout the ancestral god realm. Even the Skyfire clan, a super force of the central continent, had suffered a setback at the hands of Gu Fei and could do nothing to Gu Fei. At this time, the Skyfire clan was defeated by the Pang clan. The ancestor of the Skyfire clan retreated in defeat and never appeared again. Shimin Ejian becoming Gu Fei's disciple was a good thing for the Shimin clan. Is the central continent in chaos? Gu Fei's doppelganger asked Shimin Ejian. Shimin Ejian hurriedly replied, Master, according to the Shimin clan's observation, the central continent has already fallen into chaos. I believe it will soon affect the entire ancestral god realm. The Shimin clan was also very powerful in the central continent, but they had never intervened in any of the battles and had always been watching from the sidelines. But now, in order to protect themselves, the Shimin clan had already recalled their experts outside and activated the Ancestral Grounds protective array, forbidding the clan's disciples from going out. At this time, apart from Shimin Ejian, there were really only a few disciples of the Shimin clan still walking around outside. Is that so? Gu Fei's doppelganger was not surprised. It should be known that the central continent was different from the East Continent. The central continent was much larger than any of the other regions, and there were many cultivation sects in the central continent. The number of cultivators in the central continent was more than the number of cultivators in the other 4 continents combined. However, most of the forces in the central continent had already joined either the Skyfire clan or the Pang clan. Hence, the entire central continent was in chaos. Although the Skyfire clan had been defeated by the Pang clan, the forces loyal to the Skyfire clan were unwilling to accept the fact that they had been defeated. They continued to fight against the Pang clan. In addition, some cultivators from other regions had entered the central continent. The entire cultivation world of the central continent could be said to be a mix of good and bad people. Those evil cultivators took advantage of the situation and collected the essence of mortals. The forces from the other regions of the ancestral god realm had already begun to invade the central continent. At this time, the Pang tribe was facing huge pressure from all sides. The Western Continent's army was blocked by the Pang tribe's troops, but the Southern Continent's army was like a dagger that stabbed into the Eastern Continent's land. When the Pang clan sent experts to stop the army of South State, the army of South State had already conquered an area of tens of thousands of miles in Zhongzhou State and successfully gained a foothold in Zhongzhou State. The Southern Continent's army was overseen by South State's #1 expert, Nan Batian, and they managed to repel the experts sent by the Pang tribe one after another. This shocked the entire Pang tribe. The Pang tribe had just fought a great battle with the Skyfire clan, and their vitality had yet to recover. Naturally, they did not want to become enemies with a peerless expert like Nan Batian. However, the Pang tribe was unwilling to watch Nan Batian occupy such a large area. The current central continent was a piece of fat meat that everyone was drooling over. Everyone wanted to take a bite. However, the Pang tribe was a superpower in the central continent. Not everyone was qualified to take a bite of this fat meat. Through the Shiman clan's intelligence network, Gu Fei's clone learned of the current situation in the central continent. Chaos has arisen. Gu Fei's clone's expression was very solemn. The ancestral god realm was about to descend into chaos. This was just the beginning. Next, the ancestral god realm would enter an era of turmoil and darkness. Of course, this was nothing to Gu Fei, who was just a passerby in the ancestral god realm. However, he knew that it was not only the ancestral god realm that would descend into chaos. The human realm and the heavenly realm would also descend into chaos. At that time, if all the major worlds were to descend into chaos, countless living beings would die. Because of it, is Nan Batian very strong? Gu Fei's clone and Shiman Yijian appeared in another city. This place was very peaceful. There was no killing. It was simply a paradise. However, this city was still controlled by the forces of the cultivation world. This was one of the countless cities controlled by the Pang tribe. This city was not big. Gu Fei's clone and Shiman Yijian were walking on the main street. The streets were filled with people, and shops lined both sides of the street. It was very lively. Nan Batian is known as the #1 expert in the South Continent. His cultivation is absolutely powerful. This is undeniable. Shiman Yijian said with a solemn expression, "The #1 expert in the South Continent? Interesting." Gu Fei's clone heard this and smiled. He did not say anything. With his current cultivation, as long as there were no extreme supremes, the South Continent was his. He was also a little curious about how powerful this #1 expert in the South Continent was. When Shiman Yijian saw Gu Fei's clone pondering, he could not help but think, could it be that Master wants to meet this #1 expert in the South Continent? Thinking of this, Shiman Yijian could not help but feel a little excited. It should be known that to him, a battle between experts of this level was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Nan Batian had been famous for a long time. No one could replace him as the #1 expert in the South Continent. He was the commander of the South Continent's army. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone did not say anything else. He directly left the city with Shiman Yijian. He wanted to go to a big city and use the teleportation array there to rush back to the East Continent. Since the ancestral god realm was already in chaos, why not let the Chaos Golden Rock clan become the ruler of the ancestral god realm? Even if the Chaos Golden Rock clan could not become the ruler of the ancestral god realm, they could at least become one of the strongest forces in the ancestral god realm. When Gu Fei's clone thought of this, he immediately decided to support Song Kei's fight for hegemony. He believed that Song Kei was also feeling anxious. Without his support, Song Kei wouldn't be able to do anything. Shimin City was a city named after the Shimin clan. This city was a super city, and there were tens of millions of living beings living in the city. Even in the entire central continent, there were only a dozen super cities inhabited by millions of living beings. The central continent was the world of the human race, but there were also many other races. Those large races, such as the Treant race, Roaring Firmament Wolf race, Heavenly Ant race, etc. The number of these races was absolutely shocking. The Treant race was even spread throughout the 5 major continents of the ancestral god realm. However, only humans would build cities. Creatures of other races wouldn't normally build cities. Instead, they would simply live together. The Heavenly Ant race lived underground. At noon, Gu Fei's clone and Shimin Yijian arrived outside the city gates of Shimin City. Is this the Shimin clan's city? Gu Fei's clone glanced at Shimin Yijian and asked, "Hee, that's right. This is a place of importance to the Shimin clan, second only to the ancestral land." Shimin Yijian said somewhat embarrassedly. He was the one who had tricked Gu Fei's clone to come here. He had to tell his clansmen that he had become Gu Fei's disciple. It should be known that this was a huge matter for the Shimin clan. Shimin Yijian's status in the Shimin clan was actually not high. He was only a god-grade sword god. In the Shimin clan, there were at least 7,000 or 8,000 god-grade young clansmen. Although he was a sword god, there were many people in the Shimin clan with a higher cultivation level than him. He had originally given up on competing for the position of the next patriarch. But now he had changed his mind. He wanted to become the next patriarch of the Shimin clan. At this time, the tightly closed city gates of Shimin City slowly opened. Then, a group of people came out to welcome them. The person in the lead was a tall, thin, and sage-like cyan-robed old man. Behind the cyan-robed old man was a group of experts with powerful cultivation. When Shimin Yijian saw the cyan-robed old man in the lead, he couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself, "How come even the city lord has come?" The old man in the lead was the city lord of Shimin City, Shimin Feng. This city lord of Shimin City was an existence on the same level as Shimin Yijian's granduncle. "City lord, how come you have personally come out?" Shimin Yijian hastily walked over and humbly greeted Shimin Feng. However, Shimin Feng didn't even glance at Shimin Yijian. Instead, he was very polite to Gu Fei's clone. He directly arrived in front of Gu Fei's clone. Presumably, this must be Gu Fei. Shimin Feng, the city lord of Shimin City, said as he sized up Gu Fei's clone. "You are..." Gu Fei's avatar naturally did not know what kind of person Shimin Feng, the city lord of Shimin City, was. "This one is Shimin Feng." Shimin Feng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to introduce himself in front of Gu Fei's clone. Then, he introduced all the important figures in the city to Gu Fei's clone. As for Shimin Yijian, he was forgotten by everyone in a corner. After that, Shimin Feng welcomed Gu Fei's clone into Shimin City, and then went to the city lord's mansion. It had to be said that Shimin Feng's city lord's mansion was very good. It occupied a very large area and was built in a garden style. The density of spiritual qi in this city was not low. It was very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the city lord's mansion, everyone sat down. Shimin Feng sat on the throne high up in the main hall with a smile on his face. Being able to befriend Gu Fei made him feel like he was in a dream. It was incomparably real. It is Shimin Yijian's honor to have Senior as his master. Shimin Feng smiled, and glanced at Shimin Ijian, who was standing behind Gu Fei. At this time, everyone in the palace hall looked at Shimin Ijian with a different expression. This guy was simply a lucky bastard. One must know who Gu Fei was. He was a fierce god of the ancestral god realm. He was incomparably powerful. Chapter 3564. Ancestral God Realm, Central Continent. Shimin Feng sat on the throne in the Shimin clan's Shimin city. In front of Gu Fei's clone, Shimin Feng didn't dare to act presumptuously. Even the other experts of the Shimin clan were extremely nervous. The Shimin clan had actually formed a relationship with the vicious Gu Fei. This was something that the Shimin clan could never have imagined. One must know that Gu Fei's name had recently spread throughout the entire ancestral god realm. After chatting with Gu Fei's clone for an hour, Shimin Feng personally accompanied Gu Fei's clone to the place where guests were received. The back of the city lord's residence was lush and verdant. Many buildings were hidden by the trees. Very quickly, Shimin Feng brought Gu Fei's clone to the front of a courtyard. This courtyard had a beautiful environment, and the spiritual qi gathered here. This caused Gu Fei's clone to feel somewhat surprised. The place where the Shimin clan received their guests was actually so good. Gu Fei's clone stayed here temporarily. However, he had already sent a message to Gu Fei's real body. At this time, the Chaos Golden Rock clan's progenitor, Song Ke, was busy again. He had made up his mind to conquer the Central Continent. He had already received news that the forces of the West Continent and South Continent had already taken action. The armies of the two continents had already entered the Central Continent. Under the leadership of Nan Batian, the South Continent's army was like a hot knife cutting through butter. They quickly conquered a large area and successfully gained a foothold in the Central Continent. The success of the South Continent's army had stimulated Song Quebec. He had already unified the East Continent. Logically speaking, apart from the Central Continent, the Central Continent should be ranked first among the forces of the other four continents. It should be known that all the forces of the East Continent were under Song Ke's control. Unlike the other continents didn't have a unified force. It seemed that the Chaos Golden Rock clan had an advantage that the forces of the other continents didn't have. Of course, what really made Song Ke determined to conquer the Central Continent was the news that Gu Fei's clone had sent back. The Eastern Continent was in chaos, and this was the perfect opportunity to fight for the ancestral god realm. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unify the ancestral god realm. If they missed it, who knew how many years they would have to wait for another chance like this? However, Gu Fei was very clear that there was an invisible hand behind all of this. Perhaps the goal of this hand was to weaken the power of the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei's clone was in the Shimin city of the Central Continent's Shimin clan. The Shimin city of the Shimin clan was a super big city. If he joined hands with the Shimin clan, the chances of capturing the Central Continent would be much greater. Soon, Song Ke gathered the experts from the Earth Spirit clan, the Heavenly God clan, and the Mysterious Snake clan. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. However, the Demon God and the Sword Slave had walked out of the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The Demon God and the Sword Slave were peerless experts whose cultivation was not inferior to Song Ke's. The Sword Slave was especially powerful and terrifying. He was a super ruthless person who achieved his Tao through killing. The Sword Slave was once a sword principle sovereign who created the supreme sword principle, the 9 heaven punishment swords. Once the 9 swords were used, who could fight against him? However, due to some reason, his cultivation had fallen from the supreme realm, but the Sword Slave's cultivation was still comparable to Song Ke's. Song Ke was extremely excited when Gu Fei sent out the Demon God and the Sword Slave. Song Ke was swift and decisive. In just 3 days, he had formed a million-strong army. This was the combat power of the entire Eastern continent. This was a war of gods. Only Song Ke could form a million-strong army after unifying the Eastern continent. On the morning of the fourth day, Song Ke sent out the vanguard army to directly enter the central continent through a pre-prepared passage. Soon, they occupied a medium-sized city. Under the leadership of the Golden Rock Goddess, the vanguard army quickly built a huge transmission array platform in the city. The 50,000-strong army defended the city like an iron bucket. The news of the Eastern Continent's Divine War Army entering the Central Continent spread quickly. The entire Central Continent was shaken, especially the Pang clan. The higher-ups of the Pang clan were extremely shocked because the thing they were most worried about had finally happened. The Chaos Golden Rock clan was not afraid of Tsong Ke, but they had to pay attention to the person behind Tsong Quebec. Without the support of that person, Tsong Ke would never dare to offend the Pang clan. One must know that the Pang clan had defeated the Skyfire clan. All the forces that were attacking the Central Continent were snatching food from the Pang clan's mouth. The Pang clan had no scruples against the forces of the Western Continent and Southern Continent. They directly sent out an army to drive those guys out of the Central Continent. The forces of the Western Continent were driven back, but the forces of the Southern Continent were difficult to deal with. Nan Batian was a formidable person, so he naturally would not retreat easily. The 300,000-strong army of the Southern Continent was still confronting the 100,000-strong army of the Pang clan in the southern region of the Central Continent. They could attack the Pang clan's army at any time. The 3 old ancestors of the Pang clan had already set off to the southern region to stop Nenbation's advance. However, at this critical juncture, the eastern region of the Central Continent faced another problem. The army of the Eastern Continent suddenly invaded the Central Continent and occupied Eastern Sky City. Eastern Sky City was a medium-sized city in the eastern region. There was a transmission array in the city that connected to the Eastern Continent, but it could only transport a few hundred people at a time. The Golden Rock Goddess and the 50,000-strong army of the Divine War Army had to use hundreds of transmission arrays to enter Eastern Sky City. After entering Eastern Sky City, the vanguard of the Eastern Continent's Divine War Army began to build a larger transmission array platform. In just a few hours, a huge formation platform that was 30 meters tall stood in the square in the middle of Eastern Sky City. This was a transmission array platform that could transport 30,000 people at a time. Even so, it would still take a lot of time for the million Divine War Army of the Eastern Continent to arrive. Rumble, not long after the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000-strong army of the Divine War Army to build the transmission array platform, a thunderous sound came from afar. A black cloud flew over from afar, and the entire world turned dark. A flag fluttered in the black cloud. On the flag was embroidered the word Pang. The black cloud arrived in the sky above Eastern Sky City. A general stood on top of the cloud and looked down at Eastern Sky City. They came so quickly. The Golden Rock Goddess walked out of the city lord's mansion of Eastern Sky City. She raised her head and looked at the black cloud in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. The army of the Pang clan had finally arrived. No matter who you are, go back to where you came from. A loud voice came from the sky and spread throughout the entire city. All the cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles of Eastern Sky City heard this voice. At that moment, the 50,000-strong army of the Eastern Continent walked out of Eastern Sky City. A terrifying, murderous aura immediately spread out from Eastern Sky City. The 50,000-strong Divine War Army of the Eastern Continent were not rookies. They were real seasoned veterans with cultivation levels above the divine level. The general who led them was even a divine king, or even a Shun king, as the commander of the 50,000-strong army. The Golden Rock Goddess was a quasi-supreme. Of course, her cultivation level was only at the beginner level of a quasi-supreme. She could not be compared to those at the profound level of a quasi-supreme. How arrogant! In Eastern Sky City, a middle-aged general stood up and grabbed the spear that was stuck in the ground. Both his feet stepped on the ground and directly shot up into the sky, arriving opposite the Pang clan's army. The Pang clan's army had a lot of people, at least 30,000. The commander was an ultimate god, but he was a realm lower than a quasi-supreme. An ultimate god was not even at the level of a great ancestor in the Pang clan. The middle-aged general from Eastern Continent was also an ultimate god from the Heavenly God clan. Kill. Without any superfluous words, the middle-aged general from the Heavenly God clan directly attacked a general in front of him with the spear in his hand. Kill. The general from the Pang clan also roared angrily and went up to the middle-aged general. Boom. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. Divine Wei power exploded and bloodlight appeared. A figure rushed over and directly killed his way into the Pang clan's army opposite. What? The experts leading the troops of the Pang clan's army could not help but be shocked when they saw the scene. At that moment, the middle-aged general had already started a massacre in the Pang clan's army, leaving a path of blood wherever he went. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the smell of blood permeated the void. The Golden Rock Goddess looked up at the scene in the sky calmly. Although the soldiers in Eastern Sky City seemed to be scattered all over the city, they were secretly in a battle formation. Once they attacked, they could immediately form a battle formation and rush out of Eastern Sky City. Rumble. High up in the sky, among the dark clouds, there was a thunderous sound. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out, and the sound of killing was heard in the dark clouds. What's going on? There were many cultivators cultivating in Eastern Sky City. Apart from the cultivators loyal to the Pang clan, who were expelled from the city by the Golden Rock Goddess, the rest of the itinerant cultivators could still stay in the city. At that moment, the itinerant cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. The Divinity War had finally affected Eastern Sky City, which made the itinerant cultivators in the city terrified. One must know that their lives were very fragile in the face of a powerful existence. Once they were affected by the Divinity War, there would only be one outcome: death. Someone go help him. The Golden Rock Goddess glanced at the Divinity War army and said, "I'm willing to go." As soon as the Golden Rock Goddess's voice fell, a divine general walked out. "All right, you go." The Golden Rock Goddess waved her hand and said, "Yes." The divine general directly rushed into the sky and killed his way into the violently rolling dark clouds in the sky. The two divine generals had actually shaken the Pang clan's army of 30,000. This shocked everyone who saw this scene. The East Continent's divine generals and divine soldiers were actually this powerful. Chapter 3565. An ultimate god battle general from the Heavenly God clan charged into the Pang clan's army in the sky, shocking everyone who saw it. However, the Pang clan's 30,000-strong army was not to be trifled with. Very soon, the Pang clan's army had trapped the ultimate god in a battle formation. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook as terrifying energy fluctuations shook the void. High up in the sky, a mass of dark clouds spread out and covered the entire sky. Figures flashed in the dark clouds. The Pang clan's army, that had formed a battle formation, displayed their extremely powerful combat strength. Just as the ultimate god-level battle general was about to be defeated, another powerful figure rushed out from Dongtian City below. A sledgehammer directly bombarded from below. The sledgehammer instantly grew to the size of a mountain and emitted a terrifying aura as it directly smashed onto the Pang clan's battle formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. Dozens of Pang clan soldiers instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The commander of the Pang clan's army could not help but be furious when he saw that scene. He could not accept that so many of his 30,000-strong army had been killed by 2 warriors. The commander of the Pang clan's army immediately commanded the battle formation. Countless Pang clan's soldiers rushed out, and the battle formation changed rapidly. Soon, another warrior who had rushed into the sky was trapped in the battle formation. Banners fluttered in the wind as battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The battle formation formed by the Pang clan soldiers was in operation. The 2 East Continent warriors who were trapped in the battle formation struggled left and right, but were unable to break out of the formation. Even a quasi-supreme expert would die if trapped in the formation, let alone you 2 little guys. An old voice sounded as the commander of the Pang clan's army stared disdainfully at the 2 East Continent warriors trapped in the battle formation. In his eyes, the 2 East Continent warriors were already 2 corpses. Since those guys want to play, let's play with them. In Dongtian City, the Golden Rock Goddess stood up and rushed into the sky. She arrived high up in the sky and coldly looked at the battle formation opposite her. The battle formation, formed by tens of thousands of people, was indeed powerful. At this moment, the 2 East Continent warlords who were trapped in the battle formation could no longer hold on and kept vomiting blood. It looked like he was about to die. At that moment, countless soldiers from the East Continent charged out of East Sky City and gathered behind the goddess. Very soon, an even more powerful battle formation appeared in the world. Kill! 50,000 East Continent soldiers roared at the same time, thrusting their spears forward at the same time. The strength of 50,000 soldiers converged and charged forward. Seeing this, the commander of the Pang clan knew that they were in trouble. Boom! With a loud bang, the Pang clan's army collapsed. The combined attack of 50,000 Pang clan's army from the East Continent could even kill a quasi-supreme being. Therefore, the battle formation formed by 30,000 Pang clan's army naturally couldn't withstand the combined attack of 50,000 Pang clan's army. The battle formation formed by the Pang clan's army collapsed. Countless Pang clan's soldiers shattered in the void and turned into clouds of blood mist. The void was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. All the cultivators who saw this were dumbfounded. It was just a single attack, but countless Pang clan soldiers were slaughtered. Less than 1% of them survived. The surviving Pang clan soldiers were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. The commander of the Pang clan's army was sent flying, coughing up blood continuously. It was obvious that he had suffered a great impact and was seriously injured. At this moment, the 2 East Continent warlords who were trapped in the battle formation took the opportunity to rush out. Kill! The 2 East Continent warlords charged at the commander of the Pang clan. The commander of the Pang clan was shocked. He could only bite the bullet and fight the 2 East Continent warlords. At this time, the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000 East Continent warriors and killed all the fleeing Pang clan warriors with the momentum of a strong gust of wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The 30,000 Pang clan army was completely defeated by the Golden Rock Goddess's 50,000 East Continent warlords. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. The ground was dyed red, and even the soil was dyed red. Soon, the commander of the Pang clan was defeated by the 2 East Continent warlords. The news of the Pang clan's 30,000 deity army being annihilated spread, and shook the entire eastern region of Central Continent. Countless cultivators were shocked. The guys from the East Continent were so powerful. This was a terrifying war between gods. The Pang clan was defeated. Without waiting for the main army to arrive, the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000 vanguard army to kill in all directions, continuously expanding their territory. They conquered 7 cities in a row and destroyed 2 sects that were loyal to the Pang clan. In this way, the East Continent's vanguard army had conquered a region. The Golden Rock Goddess led the army back to Eastern Sky City. At this time, it was already late. The Golden Rock Goddess led 50,000 soldiers to the square. Without hesitation, she activated the 10-feet-tall altar in the square. In the next moment, countless formation runes emerged from the altar. Rumble, the space above the altar began to vibrate. As the power of the formation continued to explode, a passage appeared in the space above the altar. Then, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation was emitted from the passageway. Numerous figures walked out from the passageway above the altar. The main army of the East Continent was finally coming. The Golden Rock Goddess was extremely excited when she saw this. An hour later, 300,000 East Continent deity army soldiers arrived from the East Continent through the super teleportation formation. At this moment, in the Pang clan's ancestral land, the roars of the Pang clan's ancestor could be heard coming from an ancestral hall. Trash! All of you are trash. The Pang clan's ancestor was furious. The 30,000 deity army was annihilated just like that. No one could accept such an outcome. Ancestor, what should we do next? An old man stood up and bowed to Tsang-Ke on the throne. Those guys should go back to where they came from. The Pang clan's ancestor said impatiently, but the old man wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything else. At this moment, following the Pang clan's ancestor's order, the most elite soldiers of the Pang clan began to wake up from their slumber. These soldiers were not ordinary. Rumble, as the soldiers of the Pang clan continued to awaken, an extremely powerful force quickly gathered. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the wild beasts in the mountains to behave. More than an hour later, countless figures soared into the sky from East Sky City and formed a battle formation above the city. The battle formation wasn't very big, but the energy ripples it emitted were enough to contend against a quasi-supreme. At this moment, the soldiers of the Pang clan charged over again. The countless figures were like stone tablets, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The aura of a veteran soldier who had been through hundreds of battles was definitely different from the aura of an ordinary soldier. They're here again so soon? The Golden Rock Goddess was surprised, but there was nothing she could do. She could only lead the 50,000 soldiers and form a battle formation to fight against these guys. Kill! The Golden Rock Goddess let out a furious roar as she led the 50,000 warriors and charged forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 battle formations collided with each other. Terrifying divine power ripples spread out, and the surrounding void was instantly annihilated. The Golden Rock Goddess was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. She was pushed back, and a trail of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. The battle formation formed by the 50,000 soldiers of the East Continent shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. One after another, the heavenly fire soldiers shattered in the void and turned into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Many of the soldiers of the Pang clan died as well. At this moment, countless figures flashed in the sky, and an even more intense divine battle broke out. Chapter 3566. The Pang clan was truly enraged this time. They actually used their trump card, the old soldiers that had not been mobilized for 100,000 years. Those old soldiers usually slept in the Earth ancestral vein, in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The Earth ancestral vein condensed an endless amount of heaven and earth essence. The Pang clan's old soldiers had been sleeping in the Earth ancestral vein for 100,000 years. During those 100,000 years, their divine bodies were constantly nourished by the Earth ancestral vein's essence. One could imagine how powerful those old soldiers' divine bodies would become under the refinement of the Earth ancestral vein's essence. There were only 1,000 of these antique Pang clan's old soldiers. However, when they gathered together, they formed a battle formation that was even more powerful and terrifying than the Golden Rock Goddess's 50,000 East Continent soldiers. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Rays of dazzling divine light rushed out from the ancient soldiers' spears and pierced through the void. One by one, the East Continent's warriors were pierced by the divine light and fell from the sky. Although there was only a bloody hole on their bodies, the East Continent's warriors who were pierced by the divine light were already dead. Even their primordial spirits were destroyed. These guys are too strong. What should we do? An ultimate god general came to the Golden Rock Goddess's side and said with a solemn expression. His body was covered with blood, and his armor was stained with blood. He looked a little embarrassed. The other Pang clan soldiers were still fine, but the 1,000 old soldiers were extremely powerful. The 1,000 old soldiers went on a rampage in the Golden Rock Goddess's battle formation. Countless formation patterns were shattered wherever they passed. The East Continent soldiers were pierced to death by their spears and fell from the sky. Many of the East Continent soldiers that fell from the sky directly smashed into Eastern Sky City below. However, a ball of divine light quickly rushed out from Eastern Sky City and instantly shrouded the entire Eastern Sky City. At that moment, there were still countless East Continent soldiers coming from the giant teleportation formation in Eastern Sky City. Soon, the entire Eastern Sky City was almost filled with East Continent soldiers. Boom! At this moment, an extremely powerful figure appeared in the sky above the teleportation formation. The moment he appeared, the space around him seemed to be sliced into countless fragments as black spatial cracks appeared one after another. The sword slaves are here. Haha. At this time, in the sky above Eastern Sky City, the Golden Rock Goddess sensed the shocking sword energy coming from Eastern Sky City and was overjoyed. The sword slave had already restrained his aura as much as possible, but the moment he appeared, everyone in Eastern Sky City felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if there was a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any time. At this moment, the Golden Rock Goddess could no longer hold on. The 1,000 veteran soldiers had already charged into her battle formation more than 10 times. Every time they charged, a large number of East Continent soldiers would be stabbed to death. After more than a dozen sprints, the Golden Rock Goddess's 50,000 vanguard divine army had almost all been killed. This was a one-sided massacre, and there was no way for them to retaliate. The divine reeds held by ordinary soldiers couldn't even pierce through the skin of a veteran soldier. This was the difference between an antique soldier and an ordinary soldier. Even the Golden Rock Goddess didn't dare to fight against these ancient weapons head-on. She had no choice but to retreat. Swoosh! A battle spear fell from the sky and directly nailed an ultimate god, level general in the void. Blurry divine runes appeared on the ancient battle spear. In the next moment, the spear flew up and landed in the hands of an antique veteran soldier. His ancient armor was covered in marks left behind by the weapon. It was definitely not a coincidence that these antique veteran soldiers were able to survive until now. These veteran soldiers had experienced thousands of battles and were still alive. Their combat experience was extremely rich. They were like a group of death gods that had walked out of hell. Wherever they passed, No one could stop them. Interesting. At this moment, the sword slave in Eastern Sky City raised his head and saw the scene. His eyes immediately lit up. The killing power emitted by the 1,000 Pang Clan veteran soldiers could actually faintly contend against him. One should know that the sword slave was a fierce person who had entered the Tao through killing. He was a sword hero of his generation. The killing aura on his body could definitely be described as earth-shattering. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying killing aura descended from the sky. The 1,000 Pang Clan veteran soldiers actually directly attacked Eastern Sky City from the sky. The sky above Eastern Sky City looked like it was about to collapse. The rogue cultivators in the city were already scared out of their wits. They were so terrified that even their souls were trembling. Boom! With a loud bang, the void above Eastern Sky City exploded. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black abysses. Even the Golden Rock Goddess was shocked by this earth-shattering scene from afar. The 1,000 antique Pang Clan veteran soldiers were really too powerful. The combat power displayed by the battle formation was even stronger than that of a peak quasi-supreme being. Such combat power could absolutely dominate the entire ancestral god realm in this era of great changes. It wasn't without reason that the antique war soldier was the trump card of the great clan. After 100,000 years, even a pig that was thrown into the earth ancestor vein would become a god, let alone the war soldier raised by the great clan. However, the battle formation formed by the 1,000 ancient soldiers was not able to break through the defensive formation of Eastern Sky City. However, the entire formation shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Countless runes emitted the most dazzling divine light. Every divine rune was releasing the most powerful waves of divine power. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the divine light above them had blocked the attack of the Pang Clan's ancient soldiers. But in the next moment, the divine light above Dong Tian City suddenly split into a crack that was at least a dozen miles long. What? All the cultivators in Eastern Sky City were scared out of their wits. One must know that once the ancient soldiers of the Pang Clan charged in, everyone would die. The ancient soldiers of the Pang Clan were merciless. They were tools of slaughter. As long as they were enemies, they would kill them without any mercy. Just when all the cultivators in the city felt that a great disaster was about to befall them, a figure appeared high up in the sky. He was like a natural killing sword. Just by standing there quietly, he was able to intimidate the ancient soldiers. The ancient soldiers of the Pang Clan stood quietly in the void. Through the battle formation, the power of the ancient soldiers was linked into a single line. Their auras overlapped, and the vast killing aura that spread out caused the world to lose its color. This is Chapter 35:67. The sword slave made his move. With a single slash, he broke through the defensive formation of Eastern Sky City and appeared high up in the sky. A terrifying sword aura burst out from his body. He was like a natural-born killing sword. His murderous aura disrupted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone stared at the silhouette in the sky as they were shocked to the extreme. This was an extremely shocking scene. High up in the sky, there was a single person blocking 1,000 ancient warriors of the Pang Clan with his own strength. The legendary extreme sword ancestor, the leader of the 1,000-men ancient battle formation, stared at the sword slaves in front of him. His eyes suddenly emitted an extremely resplendent divine light. In the next moment, the entire 1,000-men ancient battle formation's aura suddenly rose by a huge level, causing the void to crack continuously. However, the sword slave who stood in front of the ancient battle formation felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. He wasn't affected at all. The sword slave looked at the ancient warrior and suddenly laughed. "You have good eyesight. Since you know it's me, why don't you take your people and get out of here?" So what if you're the extreme sword ancestor? In this world, you have to lower your head even if you're a true extreme sovereign. The ancient warrior said coldly. His tone was emotionless, as if all human emotions had disappeared from his body. Such a person was a true iron-blooded warrior. "Humph," the sword slave sneered. "Then all of you can stay here." "Kill." The ancient warrior took the initiative. With a loud roar, the ancient battle formation was immediately activated. In an instant, the leading ancient warrior emitted an energy fluctuation that even the sword slave couldn't help but be shocked. Swish! In just an instant, the ancient warrior's spear had already pierced the sword slave's forehead with extreme speed. The sword slave didn't dodge. Just when the ancient warrior's spear was about to pierce the sword slave's forehead, a ball of divine light emerged from the sword slave's forehead and blocked the spear. That Gu-war general was moved. This extreme Dao sword ancestor was indeed extraordinary. The power that erupted from his attack could even stab a peak quasi-supreme being to death with a single spear. Buzz! A sword hum resounded, and then a divine sword charged out from the center of the sword servant's forehead. The spear in Gujan's hand instantly shattered. The divine sword that came out of the sword slave's glabella turned into an immortal sword light and instantly pierced through Gujan's divine body. How is this possible? The ancient general from the Pang clan looked down at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. In the next moment, he turned into dust and disappeared into the void. "Kill!" The thousands of ancient soldiers roared in unison and raised the spears in their hands at the same time. A terrifying divine force burst out from the formation and pierced through the sword slaves. The power of 1,000 ancient soldiers gathered together. The power of this attack was much stronger than the previous attack of the ancient general. Swoosh! The sword slave merely waved his hand, and the immortal sword light slashed forward. Everywhere the sword light passed, the void was instantly annihilated. The immortal sword light tore through the 1,000-man formation as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It then split the entire formation in half. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected the sword slave to be so powerful. With just a single slash, he actually broke through the 1,000-man formation of the Pang clan's ancient soldiers. With just a single slash, close to 100 ancient soldiers died under the sword slave's immortal sword light. The experts from the Pang clan who were watching from afar felt their hearts bleeding. Those were ancient soldiers. How much effort and time did it take to nurture an ancient soldier? Retreat! A roar came from afar. Then a figure appeared in the sky. The pressure of a quasi-supreme expert could be felt. That person merely took a step and was already near them. "Humph! You think you can leave?" the sword slave said in disdain. After that, he waved his sword again. An immortal sword ray shot out from his hand. Wherever the sword ray passed by, the incomparably powerful ancient weapons would shatter into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist would then dissipate into the air. The ancient soldiers that were swept by the immortal sword light were instantly destroyed. After the formation was broken, the ancient soldiers were still calm. They then formed another battle formation and wanted to fight against the sword slave. But in the next moment, the immortal sword light slashed and the battle formation collapsed. That was because the ancient soldiers that formed the battle formation had lost another 100 people. You, the quasi-supreme expert from the Pang clan, couldn't help but be enraged when he saw this. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed towards the sword slave. Without any suspense, another immortal sword light flashed. In the next moment, a bloody scar appeared on the forehead of the quasi-supreme expert. Under everyone's incomparably shocked gaze, the palm of the quasi-supreme expert and his entire body were split into two, falling from the sky. An incomparably powerful quasi-supreme expert was killed by the sword slave just like that. Too powerful. Seeing this scene from afar, the Golden Rock goddess couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. The sword slave's swordsmanship cultivation seemed to be even more terrifying. This wasn't an extreme power, but it could easily kill a quasi-supreme expert. While everyone was still in shock, the sword slave attacked again. Then the tables turned. The ancient battle formation was broken, and although the ancient soldiers were defeated, they were not in a mess. However, the sword slave didn't care if they were in a mess or not. If they were in a mess, they would still be killed. The immortal sword light flashed continuously, and every time it flashed, an ancient soldier would be killed. In just a dozen breaths' time, the ancient soldiers sent out by the Pang clan were all killed by the sword slave. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. After the sword slave killed the ancient soldiers, he directly returned to Dongtian City. Even after his figure disappeared for a long time, countless people were still in a state of shock. The news of the defeat of the Pang clan's ancient soldiers quickly spread to the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The Pang clan's old ancestor even smashed a table with his palm. What's going on? Who can tell me what happened? The Pang clan's old ancestors' roar came from the ancestral hall. The higher-ups of the Pang clan in the ancestral hall all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak. Not only was the Pang clan stunned by this news, even the other forces of the Central Continent were indescribably shocked. Those fellows from the East Continent were actually so powerful that they could defeat the ancient soldiers of the Pang clan. Song Ke from the East Continent actually defeated the ancient soldiers of the Pang clan. Chapter 3568. In the eastern region of Central Continent, in the sky above Dongtian City, the sword slave made his move. He performed the heaven punishment sword technique and broke through the battle formation formed by 1,000 ancient soldiers of the Pang clan. He then killed all 1,000 ancient soldiers. No one expected the sword slave to be so strong, and his swordsmanship cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The ancient soldiers of the Pang clan could not fight back at all in the face of the sword slave. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked to the extreme. The ancient soldiers were the trump card of the Pang clan, but it seemed that this trump card of the Pang clan was finished. Just as the entire Pang clan was stunned by the outcome of this battle, Nan Batian of South Continent made a move. The South Continent Divine Army launched an attack on the Pang clan, attacking the cities controlled by the Pang clan, and the forces of the West State soon re-entered the Central State. A divine war broke out again. This time, the army of West Continent came in a fierce manner, covering the sky and earth. There were figures everywhere, and these were the attacks of the god-level soldiers. Soon, the army of West Continent took down 10 cities in a row, controlling an area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and once again taking root in Central Continent. The army of South Continent directly attacked a large city controlled by the Pang clan. This was a large city with a population of millions, and it was called Nantian City. On the other hand, Nantian City's defense was impregnable. One look was enough to tell that it would not be an easy task to break into such a city. Nan Batian led the 100,000 divine army of South Continent and surrounded the entire Nantian City. At this time, the experts of the Pang clan in Nantian City had already activated the city defense formation. This Nantian City was different from other cities. This city had a population of millions, and this was the foundation of Nantian City. Without a large number of mortals, how could it support the entire world of cultivation? If this city was lost, then Nan Batian of South Continent could directly lead his army to the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Flags fluttered outside Nantian City, and the sky was filled with the silhouettes of god-level soldiers. These soldiers were either gathered together in thousands or in tens of thousands, forming a battle formation. The entire Nantian City was filled with murderous intent. Nan Batian, that bastard, Pang Outyen, the city lord of Southern Sky City, ascended to the top of the city tower. His expression changed when he saw the countless South Continent soldiers in the sky. Although he wasn't afraid of Nan Batian, his opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Pang Outyen was an old man. To be exact, he was an aged fatty. His hair was white, and he wasn't short. When he walked, the ground would tremble. At this time, the divine army inside Nantian City also started to move. Groups of soldiers rushed into the sky and formed battle formations, confronting the battle formations outside through the city defense formation. Fatty Pang, obediently come out and surrender. If you do, I might spare your life. Nan Batian's voice resounded throughout the entire region. Countless cultivators heard his voice. Nan Batian, don't be so arrogant. Come and attack me if you have the ability. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Pang Outyen shouted in disdain from the city gate tower. Is that so? Then I'll show you how powerful I am. Without hesitation, Nan Batian commanded the army to attack the Nantian City in front of him. In an instant, the South Continent army outside the Nantian City moved. Rumble, powerful waves of divine power spread out, and the entire void looked as if it was about to explode. Rays of destructive divine light rushed out from the battle formations and bombarded the Nantian City defense formation. The entire Guardian formation immediately shook, and countless runes appeared in the void, intertwining to form a mysterious formation diagram. The Nantian City defense formation was incredible. It directly blocked the first wave of attack from the South Continent army. However, at this time, the cultivators in Nantian City were extremely terrified. They were afraid that Nantian City would be breached. If Nantian City was breached, the mortals would be fine. Nan Batian would not do something as stupid as massacring the entire city. However, the cultivators were different. In addition to the cultivators of the Pang clan, there were also countless rogue cultivators and cultivators of other clans gathered in Nantian City. Once the city was breached, the rogue cultivators and cultivators of other clans would become Nan Batian's hunting targets. While Nan Batian was attacking Nantian City, the West Continent Army had also advanced to a place 100 miles away from West Heaven City. They could attack West Heaven City at any time. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the old ancestor of the Pang clan was furious. In the ancestral hall, the high-level members of the Pang clan looked extremely serious. Old ancestor, what should we do? Nan Batian is attacking Nantian City. Once the city is breached, the consequences will be unimaginable. A middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and said to the old ancestor of the Pang clan, sitting on the throne, "Who is willing to fight Nan Batian?" The old ancestor of the Pang clan glanced at the experts of the Pang clan in the ancestral hall. None of the experts of the Pang clan in the ancestral hall spoke, and no one stood up to ask to fight. One had to know that Nan Batian was a fierce person. It was extremely dangerous to fight against him, and one could lose their life at any time. "Humph, you're all a bunch of trash," the old ancestor of the Pang clan said. The high-level members of the Pang clan in the ancestral hall could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look at the old ancestor on the throne. "Pang Xian, you go?" The old ancestor of the Pang clan looked at the white-haired young man standing in a corner of the hall and said, "Him." When everyone heard that, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old ancestor did not call for them. Otherwise, they would definitely die on this trip. The old ancestor of the Pang clan could not help but frown. Everyone's expressions fell into his eyes. When had the Pang clan ever been so aggrieved? Someone actually killed their way to the Pang clan. This was simply a disgrace to the Pang clan. The white-haired young man did not say anything. He then turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. Pang Xian was a genius of the Pang clan. He became famous in the late ancient times and had once fought with quasi-supremes. More than one quasi-supremes had died in his hands. He was a legend of the Pang clan. With Pang Xian taking action, it was naturally in the bag. However, Pang Xian's opponent was Nan Batian, whose cultivation and combat strength were not comparable to ordinary quasi-supremes. Pang Xian left the ancestral land of the Pang clan and rushed to Nantian City. At this time, the news of Nan Batian attacking Nantian City had already spread. Countless cultivators rushed to Nantian City. This battle was still very attractive. As one of the most powerful existences in South Continent, Nan Batian's cultivation was definitely powerful enough to make quasi-supremes tremble. Rumble, the world shook. The army of South Continent displayed extremely powerful combat strength. The battle formation formed by the army of South Continent was operating crazily. Rays of divine light rushed out from the battle formation and bombarded the Nantian City's protective formation. Nantian City's protective formation was undergoing the most severe test. On the city tower, Pang Outyen still had no intention of taking action. It was definitely not an easy task for the guy outside to attack and kill his way in. Nan Batian, the South Continent's army is only SOSO. Ha! Pang Outyen laughed. Hee, I'll make it so that you won't even be able to cry later. Nan Batian stared ahead and said coldly. Then he took out a battle spear. It was a black battle spear, but the aura it exuded was terrifying. Swoosh! Nan Batian immediately activated the black spear in his hand. In the next moment, the black spear immediately erupted with the aura of the divine path. The black spear turned into a ray of black light and directly collided with the protective formation. This time, the layer of divine light formed by the power of the protective formation was finally broken. Seeing this scene, Pang Outyen, who was on the city tower, could not sit still anymore. He immediately attacked Nan Batian, who had just entered the formation. Clang! A heavenly halberd directly smashed against the spear in Nan Batian's hand. Nan Batian only felt a shock in his hand, followed by pain. However, he still held on to the spear in his hand tightly, which was why the spear in his hand was not shaken off. How is this possible? Nan Batian could not believe that Pang Outyen was actually so powerful. He was covered in fat, but it did not affect his movement speed at all. Again, Pang Outyen directly struck again, and a violent wave of power spread out. The heavenly halberd in his hand directly smashed against the long sword in Nan Batian's hand. This time, only half of the sword in Nan Batian's hand was left. Nan Batian had no choice but to retreat. His opponent was like a god of destruction, and the battle intent he displayed was also giving him a headache. Aren't you very powerful? Why are you afraid now? Pang Outyen mocked. Kill. Nan Batian did not say anything else and directly attacked. The two great experts fought in the sky above Nantian City. At this time, a large number of soldiers also took the opportunity to attack Nantian City. The soldiers of the South Continent formed a killing formation and directly attacked Nantian City. However, at this time, the soldiers of Nantian City also came out to meet them. When the soldiers from the two camps met, a great battle broke out instantly. The soldiers from both camps formed a battle formation and immediately collided with each other. Immediately, figures fell from the sky one after another. In just a single charge, more than a dozen cultivators from both sides had died in an instant, which shocked Wang Qin greatly. Countless figures were fighting, and screams were constantly heard. The soldiers of Nantian City seemed to be somewhat unable to defeat the soldiers of the South Continent, and actually showed signs of being defeated. "I'll kill whoever retreats." Pang Outyan's voice spread to the ears of every cultivator in the city. Countless cultivators of the Pang clan were instantly shocked. Those who wanted to retreat immediately rushed towards the soldiers of the East Continent and dared not have the idea of retreating. Chapter 3569. There were 5 divine cities in the central continent of the ancestral god realm. These 5 divine cities stood in the 5 directions of the central continent and guarded the 5 poles. For countless years, the 5 divine cities of the central continent had experienced countless divine wars and never fallen. They were East Sky City, South Sky City, West Sky City, North Sky City, and Middle Sky City. These 5 divine cities were regarded as the ancestral cities by the cultivation world of the central continent. They had an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the cultivators of the central continent. In the eyes of the cultivators of the central continent, whoever controlled these 5 ancestral cities could unify the entire central continent. At this time, 3 of the 5 ancestral cities of the central continent were under the control of the Big Clan: South Sky City, West Sky City, and Middle Sky City. North Sky City was under the control of the Kanglin clan. East Sky City was occupied by Song Kei's East Continent Army. At this time, the South Continent Army, led by Nan Batian, was attacking South Sky City. The spirit chi of heaven and earth in the area where South Sky City was located was extremely chaotic. Divine light constantly rushed out of South Sky City. Some shot up into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the sky. Some were blocked by the Nantian City's protective divine light and exploded in the void. At this time, Nan Batian had already killed his way into South Sky City and was fighting with the Big Clan's Nantian City Lord, Pang Outyan. Rumble, 2 quasi-supreme forces constantly collided. Every time the 2 figures collided, the void would instantly explode, and a pitch-black hole would appear in the sky. No one dared to approach these 2 gods of death. If they were affected by these 2 gods of death, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. At this time, high up in the sky, the broken light screen was constantly being repaired. The soldiers of the Big Clan who rushed out of South Sky City had already blocked the gap in the light screen and were fighting with the soldiers of the South Continent. It was extremely tragic. Soldiers' corpses constantly fell from the sky, and the sky was raining blood. These were all god-level soldiers. Once such soldiers died, they would become immortal corpses. The blood raining from the sky was also divine blood. The soldiers of the South Continent outside desperately wanted to kill their way into South Sky City, while the soldiers of South Sky City desperately wanted to kill the soldiers who rushed in. And the soldiers of the South Continent, who had already killed their way into South Sky City, were surrounded by the soldiers of the Big Clan. Soldiers of the South Continent kept dying tragically. Boom, clang. Extremely shocking sounds of collision and metal colliding rang out continuously. Nan Batian displayed his extremely strong combat strength and was locked in a stalemate with Pang Outyan. Swoosh! Pang Outyan waved the halberd in his hand, and a 10-kilometer-long spatial crack immediately appeared in the void. Humph! Nan Batian let out a cold laugh and charged forward, completely ignoring the spatial crack in front of him. He charged through the spatial crack in front of him and instantly appeared in front of Pang Outyan. Courting death, Pang Outyan roared in rage and the ancient halberd in his hand smashed down on Nanbatian's head. Hey! Nanbatian stretched out his right hand and actually grabbed the blade of the halberd that was slashing down. Upon seeing this, Pang Outyen's heart skipped a beat. This fellow actually managed to catch his ancient halberd with his bare hands? How was this possible? Pang Outyen focused his gaze and saw that Nanbatian was wearing a black glove. Ancient divine runes continuously appeared and interweaved on the glove, emitting powerful waves of divine energy. In the next moment, Pang Outyen only felt a huge force passing from Nanbatian's hand to his ancient halberd. His hands that were holding onto the ancient halberd trembled, and the halberd almost flew out of his hands. Roar! Pang Outyen roared in rage, and an even more powerful divine energy erupted from his body. The ancient halberd in his hand immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Rays of golden divine runes rushed out from the entire ancient halberd, and all the power of the ancient halberd was being drawn out. Buzz! The ancient halberd let out a buzzing sound, and a blade of light directly rushed out from the halberd's blade. It actually shook off Nanbatian's right hand. But at this moment, Nanbatian suddenly disappeared into the void, and in the next moment, countless Nanbatians appeared in the sky. Pang Outyen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He hurriedly used his heavenly eye to scan the figures of Nanbatian, trying to find the real Nanbatian. However, he was shocked to find that his heavenly eye had actually lost its effect. The countless figures of Nanbatian seemed to be the real Nanbatian. How was this possible? At this moment, countless Nanbatians directly rushed towards Pang Outyen, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were densely packed figures everywhere. Kill! Pang Outyen roared angrily and waved the ancient halberd in his hand, killing the countless Nanbatians who were rushing towards him. With a swing of the great halberd, dozens of Nanbatians immediately exploded in the void. Bang, 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 bang. As Pang Outyen attacked, crazily, one figure after another exploded in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. It was as if real bodies of flesh and blood had exploded. Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the experts of the Pang clan in Nantian City. They were inexplicably shocked. This Nanbatian actually had the ability to change and transform. This kind of method was too shocking. Bang! At this moment, a palm wearing a black glove suddenly slammed into Pang Outyen's back. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking immediately came from within his body. With just this one attack, Pang Outyen knew that his entire spine had been broken into dozens of pieces. His entire body flew forward, and his divine body was almost blasted into two. Pang Outyen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Pang Outyen was in disbelief, and he thought to himself, how is this possible? How did this Nanbatian suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that this guy has been pretending to be weak all this time? Preposterous! Pang Outyen was both shocked and enraged, and a violent power of the divine Tao erupted from his flesh, blood, and bones. His wounds were quickly healing, and his broken bones were also being reconnected as necrotic flesh and blood fell from his body. In just a few breaths' time, his divine body was completely healed. Not only did his battle prowess not decline, but it even soared, and the entire heaven and earth shook. However, in the next moment, tragedy befell him. He was directly drowned by countless Nanbatians. Die! Soon, Pang Outyen fought his way out of the sea of people in an extremely disheveled state. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his armor was in tatters. He had actually escaped. However, in the next moment, he was drowned by countless Nanbatians who charged at him. This time, he was unable to fight his way out of the sea of people. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Pang Outyen's voice came from the sea of people. Then there was a huge explosion. A ball of divine light that was 10 times more dazzling than the divine sun in the sky appeared in the sky above South Heaven City. An extremely terrifying wave of divine power erupted, and countless Nambations were directly blasted into a mist of blood by this explosion of divine power. The extremely violent divine power spread out, and the entire South Heaven City shook. The void was silently destroyed, and even the defensive formation of South Heaven City was shaken, and cracks appeared on it. Countless Nambations were obliterated in the void by the vast and violent divine power, and a scene of destruction appeared in the sky above South Heaven City. All the cultivators in South Heaven City were extremely terrified. The vast and mighty aura of destruction that descended from the sky made their souls tremble. What happened? Did the city lord actually die in battle? Countless cultivators in the city felt as if a great catastrophe was about to befall them when they saw the scene in the sky. It should be noted that once Pang Outyen was defeated, the other cultivators in the city would also be punished and killed by Nanbatian. It should be noted that the other cultivators in South Heaven City who could walk around in South Heaven City were naturally fellows who relied on the Pang clan. Such fellows would naturally be punished by Nanbatian. However, the mortals in South Heaven City would be fine. At this time, the doors of all the houses in South Heaven City were tightly shut. All the mortals closed their doors and windows and hid in their houses, waiting for the end of this divine battle. The mortals in the ancestral god realm knew of the existence of the gods. If a mortal became a god, it would definitely be a matter that brought glory to the ancestors. When a person became a god, even his fowls and dogs would ascend to the heavens. This was not a legend in the ancestral god realm, but something that really happened. In South Heaven City, this ancient city, most of the mortals in the city were directly or indirectly related to the gods. Otherwise, how could ordinary mortals live in South Heaven City, this ancient city of gods? This was the real battle between gods, and mortals suffered. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the mortals in South Heaven City would more or less be affected. Rumble. In the sky above South Heaven City, the void was annihilated and countless figures disappeared. Not only Nanbatian, but the other warriors were also affected. The dazzling ball of divine light spread out, and all the figures that were illuminated by the divine light had only one ending, which was the destruction of both body and soul. The destructive divine light even corroded the great city defense formation of South Heaven City. This was an indiscriminate attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Pang Outyen was a ruthless and ruthless person of his generation. In order to perish together with Nanbatian, he did not even care about his own people. The suddenly expanding ball of divine light suddenly shrank, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared in the sky above South Heaven City. A wave of heaven-devouring power surged out of the black hole, swallowing all the surrounding warriors. At this time, South Heaven City under the black hole also began to shake, as if it was about to be swallowed by the black hole in the sky. Just as the entire South Heaven City was about to leave the ground, incomparably ancient divine patterns appeared in South Heaven City. These divine patterns forcibly suppressed the shaking South Heaven City. Chapter 3570. Pang Outyen, the city lord of Nantian City, was forced to self-destruct by Nanbatian. This shocked the experts of the Pang clan to the extreme. Pang Outyen self-destructed his god source, burned his soul, flesh, blood, and bones, and all the divine power contained in them turned into destructive divine flames, burning everything in the world. Anything enveloped by the destructive divine flames, no matter what it was, would be burned into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust would be left behind. The countless clones that Nan Batian had conjured were burned into nothingness by the divine flames of destruction. Even the void of heaven and earth was incinerated into nothingness. Countless cultivators in the city were terrified to the extreme when they saw this. Even their souls were trembling. This destructive divine flame was too terrifying, enough to destroy the world. Even the ancient divine patterns inside Nantion City were activated, triggering the ancient power of the divine path to protect the entire city. This was the reason why Nantion City could exist for so long. There were ancient divine patterns left by supreme beings inside the city. Even an extreme supreme being might not be able to destroy Nantion City. The destructive divine flames that descended from the sky were blocked by an ancient god power that rushed out from inside Nantion City. Countless living beings in Nantion City finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the Behemoth tribe soldiers and the South Continent soldiers outside suffered a disaster. The divine flame of destruction spread out, and all the soldiers were destroyed before they could even let out a scream. When the destructive divine flames rose to the limit, the entire sky was shrouded in divine flames. Almost all the soldiers in Nantion City were killed. The soldiers of the South Continent who attacked Nantion City were also almost all killed. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The moment the power of the destructive divine flames exploded to the limit, the destructive divine flames suddenly shrank, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble! A heaven-devouring power surged out of the black hole. Before the Nantion City and South Continent warriors, who thought they had escaped the calamity, could react, they were swallowed by the black hole that suddenly appeared. They still could not escape the fate of being killed in body and soul. The devouring power that descended from the sky almost swallowed Nantion City. However, the ancient god power that erupted from Nantion City showed its power again and suppressed the entire Nantion City. In the end, even the great city defense formation of Nantion City collapsed. All the soldiers of the South Continent outside retreated 100,000 miles away, preserving their strength. However, the big clan of Nantion City had suffered heavy losses. 90% of the big clan's warriors had been killed in body and soul. This was a loss that the big clan would not be able to recover in a short period of time. One had to know that a god-ranked warrior could not be nurtured in a short period of time. City Lord, countless cultivators in Nantion City were incomparably sad. Pang Outyen had died in a tragic battle, but he had died a worthy death because he had risked his life to kill Nan Batian. Now that Nan Batian was dead, the Pang clan no longer feared the forces of the South Continent. The black hole in the sky above Nantion City was still expanding, and the devouring power that came out of the black hole was also growing stronger. In the end, it seemed like it was going to devour the entire world. At this time, the cultivators of the big clan had gathered in Nantion City. There were also thousands of big clan warriors and countless rogue cultivators in the city. These cultivators were inextricably linked to the big clan. Nantion City had reached the point where the city was about to fall. The cultivators in the city knew that they could not escape at this time because they had no way out. They could only fight to the death against the invading enemies. Several hours later, the black hole in the sky began to gradually shrink, and the broken world began to be slowly repaired by the power of the world. It had to be said that the power produced by Pang Outyen's self-destruction was too shocking. It could almost destroy everything. The scene of destruction was extremely shocking, causing the souls of all cultivators to tremble. Good heavens, in the distant sky, a figure stood on the clouds. He could not help but be moved when he witnessed this scene. This person was Gu Fei's clone. A super god battle broke out in Nantion City, which naturally alarmed countless experts. Gu Fei's clone was one of them, and he immediately rushed to the vicinity of Nantion City. Rumble, the black hole in the sky above Nantion City, was still emitting shocking sounds of wind and thunder. The cultivators who were swallowed by the black hole were definitely dead in body and soul. Pang Outyin was ruthless enough to trick Nanbatian. However, Gu Fei's clone knew that Pang Outyin had probably died in vain because Nanbatian was not someone who could be killed so easily. Nanbatian was the #1 expert in the South Continent. How could Pang Outyin kill him? If the old ancestor of the big clan had taken action, there might have been a chance of success. Unfortunately, the person who took action was Pang Outyin, so it was hard to say. Gu Fei's clone did not leave. He was still watching. Half a day later, the black hole in the sky above Nantion City disappeared. The world finally returned to peace, and Nantion City still stood tall on the ground. 100,000 miles away, flags fluttered. The God Clan army of the South Continent was still in a battle formation and did not retreat. The soaring murderous aura terrified all living beings in the surrounding 10,000 miles. Some of the more powerful living beings had already fled, leaving only the weaker ones. At this time, in the center of the battle formation formed by countless soldiers, there was an altar floating in the air. On the altar, there was a stone coffin. The stone coffin was emitting strong waves of divine power. Those fellows think they can kill the Overlord like this. What a joke! An old general in battle armor rode on a ferocious fire-scaled beast. The old general held a divine orb in his hand, and a figure was sitting cross-legged inside the divine orb. The figure inside the fist-sized divine orb looked exactly like Nanbatian. To be precise, the figure inside the divine orb was Nanbatian. Nanbatian had already prepared a backup plan. The old general jumped down from the back of the fire-scaled beast, and with the divine orb in his hand, he stepped onto the altar and arrived in front of the stone coffin. At this time, the waves of divine power inside the stone coffin became stronger and stronger. Ancient divine runes appeared on the stone coffin, and the entire stone coffin was sealed. But at this time, the divine power inside the stone coffin seemed to be about to break out. The Overlord is invincible. The old divine general performed a secret skill, and the lid of the stone coffin moved. A gap was opened, and the divine orb in the old divine general's hand flew into the stone coffin. Bang! The lid of the stone coffin closed again, leaving no gap. The next moment, the waves of divine power coming from the stone coffin weakened. Soon, the stone coffin calmed down completely, and not a trace of divine power was emitted from it. At this time, the old divine general stood guard beside the stone coffin. Although there were countless soldiers guarding it, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Even the countless battle beasts did not roar, and everything was very quiet. The experts watching from afar did not know what the God Clan soldiers of the South Continent were doing, but at this time, the big clan forces in South Sky City began to move. Thousands of soldiers in the city rushed out from the inner city, and even the soldiers of the big clan guarding the City Lord Mansion were mobilized. A huge teleportation formation in South Sky City lit up. Countless runes rushed out of the formation, and a huge door of light appeared in the sky above the teleportation formation. Then, neat troops of soldiers riding on battle beasts walked out of the door of light. Every soldier wore armor, held a spear in their hands, and wore a helmet on their heads. They looked extremely fierce. Every soldier was shrouded in a strong, murderous aura. When the murderous aura of countless God Clan soldiers gathered together, it was absolutely terrifying. Reinforcements have finally arrived. The cultivators in South Sky City were all surprised and happy, but also felt that it was a pity. If the reinforcements had come half a day earlier, the City Lord of South Sky City, Pang Outyin, would not have died in battle. Pang Outyen's death was a great loss to the entire big clan. After all, Pang Outyen was the younger brother of the current clan leader of the big clan. When the news of his death reached the ancestral land of the big clan, the entire big clan's upper echelons were shocked. The clan leader, in particular, was even more furious. He directly sent the most elite God clan soldiers, apart from the ancient soldiers, to South Sky City. More than 10,000 God clan soldiers walked out of the door of light above the teleportation formation in South Sky City. The person who commanded these God clan soldiers was a patriarch of the big clan. This patriarch's cultivation was even higher than that of Pang Outyen, who had died in battle. With the arrival of these 10,000 God clan soldiers, the South Continent's God clan army could definitely be easily defeated. This was because the commander of the South Continent's God clan army, Nan Batian, had died in battle. Pang Tong was definitely one of the most powerful patriarchs in the big clan. Although he was a patriarch, he had the appearance of a child. At this time, Pang Tong was standing on the head of an old dragon, looking down at South Sky City proudly. The ancient god city is just SOSO. Pang Tong had never been to South Sky City, but, in his opinion, the ancient god city in front of him did not have an undeserved reputation, but it was an exaggeration. Among the many cities controlled by the Pang clan, there were many cities that were larger and had more spirit energy than Nantian City. Let's go and meet those guys from the South Continent. Pang Tong had no intention of descending from the sky. He led the 10,000 God Clan soldiers directly to the South Continent's God Clan army 100,000 miles away. The cultivators in South Sky City were inexplicably shocked when they saw this scene. Why didn't the reinforcements enter the city? While Pang Tong led the Pang Clan army to attack the South Continent's God Clan army, Song Kei's army finally crossed the continent to the east of the ancestral God realm's central continent. The appearance of 1 million God Clan soldiers in the East Continent was definitely a big deal. The news spread quickly and shook the entire central continent's cultivation world. What is Song Kei trying to do? Is he trying to dominate the entire ancestral God realm? Chapter 35:71. Song Kei had mobilized a 1 million-strong Protoss army to attack the Pang clan, shocking the entire cultivation world of Zhongzhou State. It wasn't hard to imagine that Song Kei had mobilized the entire East Continent's forces. The Dusk Snake, the celestial god, and the Earth Spirit race were the elites of the 3 East Continent's strongest clans. There were also other cultivation forces in the East Continent. The entire cultivation world of the East Continent was mobilized by Tsang Quebec. It could be said that Song Kei was determined to fight to the death with the Pang clan. Song Kei was not like Nan Batian. Song Kei had no scruples and went all out because Gu Fei was still in the East Continent. Who would dare to offend Gu Fei? He wasn't afraid that the Golden Crow ancestor would attack the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land. Gu Fei was in seclusion in the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land. The Golden Crow ancestor wouldn't be stupid enough to launch a sneak attack at this time. If Gu Fei attacked, the Golden Crow ancestor would be in for a tragedy. The Golden Crow clan had recently been defeated by the chaotic Golden Rock clan, so it was difficult for them to organize an attack that could threaten the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. At this time, in the southern region of Zhongzhou State, after Pang Tong led the 10,000-strong Protoss army out of the transmission formation, they directly pounced on the Protoss army in the south region 100,000 miles away. Rumble, the Pang clan's 10,000-strong celestial race army charged through the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless war beasts crushed the void, and everywhere they passed, countless living beings were terrified. What is this Pang Tong trying to do? An old man with white hair and white eyebrows walked out of the city lord's mansion in Nantian City. He held a black walking stick in his hand. The old man was furious. According to the plan, Pang Tong's army should enter Nantian City and meet up with the forces in the city before launching an attack on the South Continent's Protoss army. But Pang Tong, that bastard, changed the plan without authorization and directly led his army to kill the Southern Continent's army. Pang Tong, come back here. The old man transmitted to Pang Tong. Humph. Pang Tong only sneered and ignored the old man in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion of Nantian City. Pang Tong, are you going to disobey the clan leader's orders? The old man said angrily. He slammed the black staff on the ground with all his might. Bang! The hard stone slabs on the ground immediately cracked into many cracks. When this old man was enraged, he naturally had an imposing aura. Pang Tong continued to ignore the old man. At this time, the South Continent's Protoss army had already discovered the Protoss army under Pang Tong's command. A 10,000-man battle formation in the South Continent's Protoss army immediately set up for battle. As the old immortal general waved his battle flag on the sacrificial altar, the 10,000 immortal battle formation of South Continent immediately moved towards Pang Tong's army. Within the 10,000-men battle formation, countless formation runes were surging and interweaving. The aura of every single soldier was linked together. The combined power of 10,000 soldiers was definitely enough to fight against a quasi-supreme being. Soon, the two battle formations met. Pang Tong raised his right hand, and the celestial race army behind him immediately stopped. Even the battle beasts under the warriors quietened down. At this time, the battle formation formed by the South Continent's Protoss army also stopped. The leader of the South Continent's Protoss army was a middle-aged general wearing battle armor and a helmet. Ha! They actually came to die. These guys from the Pang clan are really stupid. The middle-aged general laughed loudly. The battle beast under him growled in a low voice, and hot air rushed out of its mouth and nose. It was a fire lion, and a powerful killing intent erupted from its body. Who are you calling stupid? Pang Tong, who was standing on the head of the old dragon, glared at the middle-aged general and shouted, "Io, is there no one else in the Pang clan? They actually sent a child to die." The middle-aged general pointed at Pang Tong, who was on the old dragon's head, and laughed. "You're courting death." Pang Tong was furious. Someone actually dared to look down on him like this. He really deserved to die. In the next moment, the old dragon under Pang Tong's feet roared and swept its tail towards the middle-aged general. Roar! The fire lion under the middle-aged general also roared and directly spat out a mouthful of divine fire at the dragon's tail. Boom! A ball of divine fire exploded, instantly engulfing the dragon's tail. The divine fire burned the old dragon's tail until it cracked continuously, and a burnt smell filled the air. The old dragon hurriedly retracted its tail. "Ha! Braised dragon is not bad. Boys, we can add another dish today." The middle-aged general laughed wantonly. "Ha!" The soldiers behind the middle-aged general also laughed loudly. Kill them all." Pang Tong flew into a rage out of humiliation. He waved his hand and actually commanded the army behind him to charge forward. An extremely terrifying, murderous aura immediately erupted from the Pang clan's battle formation, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Kill. The power of the Pang clan's 10,000-man battle formation erupted, causing the void to explode. Streaks of extremely sharp divine light shot out from the formation, piercing towards the middle-aged general and the battle soldiers behind him. Hum! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the void. The middle-aged general's battle formation was also activated, and a layer of divine light surged from the formation. instantly enveloping the entire battle formation. Countless piercing rays of divine light were directly blocked by the divine light shield formed by the battle formation of the South Continent's soldiers. The divine light shield vibrated, and divine patterns appeared on it. Countless divine patterns interweaved to form an ancient formation diagram. Kill! The middle-aged general waved his right hand, and the battle formation of the South Continent's divine clan army was also activated. 10,000 God Realm soldiers directly charged forward. Boom! The void exploded, and the two battle formations instantly collided. The soldiers from both sides began to fight, and soon the corpses of gods fell from the sky. At this time, Pang Tong and the middle-aged general were also fighting. The old dragon and the fire lion were also fighting, and their roars shook the heavens and the earth. Although the old dragon and the fire lion were the mounts of Pang Tong and the middle-aged general, their cultivation was also incomparably strong, and it was hard to tell who would win. At this time, in the distant sky, Gu Fei's doppelganger watched this scene coldly. Those fellows from the Pang clan were really stupid. How was it possible to destroy the South Continent's army with just 10,000 soldiers? When the South Continent's divine clan army fought against Pang Outyin, they held back their strength. Pang Tong thought that if Pang Outyin killed Nanbatian, the South Continent's divine clan army would not be able to withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger was watching the show. The 10,000 God clan soldiers of the Pang clan were definitely wolves walking into the tiger's mouth, and they would not be able to return. One should know that if the South Continent's divine clan army did not have some ability to kill their way into the Central Continent, wouldn't they have long been destroyed by the Pang clan? Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth, the battle beasts roared, and the two sides fought fiercely. The entire sky was filled with figures, and corpses of gods fell from the sky continuously. Blood had already dyed the mountains below. The two battle formations were in operation, and the lives of the soldiers from both sides were constantly being obliterated. It was like two mountains colliding, and it was extremely terrifying, preposterous. Only now did Pang Tong realize that the South Continent's divine clan army was indeed a tough nut to crack. He had been too confident, and it was too late to regret it now. He could only brace himself and fight. Pang Tong unleashed his mystiques and continuously clashed with the middle-aged general. The two forces of the divine Tao kept colliding, and there was a loud explosion that was even more shocking than thunder. "Little guy, have you weaned off milk?" "Ha ha!" The middle-aged general laughed as he attacked. The battle spear in his hand pierced through the void, piercing towards the center of Pang Tong's brows. Although he said this, he did not dare to let his guard down. One had to know that this childlike fellow was definitely an ancient antique. Although Pang Tong looked like a child, that was only his appearance. His eyes were not something a child should have. Go to hell! Pang Tong was truly enraged, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He waved his hands, and dragon shadows appeared in the void, lunging towards the middle-aged general. "Want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so?" The middle-aged general said disdainfully. He brandished the battle spear in his hand, dispersing all the dragon shadows that were lunging at him. He was extremely domineering. Swoosh! The battle spear in the middle-aged general's hand emitted an immortal divine light that instantly pierced through the center of Pang Tong's brows. It was extremely fast. In the next moment, Pang Tong's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The penetrating divine light had only pierced an afterimage that had yet to dissipate. "Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Kill the ancestor god." Pang Tong's voice resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying dragon shadow descended from the sky, directly blasting the middle-aged general's body. the middle-aged general was actually blasted into a mist of blood. When the South Continent's Protoss soldiers saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, the mist of blood instantly converged, and the middle-aged general's figure appeared in the void. An existence of his level would not be killed so easily. At this moment, Pang Tong's figure also appeared in the void. Kill the ancestor god. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The middle-aged general stared at Pang Tong and said coldly, "Kill." Pang Tong did not hesitate and directly attacked again. The middle-aged general was once again blasted away. This time, his divine body actually shattered. The combat strength that Pang Tong displayed was too strong. It was as if he had eaten some divine medicine that could raise his cultivation. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. What's going on? Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the battle from afar, was also in disbelief. Could it be that Pang Tong had also cultivated a secret technique similar to the Heaven Ascension secret technique? Pang Tong forcefully charged into the formation formed by the South Continent celestial soldiers. Instantly, the formation erupted into clouds of blood, and over a dozen South Continent celestial soldiers were instantly killed by him. Damn it! The middle-aged general once again reassembled his divine body. However, his divine body had been blasted apart twice in a row. Even after reassembling his divine body, his vitality was still injured. Kill. Chapter 3572. The Pang Clan's Celestial Army and the South Continent's Celestial Army engaged in a fierce battle. Battle matrices against battle matrices, and an extremely brutal battle ensued in the skies. The skies were filled with human figures, and divine corpses constantly fell from the skies. Blood rained down from the heavens, the rain of divine blood. The ground that was stained with divine blood turned crimson. Even after countless years of wind and rain, the land still couldn't wash away this bloody color. Roar! Pang Tong let out a furious roar and charged madly at the South Continent's middle-aged general. He seemed to have transformed into an ancestral dragon of the 9 heavens, and he unleashed his most powerful battle prowess as he continuously blasted apart the general's divine body. Damn it! The general was both shocked and enraged. Pang Tong looked like a child, but his cultivation and battle prowess were definitely above that of ordinary elder gods. This fellow was definitely an ancestor-level existence of the Pang clan. The general didn't dare to tarry. He had no choice but to go all out. The spear in his hand seemed to come to life as it transformed into a beam of eternal light that pierced towards Pang Tong. Kill! Pang Tong transformed into an ancestral dragon, and his draconic claws slammed towards the beam of eternal light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the dragon claws collided with the beam of divine light. The beam of eternal light radiated with dazzling divine light, piercing through the dragon claws and shooting towards Pang Tong's dragon head. Pang Tong was shocked. He lowered his head, and the beam of divine light sliced off one of his ancestral dragon horns. In the next moment, the middle-aged general actually rode on Pang Tong's ancestral dragon form and began to smash his fists down. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This fellow was simply too ferocious. After all, Pang Tong's ancestral dragon true body was a secret technique of the Pang clan. This was a technique, but it didn't mean that the Pang clan and the Dragon clan were related by blood. The Dragon clan's physical bodies were publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the world of cultivation. One of the Pang clan's primogenitors had created this technique. Transforming into an ancestral dragon to slay elder gods was definitely not an empty statement. But at this moment, the ancestral dragon that could kill ancestor gods was being ridden by a war ancestor. The war ancestor was swinging his fists at the dragon's head. Pang Tong was dumbfounded by the middle-aged general's attack. At this time, the battle ancestor extended his hand, and the immortal light flew into his hand. He then stabbed the dragon's head. Kacha! The divine light formed by the spear pierced through the dragon's scales and pierced the dragon's head. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene was extremely realistic. It was as if a dragon slayer was slaying a dragon. Roar! The ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into felt the pain and suddenly exerted force, sending the middle-aged war ancestor, who was riding on him, flying. The huge dragon claw directly smashed into the middle-aged war ancestor's body. The middle-aged battle ancestor was sent flying thousands of miles away. Boom! The next moment, the entire mountain broke off from the mountainside, and the upper half collapsed from the sky. Rumble, smoke, and dust soared into the heavens. The great earth was shaking, and the creatures who couldn't escape in time were directly buried alive by the collapsing mountains. At this time, Pang Tong pulled out the spear that was stuck in his head and broke it in two. The divine light that erupted from the spear gradually dissipated, and it turned into two pieces of stubborn iron. The ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into charged directly at the place where the war ancestor had fallen. He spat out a mouthful of divine flames at the collapsed mountain. Boom! Endless divine flames erupted and instantly enveloped the entire area, burning the void until it was annihilated. The divine flames that Pang Tong had transformed into as the ancestor dragon were filled with flame-shaped patterns of the way. This was the divine fire of the Great Path. As long as one came into contact with a trace of the divine fire of the way, even a quasi-supreme would be burned to death. In the next moment, the divine fire of the Great Path burned a huge pit where the entire mountain had been. It was a bottomless pit. What the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were shocked when they saw this. At this time, they couldn't sense the aura of the South Continent's war ancestor. He was burned to death. It can't be. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised. It was known that the South Continent's war ancestor was no weakling. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't compare to Pang Tong, he couldn't have been so easily killed by Pang Tong. Just when everyone was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared behind the ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into. That person waved his hand, and a flash of blade light flashed. In the next moment, the ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into flew up. The sudden change shocked everyone. The South Continent's war ancestor was so powerful that he could destroy Pang Tong's ancestor dragon real body with one strike and kill Pang Tong? It's him? At this time, above the clouds in the distance, a middle-aged man with a blade on his back stared at the South Continent's war ancestor who had killed Pang Tong. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. You know him? An old man beside the middle-aged man said with some surprise. This old man was Peng Jingtian, an expert of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. And the middle-aged man with the blade on his back was Saber Master Nie Jingyun. This time, Song Ke had decided to fight for hegemony in the ancestral god realm and had invited many experts from the East Continent. Saber Master Nie Jingyun was one of the top 3 experts in the East Continent. Naturally, Song Ke had invited this killing god, the East Pole ancestor, who was as famous as Saber Master Nie Jingyun, was a good person. Song Ke had wanted to invite him, but he had refused. That guy is also a blade user. In the South Continent, there is only one person who can cultivate the blade principle to this level. Nie Jingyun stared at the figure and said with a serious expression, "What? Is this guy the number 1 blade user of the South Continent, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshin?" Peng Jingtian said in surprise. The the South Emperor, and the East Ancestor were the two publicly acknowledged supreme experts of the Saber Tao in the ancestral god realm. These two experts were equally famous in the ancestral god realm, but one of them was in the South Continent, while the other was in the East Continent. They had never met, much less fought. No one knew who was stronger, the Saber Emperor of the South Continent or the Saber Master of the East Continent. However, at this moment, the two experts of the blade principle met for the first time in the south region of the Central Continent after countless years. The two of them could sense each other. In the distance, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan suddenly turned around and looked at Nie Jingyun. The gazes of the two experts of the blade principle collided in an instant. At this moment, time and space between the two seemed to freeze. Everything in their eyes disappeared, leaving only the figures of each other. At this moment, the headless dragon corpse fell from the sky and smashed a mountain below. The dragon corpse then shrunk and turned into Pang Tong. Pang Tong was dead. He was killed by Yi Jingshan, who was at the battle ancestor realm. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. He was an expert of a generation, but in the end, he died. At this moment, in the distant sky, the old dragon who was fighting with the fire lion forced the fire lion to retreat. Then he rushed to the ground and bit Pang Tong's head. Then he burrowed into the ground and tried to escape. Humph! A sneer was heard. Then Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan withdrew his gaze from Nie Jingyun and casually slashed with his blade. Swoosh! A blade light flashed, and a bottomless abyss immediately appeared on the ground. A dragon's roar was heard from the depths of the earth. Then the depths of the earth became quiet. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan jumped into the abyss that he had created with his blade. Soon, he rushed out of the abyss again, holding the head of a dragon in his hand. Pang Tong's mount could not escape from Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's blade. It was also slashed by Yi Jingshan's blade. It was useless even if it burrowed into the depths of the earth. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he a warrior under Nanbatian? Nie Jingyun said in disbelief. One must know that the Saber Emperor of the South Continent was an existence on the same level as Nanbatian. It was impossible for Nanbatian to suppress such a person. Why don't you go and ask him why? Peng Jingtian glanced at Nie Jingyun and said, If I go between the two of us, perhaps only one will survive. Nie Jingyun said very seriously. Both of them were supreme experts of the Saber principle. Once such existences met, they would naturally erupt with the most powerful hostility and fighting intent. A battle was inevitable. As the saying went, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Both Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan had an urge to fight. They wanted to know who was stronger between the two. Not only them, but the other cultivators were also very curious about who was stronger between the two experts of the Saber principle. Peng Jingtian did not say anything. He saw Yi Jingshan rush into the sky with the head of the dragon, and then throw the head of the old dragon into the battle formation of the Pang tribe. The Pang clan soldiers were thrown into a slight panic, but they quickly calmed down and began to retreat. The divine path power that erupted from the battle formation of the Pang tribe was extremely powerful. Countless Pang tribe soldiers fell from the sky, and their divine bodies were pierced by the divine light from the battle formation of the Pang tribe. Want to escape? Since you're here, stay. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan became one with his saber and rushed into the battle formation of the Pang tribe. The saber light exploded in the battle formation. Countless figures dissipated in the saber light. They were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. With just one attack, thousands of Pang tribe soldiers were killed. This scared the living daylights out of the remaining Pang tribe soldiers. Run! The Pang tribe soldiers were defeated and fled in all directions. The remaining Pang tribe soldiers could not form a battle formation and could only escape. No one would have thought that the Saber Emperor was like a completely different person from the previous war venerate. His cultivation and combat strength had soared, and even his temperament had changed. Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin? Gu Fei's doppelganger's eyes lit up when he saw the shocking figure. This was a more terrifying existence than Nie Jingtian. This did not mean that Nie Jingtian was weaker than the Saber Emperor, but the Saber Emperor's murderous nature was stronger than Nie Jingtian's. Chapter 3573. No one would have thought that one of Nan Baishan's generals would have such a powerful background. He was actually the top expert in the South Continent. If Yi Jingxin's name was in ancient times, it could be said that everyone knew him. Even in the current era, the name Yi Jingxin could intimidate many experts of the older generation. However, since the Great War of Gods and Demons, Yi Jingxin had disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Some people said that the Saber Emperor of the South Continent had died in battle. However, some people did not believe that the Saber Emperor had died in battle. After all, the Saber Emperor of the South Continent was an expert. How could he have died so easily? As it turned out, Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin had not died. He had become one of Nan Baishan's generals. This was unbelievable to the experts of the East Continent. Pang Tong's death was justified. Even if the clan leader of the Pang clan came in person, he might not be able to defeat Yi Jingxin. This guy killed with one strike. He killed Pang Tong, an old flood dragon, with one strike. There was no need for a second strike. Even when he broke the Pang clan's battle formation, he only used one strike. The Pang clan army, led by Pang Tong, was chased by the army of the Saber Emperor. Spears flew out of the army's battle formation and nailed the Pang clan soldiers to death in the void. As the spears were taken away by the soldiers of the South Continent, the corpses of the Pang clan soldiers that were nailed to death by the spears fell from the sky. This was definitely a 10,000-mile chase. When the temporarily formed army of Nantian City encountered Pang Tong's defeated army, almost all of Pang Tong's soldiers were killed. Only a dozen or so soldiers survived. What? When the old man from Nantian City saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Pang Tong actually lost my clan's purest weapon. He deserves to die. Retreat. The old man from the Pang clan waved the black staff in his hand and ordered the army to retreat. At this time, the morale of the enemy was high, but the morale of the army was low. If they fought with the army of the South Continent at this time, there would only be one result: defeat and death. The great army of Nantian City stopped and retreated without panic. However, at this moment, the countless soldiers of the Nantian City army were extremely nervous. The dozen soldiers under Pang Tong's command were about to charge into the battle formation of the Nantian City army. These soldiers all thought that their lives were finally saved. Just as they were feeling surprised and overjoyed, a dozen or so beams of divine light suddenly descended from the sky, nailing these soldiers to death in the void. More than a dozen behemoth warriors died before they could even let out a scream. This Nantian City soldiers' expressions changed drastically when they saw their soldiers being killed by the battle spears at close range. Some of them were even splashed with divine blood. Swoosh! The South Continent's war soldiers immediately retrieved the dozen or so battle spears. To a certain extent, the battle spears in the war soldiers' hands were also divine artifacts. The battle soldier's spear could be retracted at will. Attack! At this time, an angry roar came from the South Continent's battle formation. In the next moment, 10,000 South Continent soldiers struck their spears at the same time. The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, and tens of thousands of beams of divine light shot into the sky. The scene was too spectacular, and the densely packed divine light fell toward the Nantion City army. Defend! An old, angry roar came from the Nantion City army. Then, the battle formation of the Nantion City army began to operate wildly. A layer of divine light emerged from the battle formation and enveloped all the Nantion City's war soldiers. The divine light that pierced through the sky like raindrops instantly fell on the light screen. The light screen immediately shook, and the beams of divine light pierced the light screen. However, they could not completely break through the light screen. The spears could only pierce through half of the light screen, and then could not go any further. Soon, the light screen above the Nantion City army was filled with the spears of the South Continent's war soldiers. Retreat! The old man wiped his cold sweat and gave the order. The Nantion City's war soldiers immediately fled toward Nantion City, not daring to fight the South Continent's war soldiers. Humph! At this time, a cold laugh came from the distance. Then, a beam of sword light directly slashed down from the sky toward the retreating Nantion City war soldiers. The beam of sword light was extremely fast. It only took a moment for it to appear above the Nantion City war soldiers' battle formation, leaving a pitch-black space crack in the void. Roar! In the battle formation of Nantion City's warriors, the black-robed elder standing in the eye of the formation roared angrily. His long hair danced wildly, and in an instant the power of the battle formation was gathered on the black staff in his hand. The black staff in the old man's hand immediately radiated endless black light, turning into a black dragon that rose from the sky and met the immortal sword light. In the next moment, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. The blade light flashed by and actually directly split the black dragon that was soaring into the sky into two. The black dragon immediately revealed its true form after being split. The two halves of the black staff fell from the sky. In the Nantion City war soldiers' battle formation, the black-robed old man in the formation I immediately turned pale when the black dragon was split in half by the sword light. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Saber Emperor, the black-robed old man, raised his head and stared at the blurry figure in the distant sky. His eyes emitted two extremely sharp beams of divine light. At this time, Nantion City could already be seen. The black-robed old man gathered the power of the battle formation and launched an all-out attack. Finally, he blocked the immortal sword light, but the countless spears that were stuck in the light curtain were taken back by the South Continent war soldiers. However, the South Continent Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's one-strike kill was no joke. Although the sword light was blocked by the black-robed old man's black staff, it still fell from the sky. The sword light was invincible and directly broke the light curtain above the South Continent war soldiers' heads. In an instant, dozens of Nantion City war soldiers were turned into blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. The Saber Emperor's saber is really powerful. Nie Jingyun, who had been watching this scene coldly in the distant sky, could not help but narrow his eyes. The Saber Emperor's saber principle cultivation could definitely be described as terrifying. Do we have a chance of winning? Peng Jingtian, who was next to Nie Jingyun, also looked at the Saber Emperor in the distance. Of course, Nie Jingyun was very confident. He had always believed that his saber was the most powerful saber in the ancestral god realm. The sabers of others were trash and could not withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in front of Nie Jingyun and Peng Jingtian. Brother Gu, Nie Jingtian hurriedly cupped his hands at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Brother Gu, Peng Jingtian also hurriedly greeted Gu Fei's doppelganger with a smile. He did not dare to slight Gu Fei's doppelganger. After all, if they lost Gu Fei's support, it would be difficult for them to even defend the East Continent. Gu Fei's doppelganger only nodded and did not say anything. Chapter 3574. The Nantian City Army wanted to escape to Nantian City. Once they entered the city, even Blade Emperor Yi Jingshan would not be able to do anything to them. However, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan would not let Nantian City's army escape so easily. Without hesitation, he attacked. Swoosh! The immortal blade light appeared once again. This time, the blade light descended from the sky. Although the blade light wasn't that dazzling, the might it displayed was enough to make one's heart palpitate. It was as if the blade could split the world in half. A destructive aura filled every inch of the void. How dare you? The battle formation of the Nantian City Army was operating crazily. The black-robed old man operated the killing formation with all his might. The power of tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in a divine bead in his hand. After the divine bead in the black-robed old man's hand swallowed a large amount of essence, it burst out with a divine light that was much brighter than the sun in the sky. An extremely powerful wave of divine power surged out of the divine bead in the black-robed old man's hand. The divine bead gathered the power of tens of thousands of cultivators. Coupled with the black-robed old man's power, the power contained in the divine bead was too powerful. Go! The black-robed old man had been preparing. When he saw the Blade Emperor's blade light coming at him, he did not hesitate to throw the divine bead in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine bead that flew out of the black-robed old man's hand collided with the blade light falling from the sky. An extremely powerful force erupted. The power contained in the divine bead completely erupted. The entire sky seemed to have exploded, and the mighty divine power of destruction destroyed everything. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Although Pang Outyen had died in battle, there were still experts from the Pang clan in Nantian City. He blocked it. Countless cultivators in the battle formation of Nantian City raised their heads to look at the destructive scene in the sky. They were all stunned. The mighty storm of power from the sky shook the entire battle formation. However, at this moment, a blade light directly broke the black hole in the sky and instantly struck the battle formation of Nantian City. In the next moment, the black-robed old man, who was standing in the eye of the formation, looked at the sky in horror. A bloody mark had appeared on his forehead and was spreading downwards. The black-robed old man's eyes had completely lost their light and vitality. Then, the black-robed old man's divine body was instantly split in half. Then, the entire battle formation began to collapse from the formation eye. Terrifying saber chi fluctuations swept out in all directions with the formation eye as the center. Countless soldiers did not even have time to react before they were directly killed by the exploding saber chi. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and more than half of the tens of thousands of Nantian City cultivators were killed. Only about 10,000 cultivators managed to escape, but they were so stunned that they forgot to run away. Swoosh! Another blade light flashed by, and the 10,000 cultivators were sliced in half at the waist at the same time. Not only did the terrifying blade light cut through the cultivators' divine bodies, but it also destroyed their nascent souls. How ruthless! Watching this scene, the experts of the ancestral god realm couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Saber Emperor's killing intent was too strong, almost comparable to that of a sword slave. This guy, Nye Jingyan, stared at the figure in the distant sky, and a terrifying battle intent erupted from his body. He wanted to attack, but he still resisted the urge. Now was not the time, and his condition was not good enough. If he wanted to fight with the Saber Emperor, he would have to send a battle invitation, and set a time and place. But now, two extremely sharp gazes swept over from afar and landed on Nie Jingyun. The Saber Emperor instantly locked on to Nie Jingyun. At this moment, the Saber Emperor's aura and condition were both at their peak. His blade was stained with blood, and his battle intent was also at its peak. Yi Jingshan's essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak. At this moment, he was definitely the strongest. Nie Jingyun was not in his best condition. If he fought with Yi Jingshan now, he would definitely lose. This was without a doubt. Nie Jingyun naturally would not be so foolish as to attack at this moment. However, Nie Jingyun had no choice but to attack now. The Saber Emperor had already locked onto him and could attack him at any time. The Saber Emperor, Yi Jingshan, was one of the most terrifying killing gods in the South Continent. His reputation for killing with one blade wasn't just for show. Nie Jingyun did not want to die under Yi Jingshan's blade. What an arrogant Saber Emperor! Peng Jingtian, who was standing beside Nie Jingyun, was very unhappy. It seemed that Yi Jingshan had directly ignored him and Gu Fei's clone. How dare he ignore them? In the next moment, Peng Jingtian felt his body tighten. He had actually been locked on by the Saber Emperor. What Peng Jingtian could not help but be shocked and angry. This guy was indeed arrogant and presumptuous. You play with the blade, and I play with the sword. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A shocking sword aura erupted from Peng Jingtian's body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Peng Jingtian's sword cultivation might not be comparable to the sword slaves, but his sword cultivation was still very strong. If they really fought, he might be able to compete with the Saber Emperor. Gu Fei's clone watched this scene, but he had no intention of making a move. Although the Saber Emperor was strong, if Nie Jingyun and Peng Jingtian couldn't defeat the Saber Emperor, then his clone wouldn't be able to change anything. After all, Gu Fei did not come with his real body. He was just a clone, and the battle strength of his clone was naturally not as strong as his real body. Using a blade just because of a disagreement, Gu Fei's clone touched his nose and shook his head helplessly. The Saber Emperor, Yi Jingshan, was indeed powerful. Of course, he also had the ability to be powerful. The Saber Emperor had his eyes on Nie Jingyun. This caused the surrounding experts of the ancestral god realm to be inexplicably shocked. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to attack whoever he wanted to. Some experts saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. It would be terrible if they were targeted by this madman. Nie Jingyun, the Saber Emperor's voice rang out. Although it was not loud, it reached the ears of every cultivator present. What? That person is Nie Jingyun? Someone exclaimed. The East Continent's Saber ancestor Nie Jingyun was famous in the East Continent. Although he had disappeared for countless years, there were still countless people who remembered his name. At this time, the cultivators in Nantian City were scared out of their wits. The South Continent soldiers had once again arrived outside Nantian City, and this time, even the old ancestor had died in battle. Both Pang Tong and the old ancestor were rare experts in the Pang clan, but they died in battle just like that. The people of the Pang clan in Nantian City could not believe their eyes. This time, it was difficult for Nantian City to organize any more forces. This was because the tens of thousands of cultivators, led by the black-robed old man, were the last strength of the Pang clan. Chapter 3575. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan had his eyes on Saber Master Nie Jingyun. As the Saber Emperor of South Continent, Yi Jingshan was known as the One Saber Killer. He was definitely one of the most terrifying killing gods in South Continent, but Nie Jingyun's background was not inferior to the Saber Emperor's. Nie Jingyun was the Saber Master of East Continent. He had almost been killed by Ouyang Feng, but he had survived in the end and improved his saber principle. These two Blade Dao Supremes had never met before, but today they finally met. Without words, the two Blade Dao Supremes immediately knew who the other was. "Do you want to fight?" Nie Jingyun stared at Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan in the sky, his battle intent surging. His hair was in a mess, and the ancient saber on his back was vibrating as if it would fly out of its scabbard at any time. His spirit chi had been raised to its limit. However, compared to Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan, Niet Jingyun was still a little weaker. After all, Yi Jingshan had killed tens of thousands of cultivators. Niet Jingyun was not a weakling, and it would not be easy for Yi Jingshan to kill the Saber Master of East Continent with one move. Humph! Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan sneered, without saying a word. The battle intent that erupted from his body became stronger, and the void around him shook. This was Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's response to Nie Jingyun. "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of whom?" Peng Jingtian, who was standing beside Nie Jingyun, stared at the Saber Emperor and said coldly. A strong battle intent also erupted from his body, and the shadow of a golden rock appeared faintly on his body. "Chaotic golden rock?" Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan glanced at Peng Jingtian and said in surprise, "Sigh, looks like I've really been ignored." Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly sighed and said, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan did not pay any attention to Gu Fei's doppelganger, which made Gu Fei's doppelganger very depressed. Was his cultivation and battle strength really not good enough? Peng Jingtian wanted to laugh when he heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but he did not dare to laugh. Although this guy looked harmless, he was definitely a fierce person. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. The Saber Emperor and the Saber Master were confronting each other. Everyone wanted to know who was stronger between the two supreme Saber Masters. Yi Jingshan and Nie Jingyun's momentum was still rising, and they could attack at any time. The Saber Emperor and the Saber Master were definitely the most dangerous figures in the realm right now. At this time, the most nervous ones were the cultivators in Nantian City. If the Saber Emperor and the Saber Master could fight to the death, they would naturally be more than happy to see that happen. However, the Saber Emperor and Saber Su, who was Master Hu the Shun Emperor, and the Master, Emperor Yi Longsheng Emperor on the horn, King Longshin Hu Emperor, Emperor Sentian, the god, was Long the Master Emperor of God. When the Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan heard the horn, he couldn't help being startled. Then he rode his flame lion and slowly retreated into the distance. He didn't dare to be careless. It had to be known that if he revealed an opening, his opponent would very likely launch a fatal attack at him. He, Emperor of Yi of Qin, as Yang, as. "Let's fight next time." Nie Jingyun looked at Yi Jingshan, who was retreating carefully, before saying this. "All right." When Yi Jingshan heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Nie Jingyun said that they would fight again next time, so they would fight again next time. With Nie Jingyun's status, it was impossible for him to use such a method to plot against him. Swoosh! Yi Jingshan rode the Fire Lion and chased after the South Continent's divine tribe. Soon, Yi Jingshan led the South Continent Divine Race Army and disappeared in the distant sky, returning to the base camp of the South Continent Army 100,000 miles away. At this time, the cultivators in Nantian City finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan attacked the city, they might not be able to stop him. The Saber Emperor and his South Continent Army retreated, giving the Pang Clan's disciples in Nantian City a chance to catch their breath. Boom! Just as everyone was in a state of bewilderment, a loud explosion rang out from the distance. Then, the entire world began to shake violently as if it was about to be destroyed. An extremely powerful aura appeared between heaven and earth. It's Nanbatian. How is this possible? At this time, all the experts in the ancestral god realm were inexplicably shocked. Wasn't Nanbatian dead? What the hell was going on? Was Nanbatian still alive? Pang Outyen did not hesitate to self-destruct to kill Nanbatian. This was something that everyone saw with their own eyes. Nanbatian should have been destroyed in both body and soul. Could it be a golden silkworm shedding its shell? Gufei's doppelganger said in shock. Nanbatian might have cultivated some kind of secret technique and escaped death. This kind of technique shocked him. The terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth, infinitely close to the extreme grade realm. One should know that the current ancestral god realm was different. The ancestral god realm suppressed the extreme grade realm. Once the extreme grade realm appeared, heaven and earth would send a terrifying heavenly punishment to obliterate the extreme grade realm. This guy, Peng Jingtian, was shocked. Nanbatian was definitely a terrifying existence. Even he might not be a match for this ruthless person. Let's go back, Gufei's doppelganger said. At this time, in the eastern region of the central continent of the ancestral god realm, the million-strong celestial race army of the eastern continent gathered in Eastern Heaven City. Song Ke personally led this army. The Pang clan was shocked. At this time, the Pang clan could no longer care about the southern region. Compared to the southern region, the situation in the eastern region was much more serious. At this time, the Pang clan was also gathering all the strength they could. Nearly 1 million celestial race soldiers gathered near Eastern Heaven City. Banners fluttered in the wind around Eastern Heaven City. Murderous, intent soared to the sky. Countless celestial race soldiers stood quietly in the void, forming battle formations. Each battle formation emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The old ancestor of the Pang clan could no longer sit still. He brought his injured body to supervise the battle. Pang Zhenhuan was the commander of the Pang clan army. At this time, a powerful figure stood on a chariot pulled by 6 old dragons. This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Pang clan. Not everyone could sit on this chariot. The 6 old dragons were like 6 real dragons. Only the patriarch of the Pang clan could sit on this chariot. Murderous, intent soared to the sky near Eastern Heaven City. However, apart from the sound of the banners in the wind, not even the roars of battle beasts could be heard. You want to fight, Song Ke? The old ancestor's voice rang in the patriarch's mind. That's right. Pang Zhenhuan, the patriarch of the Pang clan, did not hide his purpose. Then we must prepare well. The old ancestor's voice rang again. Yes, old ancestor. Pang Zhenhuan hurriedly replied. Although he was the patriarch of the Pang clan, he dared not show any disrespect in front of the old ancestor. Since Song Ke dared to come to the central continent and behave atrociously, I will let him know who the real ruler of the central continent is. Not everyone can have designs on the central continent. At this moment, all the experts in the central continent, and even the entire ancestral god realm, were attracted to the battle. Everyone wanted to know if the Pang clan could unify the central continent, or if Song Ke, the outsider, would become the ruler of the central continent. Gufei's doppelganger, Peng Jingtian, and Ye Jingyun returned to the eastern region. Song Ke immediately gathered his subordinates to discuss the next step. This required a detailed plan and could not be carried out recklessly. The Pang clan's power in the central continent was definitely the strongest. However, a force that could threaten the Pang clan had appeared. Over the years, although there had been many wars in the central continent, none of the forces could truly threaten the Pang clan. Song K's appearance caused an unknown variable to appear in the ancestral god realm. No one had expected Song K to be so powerful, unifying the eastern continent in a short period of time and then attacking the Pang clan. Gu Fei's doppelganger was not interested in Song K's schemes. He strolled around Eastern Heaven City, which was filled with battle soldiers. Eastern Heaven City was an ancient divine city. Ever since he arrived, Gu Fei's doppelganger felt that this ancient divine city was not ordinary. Eastern Heaven City was like a terrifying, sleeping, heavenly beast. Gu Fei's doppelganger had a feeling that once the power of Eastern Heaven City exploded, even Tian Fa would not be able to suppress it. He wanted to see what was so special about this Eastern Heaven City. However, when Gu Fei's doppelganger walked on the streets of this ancient divine city, he could not sense anything. This surprised him. What's going on? Gu Fei's doppelganger was in disbelief. One must know that even with his cultivation, he could not sense anything special about this ancient divine city. This was too amazing. Hey, the one in black. I'm talking about you. Don't look around. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger walked outside the city lord's residence, a loud shout came from the front. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up and saw a spear-wielding middle-aged general walking over with a dozen battle soldiers. The leading middle-aged general shouted at Gu Fei's doppelganger, "What are you doing?" When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the fiendish middle-aged general walking towards him, he could not help but frown. "Brat, are you blind? Where is this place? Is it somewhere you can come? Hurry up and F***CK off." The middle-aged general came in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger and pointed at Gu Fei's doppelganger's nose as he spoke loudly. "You've got guts." Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but give the middle-aged general a thumbs up. No one had dared to speak to him like this in a long time. This middle-aged general was too awesome. "Of course I have guts. Only you sissy bastards are gutless." The middle-aged general said disdainfully, "AI, looks like ignorance is also a kind of happiness." Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. "You brat, hurry up and F***CK off. Do you want me to use a palanquin to carry you away?" The middle-aged general roared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The spittle he spat almost flew onto Gu Fei's doppelganger's face. "Old Wu, what's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Chapter 3576. Gu Fei's clone was strolling around Eastern Sky City. Unknowingly, he had strolled to the front of the city lord's mansion. Then he was very unfortunately disturbed. A middle-aged warrior guarding the gate directly blocked Gu Fei's clone's path, then directly told Gu Fei's clone to scram. Ever since he came to the ancestral god realm, no one had ever dared to speak to Gu Fei like this. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but admire this guy. This guy had guts. Gu Fei's clone was very helpless. He also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy and was about to leave. But at this time, a white-robed young cultivator walked out from the city lord's mansion. When this young cultivator saw Gu Fei's clone, he was immediately dumbfounded. "Old Kai, what's wrong?" The middle-aged warrior couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the white-robed young man dumbfounded. He then followed the white-robed young man's gaze and saw that the white-robed young man was dumbfounded when he scolded the black-robed young man. "What's wrong?" The white-robed young man suddenly forcefully slapped himself a few times. The slaps were loud and clear. Both sides of his face were swollen and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Old Kai," seeing the white-robed young man slap himself, the middle-aged warrior was dumbfounded and looked at the white-robed young man in disbelief. "Old Wu, you bastard." The white-robed young man came to his senses and directly punched the middle-aged warrior. Bang! Kacha! With a scream, the middle-aged warrior clutched his nose and staggered. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. "Old Kai, you're crazy!" the middle-aged warrior screamed. At this time, the soldiers outside the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss and didn't know what to do. One must know that the middle-aged warrior and the white-robed young man were both warriors guarding the city lord's mansion. The two of them had a very good relationship, but no one expected that the white-robed young man would suddenly attack and actually punch the middle-aged warrior. "You're the crazy one." The white-robed young man directly kicked the middle-aged warrior. Then, the soldiers behind the middle-aged warrior suffered a calamity. All of them were sent flying by the middle-aged warrior. "Kai Ao, I'm not finished with you." The middle-aged general was completely enraged. He charged over from afar and spat out a sword light that pierced towards the white-robed young man. "My lord, please don't blame this blind fellow for his rudeness." At this moment, the young General Kai Ao was currently apologizing to Gu Fei's clone with a respectful and reverent attitude, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. When the middle-aged general saw this scene, he could not help but be startled and hurriedly withdrew the flying sword that he had spat out. "Old Kai, what are you doing? What are you playing at?" The middle-aged general looked at the young General Kai Ao and Gu Fei's clone in bewilderment. In his eyes, this black-robed youth was very ordinary, just a small cultivator. Was there a need to be so respectful towards him? However, since he could become a champion, this fellow called Old Wu was no fool. Kai Ao was a powerhouse who was not weaker than him. "This is Lord Gu. You even dared to scold him. You really don't know how to write the word death. Hurry up and come over to apologize." Kai Ao roared at the middle-aged general. The middle-aged general was confused. "Lord Gu? That Lord Gu? Kai Ao was anxious. This fellow was simply hopeless. Why did he still care about his life and death? Gu Fei's clone smiled and did not say anything. Was his reputation really that small? Even this fellow had not heard of his great name before. And that Lord Gu? Kai Ao was truly speechless. At this moment, the middle-aged general's nose was bleeding and his face was stained with blood. He looked very ferocious and wretched. His nose bridge had been broken by Kai Ao. Could it be? At this moment, the middle-aged general suddenly thought of something. Then his entire body trembled. He was not agitated, but afraid. Lord Gu." The middle-aged general's voice was trembling. Gu Fei's clone smiled helplessly and said, "Am I that scary?" When he heard the words of Gu Fei's clone, the middle-aged general immediately knelt on the ground. His legs had gone soft, and he could not even stand steadily. Lord Gu, the middle-aged general was so nervous and afraid that he could not speak fluently. "Lord Gu, those who do not know will not be punished. Please give Old Wu a chance." Kai Ao pleaded. He and the middle-aged general were good friends. Naturally, he would not watch the middle-aged general be punished. "All right, this is not a big deal. Let's leave it at that." Gu Fei's clone shook his head and walked towards the Castellan residence. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. He naturally would not lower himself to the same level as the middle-aged general. Gu Fei's clone returned to a courtyard in the Castellan residence. At this moment, several incomparably powerful figures appeared near the courtyard. Although Song Ke was the commander-in-chief of the East Continent's Celestial Race Army in name, there were some people that even he could not mobilize. One had to know that some people's cultivation and combat strength were not below Song Ke's. In the distant past, they were even stronger and more famous than Song Quebec. The vast central continent was the home of countless celestial races. The number of celestial races living in the central continent far exceeded the number of celestial races living in the other 4 continents combined. At this time, all the powerful clans of the central continent were watching. A battle of this level was rare in the entire central continent, and it was only a limited number of times. The last time a war of this scale occurred was the War of Gods and Demons in the ancient era. After the War of Gods and Demons, the turmoil in the ancestral god realm gradually subsided. Before that, the wars between the various celestial races in the ancestral god realm were small skirmishes. However, things were different now. With the return of Song-Ke and the unification of the East Continent, the Pang clan defeated the Heavenly Fire clan and became the overlord of the Central Continent. The entire ancestral god realm was in turmoil again. Countless living beings died in the War of Gods. This time, Song-Ke gathered the power of the entire East Continent to attack the Central Continent. The impact of a war of this scale was enough to affect the entire ancestral god realm. The old ancestor of the East Pole sect ran around in an attempt to calm down the disputes. However, he didn't expect that the War of Gods in the ancestral god realm would escalate and become a World War-level storm that could affect the entire ancestral god realm. Sigh, the living beings of the world are pitiful. On a tall mountain outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, the old ancestor of the East Pole sect let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the ancestral land of the Pang clan and left in disappointment. That old ancestor of the East Pole sect is really naive. He actually wants us to make peace with Song Quebec. Is that even possible? An old voice came from an ancestral hall in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The voice was full of disdain. The owner of the voice didn't put the old ancestor of the East Pole sect in his eyes at all. It was impossible for the Pang clan to stop the war with Song Quebec. Even if Song-Ke was willing to stop the war, the Pang clan wouldn't agree to it. One should know that the Pang clan's ancient soldiers were killed by the sword slaves. The Pang clan spent a lot of effort to cultivate these ancient soldiers. The Pang clan and Song-Ke's Chaos Golden Rock clan had become mortal enemies. The Pang clan wouldn't let the Chaos Golden Rock clan off so easily. Although that old ancestor of the East Pole sect is a little long-winded, his words aren't completely nonsense. Another voice came from the ancestral hall. At this time, those who were qualified to discuss in the ancestral hall were the most important figures in the Pang clan. If these people walked out of the ancestral hall, they would definitely be existences that could dominate the entire ancestral god realm. What do you want to do? The old voice sounded. The owner of the voice was the progenitor of the Pang clan, who sat on the throne in the ancestral hall. He was also the old ancestor of the Pang clan. There were a total of 3 progenitors in the Pang clan. 2 of the 3 progenitors of the Pang clan were in deep slumber in the ancestral vein of the earth. This was the reason why the Pang clan was still so strong and confident. If the 3 progenitors were to come together, Song-Ke and the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be annihilated with a wave of their hands. Why don't we pretend to agree to make peace with Song-Ke and attack when he's unprepared? We'll annihilate Song-Ke's million-strong army in Eastern Sky City. The patriarch of the Pang clan, Pang Zhenhuan, said, That's a good idea." The Pang clan's progenitor nodded, using peace talks to numb the other party and then annihilate them. But would this really work? But this is too risky. What if the other party pretends to make peace like us? Another person said, "It was an old ancestor of the Pang clan named Pang Outsong. We must be vigilant. If we're prepared, we still have a high chance of success." Pang Zhenhuan said confidently, "There's no harm in trying." The Pang clan's progenitor nodded. This could minimize the Pang clan's losses. The Pang clan could not afford to suffer any more losses. At this time, the situation in southern Sky City in the Central Continent's southern region was very grim. Southern Sky City could be breached by the Southern Continent's army at any time. But at this time, the Pang clan could no longer send any reinforcements. All their forces must be used to eliminate Song K's army first. After getting rid of Song K, they would return to deal with the Southern Continent's army. This was the Pang clan's current plan. They would first eliminate the strong enemy, then sweep the weak ones. The Pang clan's ancestral hall fell silent. No one spoke. Since the progenitor had already said so, who would refute? Wasn't this a slap to the progenitor's face? At this time, Eastern Sky City, in the main hall of the City Lord's residence, Song K gathered a group of higher-ups to discuss how to defeat the Pang clan, unify the Central Continent, and then the entire ancestral god realm. Even Song K could not resist the temptation of being the master of the ancestral god realm. The Pang clan attacked the Skyfire clan in order to unify the entire ancestral god realm. The current situation was very advantageous to Tsong, Quebec. After defeating the Pang clan's 1,000 ancient soldiers, Song K's morale soared. Chapter 35-77. Song K's camp was full of experts. The Earth Spirit clan, the Heavenly God clan, and the Black Snake clan had all turned up. The million-strong God clan army was definitely not a gimmick, but a real million-strong God clan army. In Eastern Sky City, countless experts had gathered in the City Lord's mansion. Song K was sitting on a throne in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. The seats on both sides of the hall were occupied by clan lords. Behind the seats stood many people, all of whom were ancestor-level existences. Not all ancestor-level existences were qualified to enter the City Lord's mansion of Eastern Sky City. While Song K and a group of patriarch-level existences were discussing how to take action in the City Lord mansion, Gu Fei's doppelganger was sitting cross-legged under a big tree in a courtyard. Powerful figures could be faintly seen in the surroundings of the courtyard, guarding it. Although Eastern Sky City was overcrowded, no one dared to go near the courtyard where Gu Fei was. The surroundings of the courtyard were very quiet. Gu Fei's clone had a high status in Song K's camp. Gu Fei was not interested in military formations. To him, all plots and schemes were useless in the face of absolute power. Just like how the sword slave fought against the Pang clan's ancient soldiers, they were killed with a single strike. Even if the ancient soldiers formed a battle formation, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from the sword slave. Gu Fei's clone wouldn't act rashly in the Central Continent. If Song K could handle it, he wouldn't have to do it himself. At this moment, a God clan army suddenly appeared outside Eastern Sky City. Countless cultivators in the city were alarmed by their powerful aura. The East Continent's army that had gathered near Eastern Sky City reacted immediately. 10,000 soldiers formed a battle formation and charged towards the incoming God clan army. It was the Black Snake clan's battle formation. A shocking, murderous aura erupted from the formation, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. "Stop!" A loud shout came from the mysterious battle formation. Then, the battle formation immediately stopped, and a murderous aura filled the void. The Dusk Snake clan's battle formation stopped as well. The two battle formations faced each other in the sky, their swords drawn, and it seemed as if a great battle could break out at any time. What's going on? A warrior general walked out from the Black Snake clan's battle formation. He stared at the battle formation in front of him, bewildered. This wasn't a warrior from the Pang clan. The ancient soldiers of the Pang clan were completely annihilated. In a short period of time, the ancient soldiers of the Pang clan would definitely not dare to come again. Moreover, this battle troop was slightly different from the others. Every single battle troop carried a large sword on their back, and every single battle troop gave off extremely powerful ripples of sword chi. This was a sword formation. The murderous aura emanating from it was much stronger than that of the Black Snake clan's battle formation. Outside the courtyard of Gu Fei's clone, a figure leaning against a big tree suddenly raised his head. His eyes emitted an incomparably resplendent divine light. An obscure and powerful wave of sword chi emanated from his body. "My disciple is here. Go and receive him." At this moment, the voice of Gu Fei's clone rang out in the servant's mind. The sword slave was startled when he heard this. He immediately soared into the sky, out of Eastern Sky City, and appeared between the two battle formations. "Whose master's disciple?" The sword slave glanced at the sword formation in front of him. This sword formation was also extraordinary. The aura of each warrior was connected into one. Once the sword formation was activated, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In the sword slave's opinion, the Black Snake clan's battle formation was nothing compared to this sword formation. Once the battle started, more than half of the Black Snake clan's battle troop would be instantly annihilated. The sword slave didn't respond to the sword formation. "Whose master's disciple?" The sword slave asked again. He realized that his temper seemed to have calmed down ever since he started following Gu Fei. He had become more patient. "Are you talking about me?" The sword slave waited for a while before a weak voice came from the sword formation. Then a figure walked out of the sword formation. "You." The sword slave was slightly surprised when he saw this young cultivator. This fellow's cultivation was a little too weak. Master actually accepted this person as a disciple? In front of a sword slave, Shimen Ijian's cultivation was naturally not worth mentioning. Even if Shimen Ijian blew a mouthful of air, he would be able to extinguish this little fellow. "Follow me." After sizing up Shimen Ijian, the sword slave extended his hand and grabbed Shimen Ijian before disappearing into the void. An old man in the sword formation couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. Shimen Ijian was taken away just like that, but he didn't make a move. That person just now was very terrifying. It was hard to imagine that someone could actually cultivate sword Dao to such a level. Even the Shimen clan leaders' sword Dao cultivation couldn't compare to this fellow. The old man thought to himself, "It seems like it's time for my Shimen clan to rise." Because of Shimen Ijian, the Shimen clan had formed a relationship with Gu Fei. Therefore, in the upcoming war in the Central Continent, the Shimen clan chose to stand on Gu Fei's side. At this time, the battle formation formed by the mysterious Snake Army was still blocking in front of the Shimen clan's sword formation. Song Ke didn't know that Gu Fei had accepted Shimen Ijian as a disciple, but at this time, the Eastern Continent's God clan's army also knew that the Shimen clan's army had arrived. The Shimen clan's influence in the Central Continent wasn't small, but compared to the Pang clan, Skyfire clan, and Kanglin clan, it was still a lot weaker. If the Pang clan and the other two clans were super forces, then the Shimen clan could only be considered as a second-rate force. It was incomparable to a first-rate force like the Pang clan. "Master," at this time, in a courtyard of the City Lord Manor, Shimen Ijian knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged under a big tree, but his eyelids didn't even twitch. The sword slave didn't enter the courtyard. Instead, he stood guard outside. Time trickled by. 2 hours had passed. Shimen Ijian, who was kneeling in front of Gu Fei's clone, didn't dare to get up because Gu Fei's clone hadn't said anything yet. The two battle formations that were facing each other in the sky had already retreated. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Shimen Ijian was still kneeling on the ground, motionless. He didn't even raise his head. As long as Gu Fei's clone didn't ask him to get up, he would never get up. Shimin Yijian knelt for more than 6 hours before Gu Fei exhaled and opened his eyes. Master, when Shimin Yijian saw that Gu Fei's clone had stopped cultivating, he was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 3578. The Shimin clan chose to stand on Gu Fei's side, and they decided to send their army to join Song Kei's camp to suppress the Pang clan. However, the East Continent's God clan army became nervous because of the appearance of the Shimin clan's army. The two battle formations faced each other in the sky. However, the Shimin clan's battle formation and the East Continent's Black Snake clan's battle formation retreated very quickly. Song Kei had already received the news that Gu Fei's clone had accepted Shimin Yijian as his disciple. To Song Kei, this was definitely a good thing. The Shimin clan was a local force in the Central Continent, and the other forces in the Central Continent found it hard to believe that the Shimin clan had sided with Song Quebec. One must know that the Pang clan was extremely powerful, and the other forces in the Central Continent did not think highly of Song Quebec. However, some forces in the Central Continent had a different view of Song Kei's God clan army. One must know that the East Continent's God clan army had defeated the Pang clan's ancient soldiers not long ago. The achievements of Song Kei's God clan army shocked all the forces in the Central Continent. At this moment, Song Kei's figure appeared outside the courtyard, where Gu Fei's clone was. He was here to look for Gu Fei's clone to understand the Shimin clan. However, just as Song Kei was about to enter the courtyard, the sword slave suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Song Kei frowned when he saw the sword slave. The sword slave's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not below his, and he did not want to offend the sword slave. "Come in." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the courtyard, and the sword slave retreated to the side. Song Kei glanced at the sword slave and walked into the courtyard. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Gu Fei's clone sitting cross-legged on a big rock under a big tree, and a young cultivator was standing beside him. This young cultivator's cultivation was very weak, but the sword aura that emanated from his body was extremely sharp. A sword Dao cultivator. Song Kei was very curious as to why Gu Fei would accept such a disciple. What benefits did it bring him? Shimin clan was only a second-rate force in the Central Continent, not even a first-rate force. Gu Fei's clone naturally wouldn't accept such a disciple for the sake of Shimin clan. In fact, what Song Kei didn't know was that the reason why Gu Fei's doppelganger accepted this disciple was mostly due to a whim. "This is Shimin Yijian, my disciple." Gu Fei's doppelganger jumped down from the boulder and came to the side of the stone table. He took out 2 jade cups and a jade pot and pulled out the stopper. A faint fragrance of wine immediately filled the air. Song Kei was shocked when he smelled the wine fragrance. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had already filled 2 cups of wine and put away the jade pot. Song Kei lowered his head and saw that the cup of wine in front of him was extremely clear, like spring water without any impurities. The faint fragrance of the wine made him feel intoxicated even before he drank it. This was a kind of wine that Gu Fei brewed with the peaches of immortality in his spare time, and he named it the Immortality Peach Wine. The immortality peaches from the immortality peach trees that were transplanted into his inner world were quasi-immortal divine medicines. There was definitely no one else in the ancestral god realm who could brew wine with quasi-immortal herbs. One should know that even if someone had a quasi-immortal herb, they would definitely not be willing to use it to brew wine. This was because, in the eyes of others, using quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine was definitely a wastrel. Great wine! Song Kei picked up the wine cup and tasted it bit by bit. This was simply the best divine wine in the world. A single drop could bring a person back to life. The medicinal power of the quasi-immortal herb spread in Song K's body, causing his qi and blood to flourish and his vitality to become stronger. "What wine is this?" Song K said after finishing a cup of immortality peach wine. He was not satisfied. "Peach wine," Gu Fei's clone said with a smile. "Peach wine." Song K was taken aback when he heard that. He then said, "Is this wine brewed using the peach tree of immortality from the legendary peach tree of immortality?" "Peach tree of immortality?" Gu Fei's clone said with a smile. "It's not that exaggerated. It's just a wine brewed using the peach tree of immortality." Quasi-immortal wine. Song K was still taken aback when he heard that. Shiman Yijian, who was standing behind Gu Fei's clone, was already dumbfounded by Gu Fei's clone and Song K's words. His master actually used quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine. He had only heard of people using quasi-immortal herbs to refine pills. When had he ever heard of someone using quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine? "Can I have another cup?" Song K said with a smile. "No." Gu Fei's clone rejected immediately. It was not easy to brew such a wine. He only had one pot with him, and it would be gone once he finished it. "Sigh." Song K smiled and did not insist. "What business do you have with me?" Gu Fei's clone asked. "Nothing much. I just want to borrow a few men from you." Song K went straight to the point. "Sure, I can lend you the men I brought." Gu Fei's clone did not hesitate. He knew that the upcoming battle was extremely important to Tsang Quebec. If he won, Tsang K could continue to dominate the ancestral god realm. If he lost, Tsang K could only return to the eastern continent. This time, Gu Fei's real body did not come to the central continent. Only his clone had come. No one knew what other trump cards the Pang clan had up their sleeves. "Thanks. I owe you another favor." Tsang K was overjoyed. He was confident now. "It's good that you know." Gu Fei's clone didn't stand on ceremony with Tsang Quebec. Since he owed Tsang K a favor, he had to return it. When Gu Fei wanted Tsang K to do something, Tsang K couldn't say no. "I'll take my leave then. I won't disturb you from teaching your disciples." Tsang K had achieved his goal, so he naturally had to leave. "Get lost." "Now." Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. Tsang K walked out of the courtyard with a smile. He brought the sword slave, divine monster, and Nie Jingyun with him. He was not Gu Fei's man, but a helper. Old ancestor Luo Xiao was also brought away by Tsang Quebec. In fact, Tsang K came to Gu Fei's clone to bring the sword slave away. As for divine monster and old ancestor Luo Xiao, he did not place much importance on them. With the sword slave, he had a 60% chance of defeating the Pang clan. The Pang clan was a super force in the central continent. But now, Tsang K wanted to challenge the entire Pang clan. The outcome was unpredictable. "I'm afraid he's going to make a move," Gu Fei's clone muttered in the courtyard. Chapter 35:79. When Tsang K came to borrow people from Gu Fei's avatar naturally would not reject him. If Tsang K's Chaos Golden Rock race could unify the ancestral god realm, it would be a good thing for him. It had to be known that the people in the primogenitor realm were starting to get restless. Perhaps they were the masterminds behind the chaos in the various worlds. The primogenitor's realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. No one knew how powerful the existences in the primogenitor's realm were. However, Gu Fei's avatar knew that those fellows in the primogenitor's realm were absolutely terrifying. Along with Shiman clan joining Tsang K's camp, some forces of the central continent also came to seek refuge with Tsang K, but Tsang K didn't refuse any of them. However, there were some people from the Chaos Golden Rock race that were feeling uneasy. One must know that there were definitely spies amongst these fellows that had come to seek refuge. It was impossible for the Pang clan not to send spies in. However, Song Ke was fearless. Even if the Pang clan's spy sneaked in, what could he do? Apart from the Shiman clan, the other forces of the central continent that had come to seek refuge were all third-rate or even fourth-rate forces. They were insignificant to the war situation. Not long after Song Ke borrowed the sword slave from Gu Fei's clone, the Pang clan's envoy came knocking. The Pang clan wants peace. Song Ke sat on his throne in the main hall of the city lord's mansion in eastern Sky City. He looked down at the emissary of the Pang clan and said disdainfully, "Please watch your words. My race is not seeking peace." The emissary of the Pang clan was an old man. This old man's cultivation was also very impressive. He was at the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. He was only half a step away from becoming a quasi-supremacy. Ha! If it's not fear, then what is it? Song Ke laughed out loud as a powerful aura erupted from his body. The emissary from the Pang clan shuddered. He immediately felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him, and he almost knelt down. However, this guy was quite strong-willed and did his best to hold on. His entire body trembled, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. The Pang clan is a bunch of cowards. A middle-aged cultivator in the hall said disdainfully, "What a joke! Whether it's war or peace, is it up to your Pang clan to decide?" A white-haired old man mocked. Song Ke's aura was aimed at the emissary from the Pang clan. The other people in the hall weren't affected at all, but at this time, the emissary's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The emissary of the Pang clan was using all his strength to resist Song Ke's aura, and he was already speechless. See, he admitted it. Sigh. Coward. Looks like the Pang clan is really afraid and wants to sue for peace. You want to make peace? Sure, but if you surrender unconditionally, everything will be fine, right? Ha ha. The group of East Continent experts in the hall burst into laughter. Hearing the ridicule from the East Continent experts in the hall, the emissary from the Pang clan was so angry that his lips moved, but no words came out in the end. All right, Scram, go back and tell that ancestor of your clan that I'm going to exterminate the Pang clan. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Song Ke shouted. At this moment, the emissary from the Pang clan felt his body lighten, and the powerful aura emitted from his body disappeared. The emissary of the Pang clan cupped his hands at Song Ke, who was sitting on the throne, and said nothing. He turned around and walked out of the hall, then soared into the sky and left East Sky City. However, the emissary of the Pang clan landed on a mountain peak 100 miles away from East Sky City. His face suddenly flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned extremely pale. Song Ke, the emissary of the Pang clan, had a ferocious look in his eyes. Then he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A ball of divine light immediately burst out from the broken jade talisman and instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, the emissary of the Pang clan disappeared into thin air with a whoosh. He was nowhere to be seen. Soon, a ball of divine light appeared on a teleportation formation platform in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Then, a figure appeared in the divine light. When the divine light dissipated, a figure stood on the teleportation formation platform. This person was the emissary of the Pang clan who had just crushed the jade talisman. The emissary of the Pang clan directly soared into the sky from the formation platform and rushed towards the ancestral hall in the sky. The emissary of the Pang clan entered the ancestral hall directly and saw a group of ancestor-level existences sitting in the ancestral hall. The ancestor sat on the throne and looked at him. The emissary of the Pang clan could not help but sweat when he saw this. He arrived before the ancestor's throne anxiously and knelt down. How did it go? asked the ancestor of the Pang clan on the throne. Ancestor, Song K doesn't know what's good for him. He actually refused to reconcile, and even said that he wanted to destroy our Pang clan. The emissary of the Pang clan told him what had happened in East Sky City. What? He's gone too far. Who does Song K think he is? How dare he say such arrogant things? If he wants to fight, let's fight. Are we afraid of Song K? Hearing the words of the emissary of the Pang clan, the ancestral hall of the Pang clan was in an uproar. One should know that since the War of Gods and Demons, no one had dared to say that they wanted to destroy the Pang clan. So what if Song K unified the East Continent? This wasn't the East Continent. In that case, let's fight, said the ancestor of the Pang clan expressionlessly as he glanced at the experts of the Pang clan in the hall. I wanted to use this method to make the East Continent Celestial Race Army relax. It seems like this plan won't work. Pang Zhenhuan sighed and said, if it doesn't work, we'll fight them head-on. An ancestor of the Pang clan said coldly. Although the Pang clan had lost thousands of ancient soldiers, they were still powerful and had trump cards in their hands. How's the preparation? The ancestor of the Pang clan asked Pang Zhenhuan. Pang Zhenhuan hurriedly said, everything is ready. As long as Lord Primogenitor gives the order, our clan's army will sweep through the East Continent's army. Let's begin. As the progenitor of the Pang clan spoke, his eyes emitted a sharp glare. Yes, ancestor. Pang Zhenhuan quickly accepted the order and walked out of the ancestral hall. Just as the ancestor of the Pang clan was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky outside of the Zhongtian city. An extremely sharp wave of sword chi erupted from the figure. Enemy attack. In the next moment, there was an angry roar that spread throughout the entire Zhongtian city. Then, the entire Zhongtian city was enveloped by a ball of divine light. Rumble. A battle formation formed by the soldiers of the Pang clan rushed out of the Zhongtian city and charged towards the figure outside the city. Humph! The person sneered and waved his sword. A destructive force immediately erupted from his sword light. In the next moment, the soldiers that were charging at the front were instantly split into two. The disciples of the Qin clan who saw this scene in the Zhongtian city were shocked. Who is that person? How can he be so ferocious? Someone cried out in surprise. A single sword strike had broken a 10,000-man battle formation of the Pang clan. In the entire ancestral god realm, there were only one or two people who could do this, and the sword slave was one of them. It was the sword slave who had attacked. With his cultivation, he had not only broken a 10,000-man battle formation of the Pang clan with a single sword strike, but he had also killed thousands of soldiers. It was as if there was a rain of blood in the sky, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The remaining soldiers were scared half to death by this scene. They immediately scattered in all directions, not daring to fight the sword slave. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light shot up from the Zhongtian city and pierced through the sword slave. But in the next moment, the sword slave's figure disappeared into the void. The divine light had only pierced through an afterimage and did not harm the sword slave. Kill. The sword slave's figure appeared in the sky above the Zhongtian city, and then he slashed down with his sword. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and fell down. The sword light slashed down on the light shield of the defensive formation, and the entire light shield covering the Zhongtian city shook violently. The power of the defensive formation of the Zhongtian city had actually blocked the sword slave's attack. Kill. An expert of the Pang clan, who had regained his senses, immediately rushed out of the Zhongtian city and attacked the sword slave. His powerful aura seemed to be able to crush the heavens and earth. The defensive formation of the Zhongtian city was really amazing. People outside couldn't enter, but people inside could rush out. The expert of the Pang clan was definitely at the level of an ancestor. He attacked the sword slave aggressively, and a huge golden hand reached out to grab the sword slave. In the next moment, a scene that shocked all the cultivators in the Zhongtian city appeared. The sword slave slashed out again, and with a flash of sword light, the huge golden hand was split in half. Even the ancestor of the Pang clan was split in half. What the disciples of the Pang clan in the Zhongtian city were all dumbfounded. The high and mighty ancestor was actually killed by that person with a single slash. At this time, there were many divine armies gathered near the Zhongtian city. Attack! A battle formation of 10,000 people charged over from the distance. Then, rays of divine light rushed out of the battle formation and pierced through the sword slave. The powerful waves of energy shook the heavens and the void. Swoosh! The sword slave soared into the sky, completely ignoring the penetrating divine light. The divine light directly shattered in the void, not even touching the sword slave's clothes. The sword slave was protected by sword chi, and no one could break through its protective sword chi. Seeing this scene, an elder in the battle formation of 10,000 people from the Pang clan was indescribably shocked. Retreat. Chapter 3580. The entire Pang clan was shaken by the fact that the sword slave had charged into Zhongtian city all by himself. The sword slave's actions shocked not only the Pang clan, but the other clans as well. It should be known that Zhongtian city was one of the Pang clan's lair. Although it was not as important as the Pang clan's ancestral land, the fact that the sword slave had dared to charge into the city alone was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword slave's actions disrupted the Pang clan's plans. At that moment, the sword slave turned into a ray of sword light and descended into the Pang clan's battle formation. In the next moment, a wave of sword light spread out from the Pang clan's battle formation. Virum! With a sword hum, countless rays of sword light pierced through the wave of sword light. In an instant, countless Pang clan soldiers were pierced by the rays of sword light. They died instantly and fell from the sky. In an instant, countless Pang clan soldiers and battle beasts fell from the sky, like dumplings falling into a pot. Cries of surprise rang out from Zhongtian city. How is this possible? The city lord of Zhongtian city's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw this. He shot up into the sky and attacked the figure wreaking havoc in the Pang clan's battle formation. Boom! A black sledgehammer descended from the sky and blasted towards the figure in the Pang clan's battle formation. The sledgehammer erupted with powerful waves of divine power. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sledgehammer like dragons, blasting towards the sword slave. This was an extremely powerful divine weapon, infinitely close to an extreme divine weapon. Furthermore, it was a divine weapon of lightning. Endless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and blasted the sword slave's body. Some of the Pang clan's soldiers and battle beasts were also affected. They were struck by the bolts of lightning and instantly turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. The sword slave was bathed in lightning. The bolts of lightning bombarded the sword slave's body, but they did not cause him any harm at all. Even his clothes were not damaged by the bolts of lightning. Humph! The sword slave snorted coldly. In the next moment, an even more powerful force of the way of the sword erupted. The bolts of lightning that were bombarding him were immediately repelled. Boom! The sword slave did not draw his sword. Instead, he punched the sledgehammer upwards. A violent force of the way of the sword erupted from his fist. With just a single strike, the sword servant had blasted the sledgehammer, flying. When the city lord of Zhongtian city saw this, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His Thunder Dao God weapon had actually been blasted away. He stretched out his hand and retrieved the hammer. The Zhongtian City Lord looked down and saw that there was a fist mark on the hammer in his hand. The Dao pattern inside had actually been damaged. This guy, the Zhongtian City Lord, gnashed his teeth and glared at the sword slave. Where did this fellow come from? How could he be so powerful? The appearance of the sword slave threw the Pang clan into chaos. The sword slave was mysterious and powerful, and the Pang clan didn't have any information about it. The Pang clan was in trouble. The sword slaves were an unpredictable variable in this battle. The Celestial Race Army in the East Continent wasn't actually scary. The scary ones were Gu Fei's group. Even if Song Ke had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend the Pang race. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's support, it would be difficult for Song Ke to unify the East Continent. It could be said that the real opponent of the Pang clan wasn't Song Ke, but Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Pang clan heaved a sigh of relief when they found out that Gu Fei's real body didn't follow Song Ke's army to the Central Continent. However, they had already found out that Gu Fei's clone had come to the Central Continent. Divine thunder of destruction. At this moment, the Zhongtian City Lord of the Pang clan went all out. His entire body radiated with dazzling lightning, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread across the sky and the ground. The sledgehammer in his hand turned into a ball of lightning and flew out from his hand, blasting towards the sword slave. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of lightning instantly blasted the sword slave's body and blasted him away. However, the sword slave quickly stopped retreating. The powerful sword Dao immortal body didn't seem to be damaged at all. He walked over from afar step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Although he already knew how powerful the sword slave was, the Zhongtian City Lord was still shocked when he saw this scene. The sword slave emitted an indomitable aura of an expert. The dragon-like muscles on the sword Dao immortal body were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, the Zhongtian City Lord's expression was extremely ugly. This guy was simply impossible to defeat. Where did Song Ke find such a powerful helper? As the sword slave walked, the entire void fluctuated, and an endless murderous aura shrouded the entire world. Not only did the Zhongtian City Lord feel the endless pressure, but the experts of the Pang clan in the city also felt the endless pressure. At this time, the Pang clan's 10,000-man battle formation that had just rushed out of Zhongtian City had already been broken. Among the 10,000 people, only 2,000 or 3,000 could survive. The surviving soldiers of the Pang clan were all scared out of their wits, and they fled far away. What kind of enemy was the most terrifying in the world? Enemies that were completely flawless and invincible were the most terrifying. The sword slave now was like a terrifying god of death, displaying his undefeatable battle strength. In the eyes of the Zhongtian City Lord, the sword slave was a humanoid sort of slaughter without any flaws. At this moment, the Zhongtian City Lord firmly grasped the huge hammer in his hand. A layer of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. A wave of Yuan Qi flowed from his hand into the hammer, and dazzling bolts of lightning immediately appeared on the hammer. The sword slave didn't speak, but directly pressed towards the Zhongtian City Lord. At this moment, there was an angry roar from the city, and another figure rushed out of the city. Boom! With a bang, that person instantly appeared high in the sky. His body seemed to be on fire, and golden divine light exploded. The golden essence of the divine way instantly penetrated this person's body, and the dazzling light was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The surging golden light was like the sacred fire of the heavens, surrounding his body, making him look like a golden ancestor of war. This person held a golden divine sword in his hand. Clang! With a clang, The divine sword immediately emitted a dazzling beam of light. The sword light expanded from 3 feet long to more than 3 feet long, and its brilliance was dazzling and breathtaking. Playing with swords in front of me? The sword slave glanced at the middle-aged expert and said disdainfully, "Humph." The man sneered and then attacked. With a wave of his hand, a golden sword light like a golden Milky Way strangled the sword slave in front of him. The peerless sword light, an extraordinary divine sword, gave the middle-aged warrior from the Pang clan incomparable confidence. With the divine weapon in his hand, he might be able to kill this guy. The sword in the middle-aged warrior's hand was undoubtedly a good sword, but unfortunately, his target was the sword slave. At the same time, the Zhongtian city lord also launched a fierce attack on the sword slave. The power of lightning exploded, and for a moment, sword chi crisscrossed in the sky. Lightning tore through the sky, and destructive energy fluctuated violently. The peerless sword light tore through the void, the bolts of lightning that were like divine lightning from the heavens, and the vast energy fluctuations caused the world to tremble. Countless cultivators in the Zhongtian city saw this scene in the sky, and they were all stunned. Crack! With a loud sound, the golden sword light collapsed and turned into specks of golden light that rushed in all directions. The golden light exploded into a vast energy storm. Rumble! The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, and the space was distorted. A figure flashed by, and an arm flew out of the energy storm, and then was blasted into ashes by the power of lightning. At the same time, the figure flashed out of the energy storm like the wind and rushed toward a huge ball of lightning that was falling from the sky. The figure seemed to be invincible, and the lightning that bombarded the ball of lightning could not get close to him. Swoosh! A figure flashed past again, and the destructive lightning ball that came crashing down from the sky was instantly split into 2 halves. A stream of fresh blood that carried an electric light suddenly appeared. The figure in the ball of destructive lightning was instantly chopped in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the body fell from the sky, and the lightning that filled the sky dissipated into the void. Along with the falling body was a sledgehammer that had also been chopped in half. How is this possible? The cultivators of the big clan in the Zhongtian city were all scared and dumbfounded. Their city lord was actually killed. This was too unbelievable. One must know that the city lord was a high and mighty existence in the eyes of the cultivators of the big clan in the city, but now that existence had become a cold corpse. You. At this moment, a horrified voice sounded, and the golden sword light collapsed. An extremely disheveled figure appeared in the sky. The man's right arm had already disappeared. This was the expert who had rushed out of the Zhongtian city and joined forces with the city lord to attack the sword slave. This expert was also an expert in the big clan, and he was an expert in the sword. Cultivators of the way of the sword were not strong enough before the sword slave. Playing with the sword before the sword slave was no different from seeking death. The expert's divine sword had already been destroyed by the sword slave, and it shattered into countless rays of golden light. The expert was not going to survive, and an aura of death appeared on his face. In the next moment, the expert's entire body was turned into a cloud of blood mist by the power of the way of the sword that had erupted from his body, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. Woo! At this moment, the sound of a horn was suddenly heard from the horizon. Then, countless figures rushed over from the distant sky, their banners fluttering in the wind, and a terrifying, murderous aura arrived. The cultivators of the big clan in the Zhongtian city were all extremely shocked. The army of the East Continent has arrived. How is this possible? There was a commotion in the Zhongtian city, and all the cultivators in the city could not remain calm. When the East Continent had fallen, All the cultivators in the city had been killed. Chapter 3581. At this moment, everyone in Central Heaven City was in danger. A group of soldiers appeared in the distant sky and charged towards Central Heaven City. Their murderous aura filled every inch of the void. How is this possible? Central Heaven City could be said to be the most important of the 5 divine cities in the Central Continent. Countless cultivators and mortals lived in the city. More than 90% of these cultivators were disciples of the Pang clan, and the remaining less than 10% were inextricably linked to the Pang clan. It was absolutely impossible to cultivate in Central Heaven City without some kind of relationship with the Pang clan. It should be noted that Central Heaven City was very unusual. The entire city was set up in a super spirit gathering formation. This super spirit gathering formation was very powerful. Not only could it attract the essence of the ancestral veins of the earth, but it could also attract the essence of the sky. Cultivating in Central Heaven City was naturally much faster than cultivating in other places. The entire Central Heaven City was not inferior to those grotto heavens and ancestral lands. Even though there were countless cultivators and mortals living in Central Heaven City, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here was enough for cultivators to cultivate. Cultivators' cultivation consumed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Places with too little spiritual energy were not suitable for cultivation. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the more spiritual energy he needed. For an existence of Gu phase level, the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation was massive. However, there was simply too much spiritual energy gathered in a place like Zhongtian City. Even quasi-supremes could cultivate here. It could be said that Central Heaven City was very important to the Pang clan and was regarded as their second ancestral land. However, at this time, the second ancestral land of the Pang clan was under attack. The Pang clan was originally going to war with Song Kei's East Continent Celestial Race Army. There were more than 300,000 Pang clan soldiers gathered in Central Heaven City. However, as soon as the Sword Slaves attacked, they defeated a 10,000-man battle formation and killed countless Celestial Race soldiers. Such a loss might not be a big deal to the Pang clan, but the morale of the Pang clan's army was affected. Rumble, banners fluttered in the wind, beasts stepped into the air, and the entire world shook. A battle formation rushed towards Zhongtian City from afar. In just a few breaths, the battle formation had already reached the sky above Zhongtian City. However, with the protection of Zhongtian City's Great City Protecting Formation, the battle formation in the sky would not be able to break into Zhongtian City in a short time. What's going on? How did they get here so quickly? The cultivators of Pang clan in Zhongtian City were no longer calm. Their emissary had just returned from Dongtian City, but the Eastern Continent's army had already made their move. It looked like Song Kei didn't want to make peace with the Pang clan at all. Instead, he wanted to fight to the death with them. At this moment, the sky above Zhongtian City was densely packed with figures. This was the battle formation of the deity clan of the East Continent. Countless deity clans' deity warriors formed this battle formation. The person commanding the deity race's battle formation was the deity race's current leader. The deity race's leader rode a chariot pulled by 9 flood dragons and stopped in the center of the battle formation. A powerful aura of the divine way erupted from the chariot, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. After killing the city lord and the middle-aged warrior of Zhongtian City, the sword slave stood there quietly, and the aura of the sword way on his body actually retracted. At this time, there were about 300,000 Pang clan soldiers in Zhongtian City, but they were blocked in the city and did not dare to fight. At the same time, outside the ancestral grounds of the Pang clan, there were also incomparably powerful beings suddenly attacking. If the people of the ancestral grounds hadn't activated the Great City Protecting Formation in time, those people would have already killed their way into the ancestral grounds. What's going on? The entire Pang clan was shocked. Everyone was inexplicably shocked and dumbfounded. The other party's movements were too fast, and they had suddenly attacked the ancestral grounds of the Pang clan. Preposterous. In the ancestral hall of the Pang clan's ancestral grounds, the ancestor of the Pang clan was furious. That Song Ke is simply courting death. How dare he attack our ancestral grounds? Has Song Ke gone mad? The higher-ups of the Pang clan in the ancestral hall were shocked and furious. One had to know that the Pang clan was one of the 3 major superpowers of the Central Continent, and their status in the ancestral god realm was incomparably transcendent. But now, Song Ke had actually dared to challenge the Pang clan, and the East Continent's army had directly attacked the ancestral grounds of the Pang clan. This was absolutely a great humiliation to the Pang clan. The current clan lord of the Pang clan, Pang Zhenhuan, directly rushed out of the ancestral hall and arrived high in the sky. Through the Great City Protecting Formation, he stared at the battle formation opposite him. There were figures outside, and it seemed that Song Ke had directly led the main force of the East Continent's army here. This lunatic. It was impossible for Pang Zhenhuan not to be moved as he looked at the boundless battle formation outside. The power gathered by the East Continent's divine race's ancestral grounds was too great, but it did not exceed Tian Fa's red line. Song Ke and the others were controlling the power of the battle formation. Pang Zhenhuan, do you dare to come out and fight? At this moment, a loud roar came from the East Continent's battle formation. Then, Pang Zhenhuan saw a general walking out from the East Continent's battle formation. It was a general wearing battle armor, holding a large halberd, and riding on a flaming Qilin colt. A powerful, murderous aura erupted from this divine general. Pangxi! Pang Zhenhuan's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw the divine general. The Pang clan had investigated the East Continent's army quite thoroughly, and they knew how many experts there were in the East Continent's army. Pangxi was an expert of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, and with Song Ke's help, his cultivation had broken through to the quasi-supremacy realm. However, Pang Zhenhuan's cultivation was at the quasi-supremacy realm, and Pangxi actually dared to challenge him? At this moment, Pang Zhenhuan laughed out of anger. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Pang Zhenhuan was about to walk out of the Great City Protecting Formation. Clan Lord, please wait. At this moment, a figure rushed out from behind Pang Zhenhuan. Pang Zhenhuan immediately retracted his foot. Clan Lord, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let me test him. The person didn't wait for Pang Zhenhuan to speak and directly walked out of the ancestral land's Great City Protecting Formation. The Pang clan's Great City Protecting Formation was very mysterious. Outsiders couldn't enter, but those inside could. After exiting the Great City Protecting Formation, the Pang clan's members only needed to crush the Jade Talisman on them to instantly teleport back to the ancestral land. Pang Zhenhuan wanted to call the person back, but after thinking about it, he didn't. This person was his right-hand man, and also his nephew. Pang Fanyan was one of the top existences in Pang Zhenhuan's lineage, and also had a quasi-supremacy realm cultivation. Pang Zhenhuan thought, it's good to let Fanyan test this guy's strength first. At this moment, battle formations rushed out of the Pang clan's Great City Protecting Formation. Each battle formation had at least 10,000 people, and the largest battle formation had at least 100,000 people. The Pang clan's army of 500,000 people rushed out, and the shocking murderous aura they exuded was no weaker than the battle formations outside. Kill! Kill. Without any superfluous words, Peng Shi and Pang Fanyan directly rushed towards each other. The two experts moved quickly in the void, causing the void to tremble. The aura of a quasi-supremacy realm expert spread out, and all the experts below the quasi-supremacy realm felt a great pressure. Roar. Uneasy roars of battle beasts came from Song Kei's army. The soldiers that formed the battle formations had the lowest cultivation, but they didn't feel much pressure because after forming the battle formation, the power gathered by the battle formation protected them. Boom. At this time, Peng Shi's body burst with dazzling golden light, and a golden divine rock rushed out from his body, pouncing towards Pang Fanyan. Humph! Pang Fanyan snorted disdainfully. Then his body shook, and a black dragon shadow immediately rushed out from his body, instantly colliding with the golden divine rock. Boom! With a loud bang, the two quasi-supremacy realm forces suddenly erupted, and the divine rock and black dragon shadows directly collapsed, and the two figures simultaneously flew backwards. Clang! Peng Shi's battle intent was like a rainbow, and a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of the golden wings, countless golden rays immediately rushed out from the golden wings and pierced towards Pang Fanyan, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Ha good." Pang Fanyan laughed, and with a sway of his body, his whole body disappeared in the void. The next moment, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the void, and a powerful devouring power came out from the vortex. The void around the vortex collapsed continuously, as if the whole world was about to be devoured by the black vortex. Countless piercing golden sword lights were actually devoured by the black vortex, and all of them disappeared in the vortex. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the pitch-black vortex actually directly swallowed Peng Shi. "Want to devour me? Do you have the ability to do so?" Peng Shi said disdainfully, and at this time, the flaming Qilin colt under him opened its mouth and actually spat out a mouthful of divine fire, which directly burned towards the black vortex. The divine fire burned the void until it was annihilated. The flaming Qilin colt was a divine steed with the bloodline of the fire Qilin, and it was extremely powerful. Even if it wasn't at the quasi-supremacy realm, its cultivation was still at the peak of the holy venerate. However, in the eyes of Pang Fanyan, this kind of cultivation was an existence like an ant. The black vortex swallowed the divine fire that the flaming Qilin colt spat out, and Peng Shi and the flaming Qilin colt both flew towards the vortex. Boom! Peng Shi's body erupted with an even more powerful divine Tao power, and a golden divine rock like a huge mountain rushed out from his body. The divine rock crashed head-on into the black hole that was devouring it. The vortex black hole immediately collapsed. Chapter 3582. The chaotic Golden Rock Clan's celestial race army arrived outside the Pang clan's ancestral land. Everyone in the Pang clan was dumbfounded. No one expected Song Kei to make such a move. There were no signs beforehand. Song Kei was indeed a big move. He actually managed to hide such a big move from all the Pang clan spies. The Pang clan was a superpower in the central continent. Their spies could be found all over the central continent. Even in Song Kei's camp, there were spies planted by the Pang clan. However, the Pang clan's spies did not send back any information. The Pang clan's hasty response to the battle was disrupted by Tsong, Quebec. The 500,000-strong Pang clan army was blocked in the Pang clan's ancestral land by the East Continent's celestial race army led by Tsong, Quebec. This made the Pang clan's patriarch, Pang Zhenhuan, so depressed that he almost vomited blood. At this time, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's expert, Peng Shi, and the Pang clan's expert, Pang Fanyan, were engaged in a fierce battle. The energy fluctuations from the two experts were extremely powerful. Rumble, high up in the sky, the black vortex was collapsing. The golden rock that collided with the black vortex was also dissipating. Specks of golden radiance scattered and disappeared into the void. Buzz. At this time, a sword chime was heard. Peng Shi displayed the golden rock divine sword. With a wave of his right hand, 9 sword lights immediately rushed out and pierced towards Pang Fanyan. The 9 sword lights were extremely fast and actually pierced through Pang Fanyan, who had just appeared in the void. What Pang Fanyan looked down at the 9 bloody holes on his body in disbelief. He could feel his vitality rapidly flowing away as the destructive sword qi invaded his body. Fanyan. Seeing this scene, Pang Zhenhuan panicked. He hurriedly rushed out of the defensive array to save Pang Fanyan. One must know that Pang Fanyan was his nephew. However, just as Pang Zhenhuan rushed out of the defensive array, a figure also rushed out from Song Kei's camp. Go to hell! Pang Zhenhuan directly slammed his palm towards Peng Shi. The powerful energy of a quasi-supreme realm erupted from his palm, causing the entire sky to darken. This was the Pang clan's signature mystique, the heaven-flipping palm. Peng Shi was taken aback. He felt as if the universe had really turned upside down. His entire body started tumbling in the void as the terrifying divine power obliterated him. Just as Peng Shi was about to be struck by Pang Zhenhuan's palm, the figure that charged out from Song Kei's camp also made a move. Bam! A palm stretched out from the side and collided with Pang Zhenhuan's palm. A dull sound rang out, and in the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Pang Zhenhuan was directly sent flying and crashed into the light screen formed by the power of the Guardian Formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the vast power directly turned Pang Fanyan into a bloody mist, his body and soul destroyed. Among the younger generation of the Pang clan, an elite who had the highest chance of becoming a peak quasi-supreme had actually died just like that. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. No, Pang Zhenhuan's eyes reddened when he saw this scene. Peng Jingtian. Pang Zhenhuan stared fiercely at an old man in front of him, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Peng Jingtian into 1,000,000 pieces, but the other party's cultivation was clearly above his. What, you want to fight? Peng Jingtian looked coldly at the Pang clan leader and said disdainfully. He didn't take this guy seriously at all. At this moment, Peng Shi reached out and collected all the things that had fallen from Pang Fanyan's body. Pang Fanyan's body had been destroyed, and all his things had fallen out. When one's cultivation reached the quasi-supreme level, they would naturally have their own internal world. But after Pang Fanyan's death, his internal world naturally collapsed. Peng Shi took it and retreated. He knew very well that he could no longer interfere in a battle of this level. Damn it! Pang Zhenhuan was furious. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Kill! Peng Jingtian didn't waste any more time and directly reached out to grab Pang Zhenhuan. A golden rock claw rushed out from his hand. The golden rock claw tore through the void and was about to grab Pang Zhenhuan. At this moment, a ball of divine light suddenly burst out from Pang Zhenhuan's body. In the next moment, he passed through the light screen behind him and entered the protective array. Swoosh! Peng Jingtian's golden rock claw directly grabbed the light screen. The light screen trembled, and lines of divine runes appeared and intertwined. Even someone as strong as Peng Jingtian couldn't break the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. What a powerful protective array! Peng Jingtian felt a powerful force rebounding back and pushed him back a few steps. At this moment, the East Continent's army outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan began to move. Dazzling divine light burst out from the battle formations, and the terrifying power of the divine path erupted. Kill! A battle formation of 50,000 divine race soldiers made their move. The 50,000 soldiers roared at the same time as they stabbed out with their spears. The strength of 50,000 soldiers instantly converged together. Swoosh! A terrifying divine light rushed out from the battle formation and turned into a huge spear that pierced through the protective array of the Pang clan. This was not as simple as the power of 50,000 celestial soldiers gathered together. With the amplification effect of the battle formation, the combined power of 50,000 celestial soldiers had at least doubled. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge spear collided with the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The entire array trembled, and the light screen rippled like water. Countless divine runes intertwined to form an ancient array diagram, gathering unimaginable power to block this earth-shattering attack. In the next moment, the huge spear instantly shattered into specks of divine light and was completely devoured by the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Seeing this, the leaders of the East Continent's celestial army were shocked. The protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land could actually devour the power of the array. Didn't this mean that the more they attacked the array, the more powerful it would be? Swoosh! At this moment, a shocking sword light rushed out from the battle formation of the Shemin clan and slashed at the light screen formed by the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was destroyed. However, a shocking scene appeared. The shocking sword light that slashed at the light screen gradually weakened, and in the end, it was also swallowed by the protective formation. The leaders of the East Continent's celestial army were dumbfounded. This formation could actually devour other powers. How was this possible? How could such a formation be broken? Song Ke, attack if you can. Pang Zhenhuan looked at the countless celestial soldiers of the East Continent proudly. Want to attack the ancestral land. Wishful thinking. Ever since the three ancestors of the Pang clan set up this formation, no one had ever been able to break it. In other words, no one had ever been able to break through the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land and attack the ancestral land. At this moment, the celestial army of the East Continent had already surrounded the entire ancestral land of the Pang clan. The formation masters of the East Continent were carving formation runes around the ancestral land. Even if they couldn't attack the ancestral land, they could still trap the army of the Pang clan in the ancestral land. This time, Song Ke had made all the preparations to attack the Pang clan. He had gathered all the formation masters of the East Continent and was going to set up a 10 Extremes formation outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The 10 Extremes formation contained 10 extremes. Once trapped in the 10 Extremes formation, the descendants of the Pang clan in the ancestral land wouldn't be able to escape. Even the ancestral veins of the earth would be suppressed by the power of the 10 Extremes formation. Without the support of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, the protective array of the Pang clan would collapse by itself. At that time, the Pang clan would be annihilated. Trying to set up the 10 Extremes formation to trap us? At this moment, in the ancestral palace in the depths of the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the ancestor of the Pang clan couldn't remain calm on the throne. The 10 Extremes formation could prohibit everything. If the formation masters brought by Song Ke were to successfully set up such a formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, to stop Song Ke, they would have to leave the protective array. Once they did, the people of the Pang clan would become the target of the attack. No one wanted to go out and die. Song Ke's army had already set up a formation, and the 500,000 soldiers in the ancestral land of the Pang clan couldn't rush out at all. At this time, the Pang clan received a continuous stream of talismans from Zhongtian City, but they couldn't send a single soldier to support Zhongtian City. Pang Zhenhuan and the others could only worry helplessly. Even if there was a transportation array in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, it would be difficult to teleport them out. The void of the entire ancestral land of the Pang clan was sealed. Outside Zhongtian City, the sword slaves and the deity race's army blocked the 300,000 soldiers of the Pang clan. The higher-ups of the Pang clan were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They wanted to fight against the army of the East Continent led by Tsang Quebec. Who knew that Tsang Ke would do this? The other forces in the Central Continent were also dumbfounded. When had the powerful Pang clan ever been so passive and embarrassed? At this time, the forces of the Heavenly Fire clan, which had been defeated by the Pang clan, took advantage of this time to regroup and attack the other cities controlled by the Pang clan. For a moment, the flames of war rose everywhere in the Central Continent, and the situation became even more turbulent. In the southern region of the Central Continent, the army of the South Continent made a move again. Countless soldiers from the South Continent directly surrounded Nantian City. It was only a matter of time before Nantian City was breached. The forces of the Pang clan in the city couldn't stop the army of the South Continent at all. One had to know that there was a saber emperor in the army of the South Continent who was no weaker than Nan Batian. There was no doubt that saber emperor Yi Jingshan was powerful. It could be said that the current Pang clan was really at a critical juncture of life and death. Chapter 3583. No one thought that the Pang clan would be at a disadvantage in the war against Tsang Ke's army. This was unbelievable. After all, the Pang clan had recently defeated the Skyfire clan and became the overlord of the Central Continent. As long as the Deep Sea clan did not intervene, it was the boss of the Central Continent's cultivation world. In a sense, the overlord of the Central Continent was actually the overlord of the entire ancestral god realm. The forces of the other four continents could not compete with the Pang clan at all. But now, not only did the East Continent have Tsang Ke, but the South Continent also had Nan Batian. The two great experts took advantage of the Pang clan's loss of vitality after the war with the Skyfire clan to attack the Central Continent in one go and successfully gained a foothold. To the Pang clan, wasn't this taking the fruits of their labor? This was absolutely unforgivable. These bastards, are they really going to trap us in the ancestral land until we die? In the Pang clan's ancestral land, a middle-aged expert who had been monitoring the movements of the East Continent's God Clan army outside said to a young man next to him with unease, countless array discs rushed out from the mountain ridges outside. These array discs were directly imprinted in the void, turning into array diagrams that spread out and shrouded the void. The array masters from the East Continent were desperately carving array discs, setting up the legendary 10 Ultimate Formation, one of the 10 ultimate formations of the ancient times. It was not an easy task to set up the 10 Ultimate Formation. This time, the array masters dispatched by Tsang Ke were all great array masters. A few of them were even half a step away from becoming array grandmasters. This group of array masters was quite capable. With so many people, they had already set up the prototype of the 10 Ultimate Formation in a few hours. The Pang clan's Guardian Formation gradually could not gather the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10 Ultimate Formation gradually isolated the void around the Pang clan's ancestral land. If you don't come out, I will trap you to death. Tsang Ke directly stationed the camp in the sky. In the sky outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, countless bejeweled jade palaces appeared, lingering with immortal energy. This was the means of immortals. Experts at Tsang Ke's level naturally had their own inner world. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to set up some pavilions and palaces. The The murderous aura of the Pang clan's ancestral land soared to the sky. The East Continent's celestial race army was still on standby. As long as someone dared to come out of the Pang clan's ancestral land, they would immediately give a fatal blow. The Pang clan army that was holed up in the Pang clan's ancestral land could not deploy their battle formations, so it was difficult for them to come out and fight the East Continent's celestial race army. The 10-terminal formation had sealed off all directions. The people in the Pang clan's ancestral land could not even leave the ancestral land through the teleportation formation. Of course, the Pang clan had a backup plan. At this moment, with Song Kei's Divine Hall as the center, countless soldiers were stationed there. This was a super-killing formation. Once it was activated, it would definitely erupt with terrifying power. Of course, the ancestral god realm was being suppressed by the power of heavenly punishment at this time. As long as an extreme level power appeared, the power of heavenly punishment would descend and obliterate the extreme level power. Therefore, no one dared to use the power of the extreme path, not even formations. A single heavenly punishment could destroy any formation. Song Kei and the rest were very careful not to step on the red line. The Pang clan's progenitor was also very sullen. If it was before, Song Kei Nan Batian would not have dared to come out. But it was different now. Without using the extreme level power, a quasi-supreme was invincible. Although the current Song Kei could not break the Pang clan's defensive formation, he had a way to make it collapse on its own. In fact, this method was very simple. It was to trap. At this time, Gu Fei's clone was still in a courtyard in the East Sky City's City Lord residence. When he had nothing to do, he would walk around in the courtyard, water the flowers, and play with the birds. His days were free and unfettered. Shimenejian was directly thrown into a sword formation by him to cultivate. The sword formation laid down by Gu Fei's clone was naturally extraordinary. As long as Shimenejian could break the formation, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. To be Gu Fei's disciple, his cultivation could not be too weak. It should be known that the cultivation of Gu Fei's disciples was above Shimenejian. They were all much stronger than Shimenejian. Right now, Shimenejian was not even a sage. He was only a powerful cultivator. Ever since Gu Fei's disciples set foot on the ancient road of the human clan, there had been no news of them. Of course, Gu Zhong, his son, and Gu Ling were still alive and well. This was something that Gu Fei could know. Song Kei's God Clan army directly left East Sky City. They turned out in full force and did not leave any defensive forces behind. Right now, East Sky City was practically an empty city. The originally crowded streets were now empty. It was difficult to see a single cultivator. Of course, every gate of East Sky City was still guarded by battle soldiers. This caused the Central Continent forces near East Sky City to become restless. It should be known that this was East Sky City, a city that had existed since ancient times. Whoever controlled East Sky City would become the overlord of the Central Continent's East region. Song Kei turning out in full force made some of the Central Continent forces see an opportunity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It should be known that once they attacked East Sky City and activated the city's defensive formation, even if Song Kei returned, he would not be able to attack East Sky City. The reason why East Sky City was breached by Song Kei's God Clan army was very coincidental. The Central Continent's East region forces were not small. Song Kei did not have time to deal with these forces, so he let them escape. The Heavenly Dragon sect was the most powerful force in the East region after the Pang clan. The Heavenly Dragon sect was located in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range was not too far from East Sky City, only about 1,000,000 miles away. For experts, 1,000,000 miles was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. If the cultivators of the divine Dragon Mountain range used a teleportation formation, they could reach East Sky City in an instant. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect was a heavenly dragon who had attained Tao. He had the powerful cultivation of a great saint. He had 9 great saint kings and nearly 100 saint-level experts under his command. Even the Pang clan did not dare to underestimate such a force. The Heavenly Dragon sect had long attached itself to the Pang clan and became their external force. It should be known that the Pang clan would not allow such a powerful force to occupy the vicinity of East Sky City. This would be a great threat to East Sky City. If they did not surrender, they would die. For the Pang clan, a super force in the central continent, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the Heavenly Dragon sect. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect was naturally very sensible. As soon as the people of the Pang clan arrived, he immediately surrendered. At this moment, a giant dragon descended from the sky and landed on the peak of a sacred mountain in the divine Dragon Mountain range. There was a temple on the mountain peak. The giant black dragon that descended from the sky turned into a middle-aged man in black. Then, the middle-aged man walked directly into the temple. "Welcome, leader." All the experts in the temple knelt before the black-clothed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his head and strode directly to the throne in the middle of the temple. Then he ascended the throne and sat on it. He looked down at the experts kneeling in the temple with incomparable pride. He was the leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint of the divine Dragon Mountain range. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint was the absolute overlord of the divine Dragon Mountain range for 100,000 miles. He had an army of divine dragons under his command to fight for him everywhere. "Rise." The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint waved his hand and said with incomparable dignity, "Thank you, leader." The experts in the temple immediately stood up. Those who were qualified to enter the temple were all saints, and the 9 people leading them were powerful existences at the Sage King realm. 9 great Sage Kings and dozens of sages were the source of the Heavenly Dragon sect's confidence. In the ancestral divinity realm, only the existences at the sage level could establish a sect. Only sects with sages as their overseers were considered to be mainstream sects and would be valued. However, some cultivators who were not sages could also establish sections. However, these sects were not mainstream and were not recognized by the major sections. "Leader, we have received news that Songke's people have turned out in full force. Dongtian City has really become an empty city." One of the 9 great sage kings, the 9 sage, said excitedly. The 9 sage king was a 9-headed flood dragon with 9 heads. He was extremely ferocious and powerful. He was the strongest expert under the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint. "Really? Have you investigated thoroughly?" The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint's eyes flashed brightly. "Yes, leader. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Heavenly Dragon sect. If we hide in Dongtian City, we can dominate the entire eastern region of the central continent," another sage king said. The saint ruler actually had 3 pairs of silver-white wings on his back. The 3 pairs of wings revolved with divine light, radiating with extremely powerful pulses of divine power. This was the Silver-Winged Sage King, an expert of the Silver-Winged clan. The Silver-Winged clan was a large clan in the entire eastern region of the central continent. If the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint had not appeared in the divine Dragon Mountain range, the Silver-Winged clan would have dominated the divine Dragon Mountain range. However, Songke dared to turn out in full force. I'm afraid that he still has some powerful backup in the city. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint was very cautious. He was originally an extremely cautious person. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. Leader, you can rest assured. Our spies in Dongtian City have already investigated. Apart from some soldiers of the East Continent guarding the city lord's mansion, there are no experts guarding the city. The 9 Yuan Sage King said. In that case, let's do it. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint said. He was extremely excited, but he did not show it because he had not succeeded yet. Good. I'll go and gather the army now. The 9 Yuan Sage King turned around and retreated. All the sages in the sacred hall were extremely excited. If they succeeded, the Heavenly Dragon sect could rise in the central continent. Soon, countless soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon sect gathered in the Divine Dragon Valley. These were all god-level soldiers. There were 100,000 of them. This was something that no one had expected. The Heavenly Dragon sect actually had 100,000 god clan soldiers. Such a number was not allowed by the Big Clan. Chapter 3584. Following the departure of Song Kei's Divine Race Army, the area around Dongtian City calmed down. All the forces in the East Domain were watching. These forces were originally the peripheral forces of the Pang Clan, but at this time, the upper echelons of the Pang Clan were blocked in the ancestral land by Tsang, Quebec. The Pang Clan's control over the surrounding forces became much weaker because the Pang Clan's orders could not be sent out. However, no matter when, the Pang Clan always had a group of loyal followers. Those loyal to the Pang Clan in the central continent began to gather, forming a joint army to fight for the Pang Clan. The leader of the group was a first-rate force in the central continent, the All-Heaven family. The All-Heaven family was extremely powerful. Although it was not a super first-rate force, it was still one of the top first-rate forces. With the All-Heaven family taking the lead, the forces loyal to the Pang Clan immediately gathered under the command of the All-Heaven family. For a time, the ancestral land of the All-Heaven family was filled with cultivators. From time to time, groups of soldiers would fly over from the sky and enter the ancestral land of the All-Heaven family. Although the Big Clan was at a disadvantage, it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. At the end of the day, the Big Clan was a superpower with incomparably deep foundations. Otherwise, the Skyfire clan wouldn't have been defeated by the Pang Clan. However, the Pang Clan and the Heavenly Fire clan had just fought a great battle, and their vitality was damaged. Now Song Kei took advantage of the Pang Clan's weakened vitality to attack the Zhongzhou state. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of their weakness to kill them. While the All-Heaven family was gathering the major forces, the Heavenly Dragon sect had already made their move in East Sky City. All the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dragon cult were extremely excited. After all, as long as they conquered Eastern Sky City, the Heavenly Dragon cult would be the boss of the Eastern region. Although the Heavenly Dragon cult was attached to the Pang Clan and was a peripheral force of the Pang Clan, they had to listen to the Pang Clan in all aspects without any objections. However, once the Heavenly Dragon cult became the leader of the Eastern region, they would be able to negotiate with the Pang tribe and fight for more autonomy. This was the ultimate goal of the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage. At this time, in the depths of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, 100,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon cult were ready to go. Banners fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying, murderous aura filled the air. Depart! Heavenly Dragon Great Saint, clad in silver armor, roared and soared into the sky, rushing out of the valley. Behind him were 9 holy kings and dozens of saints. And behind these experts above the saint level were 100,000 heavenly dragon soldiers. 100,000 celestial dragon warriors soared into the sky, and the powerful aura they exuded was much stronger than that of Heavenly Dragon Great Saint and the others. This was the power and terror of a battle formation. 100,000 heavenly dragon soldiers gathered together. And through the formation, the power of the 100,000 soldiers fused together. And through the formation, their battle prowess increased. Such a power could definitely contend against a quasi-sovereign. The Heavenly Dragon Sex Foundation was not weak either. They actually hid a heavenly dragon army. For saints like Sky Dragon Great Sage, a distance of 1,000,000 miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Soon, the sky above Eastern Heaven City darkened. What happened? Some of the cultivators and mortals in Dongtian City looked up in surprise. The bright sky had suddenly darkened. This was definitely not normal. Even the mortals in the city knew that something had happened. Sigh, I can't even stay quiet for a while. Eastern Heaven City, the city lord's mansion. In the courtyard where Gu Fei's doppelganger was, Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was sitting cross-legged under a big tree in the yard, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. At this time, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura came from the distance. All the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City suddenly felt their souls tremble. The cultivators in Eastern Heaven City did not expect that someone would attack Eastern Heaven City as soon as Tsang Ke left. Could it be the Heavenly Dragon Sect? When Tsang Ke occupied Eastern Heaven City, he did not kill the individual cultivators in the city, but he could not spare those who were inextricably linked to the Pang clan. At this time, most of the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City were individual cultivators who had nothing to do with the Pang clan, and there were also experts among them. It really is the Heavenly Dragon Sect. A middle-aged individual cultivator could not help but exclaim when he saw a dragon shadow that was much larger than a mountain rushing towards them. The Heavenly Dragon Sect. The other individual cultivators were shocked when they heard the middle-aged individual cultivator's words. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Sect was a major power in the central continent's eastern region. Hearing that the Heavenly Dragon Sect was coming, some of the individual cultivators in Eastern Heaven City immediately turned around and fled out of the city. Rumble. At this time, a sound like muffled thunder came from the distance. Very soon, a battle formation formed by countless soldiers appeared in the sky like a black cloud, rapidly approaching Eastern Heaven City. Within the black cloud, the silhouettes of countless soldiers could be vaguely seen. Black chi surged, and huge and terrifying shadows of dragons could be vaguely seen in the battle formation. At this time, Eastern Sky City was a defenseless city because all of the powerful warriors had been taken away by Tsang Quebec. The ones left behind were the lowest-level warriors. With these soldiers guarding the city, it was as if there were no guards at all. Most importantly, no one could activate Eastern Heaven City's city defense formation. An extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky. The entire world was shrouded in black chi. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's Divine Race Army had finally reached the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Sect. The terrifying, murderous aura caused all living beings in Eastern Heaven City to be extremely terrified. Even their souls were trembling, especially the countless mortals in Eastern Heaven City. They hid in their houses, trembling in fear, not daring to come out. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a huge dragon descended from the sky. The terrifying dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was going to be shattered by this dragon's roar. All living beings in Eastern Heaven City felt that the end of the world was coming. Ha ha! It really is an empty city. The heavens are helping me. It's time for the Heavenly Dragon Sect to rise. A loud laugh rang out. The huge dragon that descended from the sky turned into a middle-aged man in black robes. He appeared in front of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's battle formation. Behind him were 9 saint kings and dozens of saints. As soon as this group of people appeared, the murderous aura in the air became even stronger. Hee sect leader, what are we waiting for? The silver-winged Saint King said with a low laugh. Go. The heavenly dragon, great saint, waved his hand. All the saints behind him rushed into the sky while laughing wantonly and pounced towards Eastern Heaven City below. Chapter 3585. The Sky Dragon, great sage of the Sky Dragon cult, personally led the army to Eastern Sky City. The entire day immediately turned into night, and the sky above Eastern Sky City was completely shrouded in black gas. Within the billowing black gas, ferocious and terrifying dragon shadows were constantly faintly discernible. This formation was simply like the birth of a peerless demon. There was no divine aura at all. In the ancestral god realm, not all living beings walked the pure path of divinity. The Sky Dragon Great Sage walked the path of the demon god, and his demonic aura soared to the sky. The saints behind the Sky Dragon Great Sage were not pure divine. In the eyes of some of the saints, although the Sky Dragon Great Sage and his group were not evil, they were still heretical. At this time, the Sky Dragon Great Sage's divine race army had not yet launched an attack, but the people behind him could not wait any longer. They directly rushed towards Eastern Sky City below them. The Sky Dragon Great Sage was also excited at this time. He actually wanted to be the first to attack Eastern Sky City, but he was the leader of the Sky Dragon cult, and it was not good for him to compete with his subordinates. The 9-yuan Holy King and the silver-winged Holy King were overjoyed. They all wanted to be the first to attack Eastern Sky City. At this time, Eastern Sky City, in their eyes, was an undefended city. They wanted to take control of this ancient city as soon as possible. The saints of the Sky Dragon cult all rushed towards the City Lord residence because the array disk that controlled the defensive formation of Eastern Sky City was in the City Lord residence. Ha! Silver Wing, don't be fooled by your wings. My speed is still faster than yours. The 9-yuan Holy King laughed loudly as he rushed towards the City Lord residence, leaving the saints of the Sky Dragon cult behind. Only the silver-winged Holy King could catch up to him. Humph! The silver-winged Holy King was furious. He shook the wings behind him, and divine power erupted. His speed immediately increased a little. Just as the 9-yuan Holy King was about to charge into the City Lord's mansion while laughing wantonly, the 9-yuan Holy King's laughter suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a scene that scared the soul out of the silver-winged Holy King appeared. The 9-yuan Divine King, who was extremely proud of himself, seemed to have collided with something. His entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. His body and spirit were both destroyed. What the silver-winged Saint King hurriedly wanted to stop, but he was charging too fast. In the next moment, he only felt his body shake, as if he had collided with an immortal divine mountain. Immediately, the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. He was like a piece of paper stuck in the void, and then slid down from the sky. Although the Silver-Winged Sage King did not end up like the 9-yuan Sage King, he was still severely injured, and his primordial spirit was almost shattered. In the next moment, shrill screams filled the air. Those heavenly dragon cult saints, who were trying their best to charge into the manor, were met with tragedy. All of them used all their strength to charge forward. However, no one could have imagined that there was an invisible force field in the void outside the City Lord Mansion that enveloped the entire City Lord Mansion. Some of the sages of the Heavenly Dragon sect who collided with the force field ended up like the 9-yuan Sacred Kings. The recoil force was too strong. 3 of the 9 great Holy Kings of the Heavenly Dragon cult were tragically killed in both body and soul. This kind of death was too unjust for Holy King-level existences. More than a dozen other saints had also died, and all of them were injured. How is this possible? In the sky above Dongtian City, the heavenly dragon great sage was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his saint-level subordinates would die in such a way. Could this be a trap? The heavenly dragon great sage suddenly came to a realization. Why did Song Ke take away all the god-level soldiers and leave an empty city? There was no such good thing in the world, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. At this moment, the heavenly dragon great sage felt that he had been tricked by Song Quebec. The fall of 3 great sage kings and more than a dozen saints was already a serious blow to the heavenly dragon sect. Reckless fool! Just as the heavenly dragon great sage was shocked and angry, a voice came from the city lord mansion. What the heavenly dragon great sage stared at the city lord mansion below. At this moment, there was no doubt that Song Ke had really dug a trap for him to jump into. Song Ke, you bastard! The heavenly dragon great sage roared and was about to rush down to Dongtian city below. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the void. A mass of divine light suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire Dongtian city. Someone had activated the protective formation of Dongtian city. Roar! The heavenly dragon great sage was about to go crazy when he saw this. He frantically attacked the layer of divine light in front of him, and the power of a great saint suddenly erupted. Boom! Bang! Violent collisions sounded continuously, but the layer of divine light in front of him did not even ripple. The attack power of a great saint could not shake the protective formation of Dongtian city at all. At this time, the saints of the heavenly dragon sect were all trapped in Dongtian city. At the same time, a figure walked out of the city lord mansion. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, more than a dozen saints flew toward him and were swallowed by him. The remaining saints were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They desperately rushed out of Dongtian city. However, at this time, the protective formation of Dongtian city had already been activated. The entire Dongtian city was instantly sealed. The people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. What's going on? How could this be? The saints of the heavenly dragon sect, who were trapped in Dongtian city, all panicked at this time. Even the surviving 6 saint king level existences were shocked. They already knew that they had fallen into a trap and were trapped. Next, they would be at the mercy of others. Kneel down and beg me, and I will spare your lives. The figure that walked out of the city lord mansion said to the saints of the heavenly dragon sect, who were at a loss. What? The saints of the heavenly dragon sect were furious when they heard this. However, their anger disappeared immediately and was replaced by extreme fear. The aura that the figure exuded was too terrifying. Quasi-supreme level? How is this possible? The 6 saint kings of the heavenly dragon sect were shocked. Didn't they say that all the experts in Dongtian city had been taken away by Song Ke? What was going on? How could there be such a powerful existence here? Old ancestor, please spare our lives. Except for the 6 saint kings, the remaining saints all knelt down in front of the demon god. Their bodies were trembling, and even their voices were trembling. The 6 saint kings of the heavenly dragon sect were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. You 6 guys have guts. Chapter 3586. As soon as the venerable monster god appeared, all the saints surrendered and did not dare to resist. However, the 6 holy kings of the celestial dragon cult were all dumbfounded. The aura emanating from the other party's body was so powerful that they almost couldn't breathe. This was the aura of a quasi-supreme. Although the 6 holy kings did not kneel in front of the demon god, they could feel their souls trembling. It was an absolute suppression. Are you really not afraid of death? Demon God looked at the 6 shivering little guys with a cold smile on his face. Such little guys could be pinched to death with one finger. Scared, I'm scared to death. The silver-winged Saint King said with a trembling voice, who wasn't afraid of death, especially these saints who had lived for countless years. The longer they lived, the more they feared death. Then kneel and submit to me, the monster god said with an evil smile. The 6 great holy kings of the Sky Dragon cult immediately knelt in front of the beast god as soon as the beast god's voice fell. This outside Dongtian city. The Sky Dragon Great Sage, the leader of the Sky Dragon sect, was stunned when he saw this scene. His subordinates had surrendered to that guy. However, the heavenly dragon great saint was only a great saint. Above the great saint was the holy venerable, and above the holy venerable was the quasi-venerable. In the eyes of the demon god, the heavenly dragon great sage was no different from the silver-winged Saint King and the other saints. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Sky Dragon Great Saint was still desperately attacking the great formation of Eastern Sky City. However, with his cultivation and combat capability, he could not shake the great formation at all. Damn it! The heavenly dragon Great Sage was naturally unwilling to be defeated. So what if the other party was a quasi-supreme being? He still had a trump card. He stopped and then soared into the sky, rushing into the divine race army of the heavenly dragon sect. In the next moment, the battle formation formed by the heavenly dragon cult's celestial race army began to move. Monstrous killing intent erupted, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to shatter. All of you, get up! Monster Divine, Venerable, waved his hand and said, at this time, the aura emanating from the celestial dragon formation outside Dongtian City grew stronger. The heavenly dragon great sage was going all out. Interesting. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously here. The demon god's eyes lit up when he saw the scene outside through Dongtian City's city defense formation. Master, you mustn't underestimate this battle formation. This is a battle formation that can contend against quasi-supremes. The silver-winged Saint King quickly said to the demonic god. The demonic god was obviously more powerful than the sky dragon great sage. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. The silver-winged Saint King immediately helped to deal with the sky dragon great sage. That's right, Master. This battle formation of the Heavenly Dragon Cult is the Heavenly Dragon Cult's sect-guarding formation. It has killed a Saint Venerable before. Another Saint King said, killing a Holy Venerable, that's great. The demon god Venerable was overjoyed. This Silver Wings Holy King and the rest were a little confused seeing Demon God's attitude. What did this new master want? No one could guess what the demon god was going to do. How dare you betray me? All of you will die. The voice of Heavenly Dragon Great Sage came from the Celestial Dragon formation. The faces of the Silver Wings Holy King, and the rest changed immediately after hearing Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's words. They had followed Heavenly Dragon Great Sage for a long time and naturally knew his temperament. Heavenly Dragon Great Sage had never used any means to deal with traitors. Moreover, his means were extremely vicious. Destroying both body and soul was considered a light punishment. Master, don't let him continue to improve his combat strength. The Silver Wings Holy King said anxiously, that's right. If we let him continue to improve his combat strength, Dongtian City will be in danger. An expert called Golden Lion Holy King said, a group of saints who came from the Heavenly Dragon Cult to seek refuge with the demon god anxiously. One should know that if the demon god could not defeat the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, they might all be tortured to death by the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage. The demon god Venerable listened to the saint's words, but did not move. He did not take any action. even if he wanted to let the heavenly dragon great sage continue to improve his combat strength. In the current ancestral god realm, the most powerful force was the power of a quasi-supremacy. The demon god Venerable was not afraid of the power of a quasi-supremacy. Could it be that the heavenly dragon great sage dared to increase the combat strength of the battle formation to a quasi-supremacy or above? If that was the case, then there was no need for the demon god to take action. The power of heavenly punishment would directly kill the heavenly dragon great sage. At this time, a dazzling divine light rushed out of the celestial dragon battle formation and directly pierced the void between heaven and earth. The combat strength of the celestial dragon battle formation was constantly improving. It directly broke through from the great sage level to the holy master level, from the low-level holy master to the mid-level profound mastery peak, and then directly broke through to the quasi-supremacy level. Moreover, even if the celestial dragon battle formation's combat strength broke through to the quasi-supremacy level, it was still improving and soon rose from the low level to the mid-level. The spiritual energy from all directions frantically gathered towards the celestial dragon battle formation. Every soldier in the celestial dragon battle formation was emitting a dark light from head to toe, as if they had turned into an immortal divine light. Divine power of Een. The demon god Venerable sensed the mighty power fluctuation from the celestial dragon battle formation and could not help but be moved. He was a little surprised that the heavenly dragon great sage was actually a Tyne true dragon. One must know that the Tyne true dragon was an unusual species among the dragon clan. The demon god Venerable used his Tao eye to take a look and immediately understood that the heavenly dragon great sage's Tyne bloodline did not seem to be that pure. To put it bluntly, the heavenly dragon great sage was not a pure-blooded Tyne true dragon, but a mixed blood. Don't play for too long. At this time, the voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger sounded directly in the demon god Venerable's mind. Huh. The demon god Venerable immediately put away his cold smile, and his face became solemn. Master, what's wrong? The silver-winged Holy King and the other saints were shocked and uneasy when they saw the demon god Venerable's change of expression. One must know that their lives were in the hands of the other party. I'm not playing anymore. Those guys outside, listen up. If you want to live, just surrender. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The demon god transmitted his voice to the outside. His voice directly reached the ears of every cultivator outside. In the center of the heavenly dragon battle formation, the heavenly dragon great sage's face immediately became gloomy after hearing the demon god's words. You want me to surrender? Huh? The heavenly dragon great sage laughed crazily. At this time, the combat power of the entire battle formation had been raised to the limit. That was the combat power of a quasi-supreme. It was the same as the demon god Venerable's guess. The heavenly dragon great sage did not dare to raise the power of the battle formation to the extreme Tao level because it would attract the heavenly punishment. Once the heavenly punishment was launched, the result would be the same no matter how powerful one was: death and destruction of both body and soul. You shouldn't have let me gather my power. The cold voice of heavenly dragon great sage came from the heavenly dragon sect's battle formation. The betrayal of the saints under heavenly dragon sect made heavenly dragon great sage mad. TSK, who do you think you are? Surrender is fine. If you don't, then die. The demon god was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly opened the Dongtian city's protective formation and walked out. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted from his body. The shadows around him shook violently as if they were about to be annihilated. The power of the demon god erupted from the demon god's body, making countless cultivators' hearts palpitate. Demon God clan? Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, who was in the Heavenly Dragon battle formation, was shocked when he sensed the aura erupting from the Demon God. The Demon God was a transcendent clan in the ancestral god realm. At this time, he was a little regretful. He shouldn't have been greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for Song Kei's empty city stratagem. Song Kei was too cunning to use such a trick. He had been tricked by this guy. How hateful! Just when Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was hesitating whether to surrender or not, the Demon God made his move. Swoosh! He directly turned into the light of the Demon God and rushed into the Heavenly Dragon battle formation. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Dragon battle formation collapsed. Countless light of the Demon God turned into light blades and slashed in all directions. Wherever the light blades passed, blood splattered. One by one, the Heavenly Dragon Sex God-level soldiers were directly beheaded. No, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. At this time, he realized how stupid he was. He thought he could compete with a quasi-supreme by relying on a battle formation. Unfortunately, the reality was cruel. The Heavenly Dragon battle formation couldn't stop the Demon God at all. At this time, the Demon God directly went on a killing spree. Since they didn't surrender, they were enemies. Since they were enemies, he would kill them all. The Demon God didn't show any mercy. No matter who these guys were, he would kill them first. The endless power of the Demon God directly erupted from the Heavenly Dragon battle formation. More than half of the 100,000 Heavenly Dragon soldiers were directly beheaded. In the formation eye of the battle formation, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was petrified by the scene in front of him. He never thought that this guy would be so powerful and terrifying. You what? I told you to surrender, but you didn't. Even if you want to surrender, now you can't. The Demon God directly attacked Heavenly Dragon Great Sage in the formation eye. A ball of light formed by the power of the Demon God directly smashed into the formation eye. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted. Boom! The entire formation eye shook violently. Then countless formation patterns were annihilated in the void. Heavenly Dragon Great Sage in the formation I only felt his body shake. His whole body flew up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill me. At this time, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage didn't care about anything else. He directly shouted for the Demon God to spare his life. But the Demon God didn't pay attention to this guy at all. He directly smashed his fist over. Poof! Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was immediately smashed into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the void. The void was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A great sage was smashed to death by the Demon God just like that. Such a way of death was a bit unusual, but it was a fact that no one doubted. The Demon God was ruthless. Countless Heavenly Dragon Sect soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. Chapter 3587. It wasn't that the Sky Dragon cult's celestial dragon battle formation was weak. After all, it was a killing formation that had killed a holy venerable powerhouse and was known to be able to contend against a quasi-supreme. The combat power of this battle formation had indeed reached the level of a quasi-supreme. However, a true quasi-sovereign was definitely stronger than the formation formed by the 100,000 Sky Dragon soldiers. After all, the Sky Dragon battle formation had never fought against a true quasi-sovereign before. It had to be said that Heavenly Dragon Great Sage had really dug his own grave this time. He deserved to be punched to death by Demon God. As the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was punched to death by the Demon God, the saints of the Sky Dragon sect secretly rejoiced that they had made the right choice. After a great battle, the Heavenly Dragon cult's defensive formation was completely destroyed, and all 100,000 divine warriors of the Heavenly Dragon cult died in battle. In this way, the Heavenly Dragon cult only existed in name. The demon god rushed in from outside Dongtian City. "Master is mighty." The saints of the Sky Dragon sect all knelt in front of the monster god. "Get up." Venerable monster god waved his sleeves and said indifferently he was not willing to listen to these compliments. "Master, why don't you lead us to unify the Eastern Territory in one go?" The silver-winged Holy King carefully glanced at the monster god Venerable and said his new master's power was far beyond his expectation. It was not a bad thing to follow such a powerful master. The monster god thought for a moment and then flipped his right hand. A ball of monster god's light emerged from his palm, and there were actually countless monster god Tao markings faintly visible and intertwined within it. Bam! With a loud bang, the light of the demon god on the demon god's hand exploded. Dozens of demon god Tao patterns were like dozens of ancestral dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the group of saints. The group of sages was shocked. Just as they wanted to dodge, the Tao patterns of those little ancestral dragons had already rushed into their bodies. "Master, what is this?" The silver-winged sacred king's expression changed drastically as he said with a trembling voice. All the saints looked at the demon god. Even a fool would know that the thing that rushed into their bodies was definitely not something good. "It's just a small restrictive technique. It's a small matter," demon god Venerable said, lightly. The silver-winged Holy King, Golden Lion Holy King, and the other saints were shocked and helpless. It was just a small forbidden technique in the monster god's eyes, but it was absolutely fatal to them. "As long as you work hard for me, won't everything be fine?" Demon Divine, Venerable smiled. "We pledge our lives to Master." Silver-winged Holy King, Golden Lion Holy King, and the other saints quickly knelt down and kowtowed to the demon god. At that moment, even if any of them still had other thoughts, they had to put away those thoughts. "Very good. Then go back and gather your men. Help me unify the Eastern region. I will return to the city and wait for your good news." The demon god didn't wait for the guys kneeling in front of him to speak and returned to the governor's mansion in a flash. The silver-winged Saint King and the Golden Lion Saint King looked at each other and were dumbfounded, especially the silver-winged Saint King. He immediately slapped himself twice. "What now?" The Golden Lion Sage King said to the silver-winged Sage King. If it wasn't for the silver-winged Sage King's nonsense, he wouldn't have to fight for his new master. It was not a small matter to unify the Eastern region. In fact, when Song Kei's army was fighting against the Pang clan in the Eastern region, almost all the experts in the Eastern region were killed by the Golden Rock Goddess. However, no one knew what kind of shocking experts were hiding in the Eastern region. Even if there was a great sage, they would not be a match. If they were careless and provoked such an expert, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. At that moment, the demon divine, Venerable, had returned to the courtyard where Gu Fei's doppelganger was. The saints in the sky quickly rushed towards the heavenly dragon sect under the leadership of the silver-winged Saint King and the Golden Lion Sage King. With the death of the heavenly dragon great sage, they could take over the heavenly dragon sect and use the heavenly dragon sect as a stronghold to conquer the entire Eastern region. Since the demon divine, Venerable, had given such an order, they had to take action. One should know that their life and death were in the hands of the demon divine, Venerable. Although the heavenly dragon sect's 100,000 Protoss soldiers were all killed by the demon divine, Venerable, there were still many god-level disciples in the heavenly dragon sect. The heavenly dragon sect was still very powerful. A few hours later, the silver-winged Saint King, and the others wiped out a force called the Black God Hall that was 5,000 miles away from the Heavenly Dragon sect. This was just the beginning. A storm that swept through the entire eastern region of Central Continent erupted with the Heavenly Dragon sect as the center. No one had expected the saints of the Heavenly Dragon sect to attack the forces of the entire eastern region. They were caught off guard. Roar. At the Divine Fire sect's location, a roar was heard from a fire pool within the Divine Fire sect. After that, a fire beast rushed out of the fire pool. It was a flaming fire python. A violent and ferocious beast aura erupted from the flaming fire python's body, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. At that moment, the entire sky above the Divine Fire sect was shrouded by dark clouds. Powerful figures could be seen looming in the sky. The flaming fire python's body erupted with a dazzling firelight, and its divine power fluctuation became stronger. Within the firelight, the flaming fire python's huge body rapidly shrunk and then turned into a red-haired youth. This youth was wearing a flaming battle robe and holding a battle halberd. He looked up at the figures in the sky, his battle intent surging. "Flaming, you're no match for us. Surrender." A voice came down from the sky. "Silver-winged, what do you mean?" The red-haired youth clenched the battle halberd in his hand. 2 balls of fire shot out of his eyes, and his red hair fluttered even though there was no wind. "Nothing. My master said that he wants to unify the eastern region. If you stand in his way, then I'm sorry, but we'll send you on your way." The voice in the sky continued. What? Hearing this, the red flame Holy King's expression changed immediately. The news that the Heavenly Dragon sect wanted to take over Eastern Sky City, but was defeated by an expert in the city, had already spread. The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was a great sage, but he was killed with one punch. That person was the master of these guys. Thinking of this, the Red Flame Holy King could not remain calm. After all, even the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was no match for this mysterious expert. Surrender or not? The Scarlet Flame Holy Monarch felt a headache coming on. "If you don't surrender, then we'll fight." The voice in the sky said. "Wait." The Red Flame Holy King hurriedly shouted at the powerful figure in the sky. "What's wrong? Fight or surrender? Decide quickly. We don't have much time." Chapter 3588. The Divine Fire sect was only a third-rate sect in the eastern region. The strongest existence in the Divine Fire sect was the founder of the Divine Fire sect, the Scarlet Flame Holy King. The Heavenly Dragon sect was a second-rate sect in the eastern region because they had a great sage. In the eastern region, a first-rate sect had to have a saint venerable. Of course, this was in the eastern region. A first-rate sect in the eastern region was nothing compared to the entire central continent. At most, it was a second-rate sect. But now, because of the fall of the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, the Heavenly Dragon sect status should have dropped. However, the situation had changed. The Heavenly Dragon sect had a powerful backer. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon sect status did not drop but rose from a second-rate sect to a first-rate sect. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Army had arrived at the Divine Fire sect. The sky above the Divine Fire sect was shrouded in dark clouds. In the dark sky, powerful figures could be seen from time to time. "Silver-wing, you want me to surrender?" "Sure. Let's fight. If you can defeat me, I will surrender." The Scarlet Flame Holy King, who was standing above the pool of fire, stared at the figure in the sky and said. His aura was still rising, and the pressure of a sage king exploded from his body. A huge shadow of a scarlet flame fire python appeared on his body. "Fight!" In the sky, the Silver-Wing Holy King's figure appeared completely. 3 pairs of silver wings were gently flapping behind his back. Specks of silver light twinkled like stars in the sky. The silver wing race was born with the ability to fly. This was a great advantage over ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators had to go through arduous training to reach a certain level of cultivation before they could fly. Of course, the Silver Wing Holy King and the Scarlet Flame Holy King were both Sage Kings. The Silver Wing Holy King's flying talent did not have any advantage. However, the 3 pairs of silver wings on the Silver Wing Holy King's back were definitely not just for show. Do you dare to fight? The Scarlet Flame Sage King stared at the Silver Winged Sage King in the sky, and the fiery light in his eyes seemed to turn into a Rayal rainbow. It shot out from his eyes and was 100 feet long. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? The Silver-Winged Sage King said angrily, although he knew that this fellow was trying to provoke him with his cultivation level. How could he not be able to deal with this fire snake? With a flash of silver light, the silver-winged Holy King swooped down towards the Crimson Flame Holy King. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Saint King roared furiously as an extremely powerful saint ruler's power erupted from his body. The god fire in the pool of fire beneath his feet exploded like a volcano eruption as it charged towards the silver-winged Saint King. The silver-winged Saint King was taken aback. He did not expect this fella to actually activate the essence of the fire vein beneath the fire pool. The terrifying power of the god of fire surged forward, burning the entire space. The silver-winged Saint King's silver wings trembled, and a ball of silver light immediately appeared from his body. Boom! The extremely violent power of the divine fire that erupted from the pool of fire directly collided with the ball of silver divine light that surged out from the silver-winged Saint King. The protective divine light on the silver-winged Saint King's body shook violently, and he was directly sent flying high up into the sky. He was stunned. Swoosh! At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the silver-winged Saint King, and a halberd smashed down towards the silver-winged Saint King's head. The protective divine light of the silver-winged Saint King was directly smashed by the halberd. Just as the halberd was about to hit the silver-winged Saint King's head, a silver wing suddenly extended from the silver-winged Saint King's back and fiercely collided with the halberd. Clang! The instant the silver wings collided with the halberd, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Damn it! The silver-winged Saint King was both shocked and angry. He was once again sent flying, and a few silver feathers fell from the sky. Although he was not injured, a few feathers had fallen. Die! The Scarlet Flame Saint King immediately chased after him. He waved the halberd in his hand, and a huge fire snake immediately rushed out from the halberd, pouncing towards the silver-winged Saint King. This is preposterous. The silver-winged Saint King was truly enraged. He immediately shook the silver wings on his back, and countless rays of silver light rushed out from the 6 silver wings. The rays of silver light turned into silver divine swords that pierced towards the fire snakes. The 2 Saint King level powers instantly clashed together, and the fire snake that was pouncing towards the silver-winged Saint King instantly dissipated in the void. The Scarlet Flame Saint King held the halberd in his hand and directly shattered the countless silver sword lights as he killed towards the silver-winged Saint King. The silver-winged Saint King flipped his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Clang! The divine sword in the silver-winged Saint King's hand blocked the halberd that was fiercely striking down. An extremely powerful force exploded, and the 2 figures instantly separated. The 2 Saint King level experts roared at the same time, and they once again clashed together. The 2 figures moved extremely quickly in the sky, and the void continuously shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. A terrifying and monstrous force swept out in all directions. The saints who were watching the battle were extremely shocked, and they hurriedly retreated far away. Within the Divine Fire sect, all the disciples of the Divine Fire sect were nervously watching the two Saint King level experts fighting in the sky. This battle would determine the fate of countless disciples in the Divine Fire sect. If the sect leader won, perhaps they would not have to surrender. But if he lost, the Divine Fire sect would be swallowed up by the Heavenly Dragon sect. The battle between Saint King level experts was extremely intense. The Scarlet Flame, Saint King, let go of all his strength and did not have any misgivings. This way, his battle strength was undoubtedly much stronger. At the beginning, the silver-winged Saint King was forced into a fluster. However, the silver-winged Saint King was still a famous expert in the eastern region, and he gradually stabilized his footing. Silver Moon sky shattering. The silver-winged Saint King suddenly roared, and a silver moon immediately rose from behind his head, emitting a terrifying power. Swoosh! The silver moon disappeared in the next instant, and instantly appeared in front of the Scarlet Flame, Saint King. What? The Scarlet Flame Saint King was truly shocked. He never would have thought that the opponent's Silver Moon would be so fast. He only had enough time to place the halberd in his hand, in front of him. Clang! The Silver Moon directly struck the halberd in the Scarlet Flame Saint King's hands, and in the next instant, the Scarlet Flame Saint King was actually directly sent flying. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Saint King broke out in a cold sweat. If he was just half a step slower, he would probably have been killed by the silver-winged Saint King's Silver Moon. Heaven and Earth Dance of Fire. Chapter 3589. The Scarlet Flame, Holy King showed his prowess. A fireball that was even more dazzling than the divine sun appeared in the sky above the Divine Fire Gate. The terrifying heat spread out, and the void around the fireball was silently annihilated. The terrifying divine fire exploded and instantly enveloped the entire sky, swallowing the silver-winged Holy King. Seeing this scene, all the celestial race experts who were watching the battle were stunned. What was the Scarlet Flame Holy King doing? Was he really going to fight the silver-winged Holy King to the death? One had to know that the silver-winged Holy King had the support of the Demon Divine Lord. If anything happened to the silver-winged Holy King, not only would the Scarlet Flame Holy King be in trouble, but all the disciples of the Divine Fire Gate would also be in trouble. Rumble! Within the terrifying divine fire, there were sounds of wind and thunder. Within the divine fire, there were flaming Tao patterns that were faintly discernible, emitting powerful Great Path power. This was a Great Path divine fire, and it was a Holy King level Great Path divine fire. Humph! A cold laugh sounded, and a figure directly charged out of the sea of fire. Rays of golden divine light broke through the void and slashed at the Scarlet Flame Holy King. Kill! The Scarlet Flame Holy King roared angrily. He waved the giant halberd in his hand, shattered the silver sword light that was slashing at him, and charged at the silver-winged Holy King. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The divine sword in the silver-winged Holy King's hand clashed with the giant halberd of the Scarlet Flame Holy King, and sparks flew everywhere. Two figures were instantly sent flying backward. Two Holy King level powers of the divine way exploded, and it was terrifying. On one side, there was a sky full of divine fire that burned the void, and on the other side, there was a silver divine light that illuminated half of the sky. What's the point of fighting like this? The silver-winged Holy King stood in the void and stared at the Scarlet Flame Holy King with a serious expression. Their cultivation levels were about the same, and it was difficult to determine the winner. If there was a need to determine the winner, it might be a lose-lose situation. Even if one side won, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. He took a look. If there's no point, then we won't fight. As the scarlet flame Holy King spoke, his figure disappeared in the void. The next moment he appeared again, and he was above the silver-winged Holy King. Swoosh! The halberd in the scarlet flame Sage King's hand smashed down on the silver-winged Sage King's head. The entire void shook under this blow. The silver-winged Holy King couldn't help but be moved by this attack. Silver Moon Destruction. The silver-winged Saint King didn't think too much and immediately used his trump card. A silver full moon rose from the back of his head and welcomed the halberd that was slashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the silver full moon instantly collided with the big halberd that was chopping down. The powerful force that erupted directly shattered the void. The silver full moon shattered in the void, and the silver-winged Saint King fell from the sky, directly smashing into the ground with a boom. As for the scarlet flame Saint King, he was sent flying high into the sky. The halberd in his hand trembled continuously, and traces of blood seeped out of his hands that were holding the halberd. Scarlet flame, Holy King, felt his hands go numb. He almost lost his grip on the halberd, and it almost flew out of his hands. The scarlet flame Holy King was extremely shocked. The silver-winged Saint King indeed lived up to his name. His combat strength was similar to his, and he was an extremely strong opponent. To the scarlet flame Holy King, it was definitely not an easy task to defeat the silver-winged Saint King. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and a figure rushed towards the scarlet flame, Holy King, in the sky. Endless silver light pierced through the void. In the next moment, a ball of fire appeared on the scarlet flame, Holy King's body. This ball of fire directly enveloped him, blocking the countless silver light that pierced through him. Without any suspense, the scarlet flame Holy King was once again forced back. The scarlet flame Holy King, was both shocked and angry. The halberd in his hand danced continuously, and the power of a Saint King exploded from the halberd. Rays of silver light were shattered in the void by the scarlet flame Holy King's halberd. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar sounded, and the scarlet flame Holy King actually revealed his original form, which was an incomparably huge scarlet flame python. The scarlet flame python's body was as huge as a mountain, and it was covered in a layer of divine fire. The scarlet flame python opened its mouth and spat out a stream of divine fire towards the silver-winged Saint King. The 3 pairs of silver divine wings on the silver-winged Saint King's back flapped at the same time, and a huge whirlpool immediately rushed out to meet the divine fire that was spat out. In the next moment, the divine fire was completely devoured by the whirlpool. Seeing this scene, all the experts who were watching the battle were extremely shocked. The silver-winged Saint King was indeed strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the group of saints from the heavenly dragon cult, and those saints would have long rebelled. The first-rate forces in the ancestral god realm's eastern region had already been mostly wiped out by the Golden Rock Goddess. At this time, there were not many experts above the Saint King level in the eastern region. But even so, there were still some extremely powerful rogue cultivators in the eastern region, and many rogue cultivators were watching the battle. These rogue cultivators did not pledge allegiance to the Pang clan, nor did they pledge allegiance to Tsang Quebec. The Pang clan wanted to rope in these rogue cultivators, but these rogue cultivators were used to being free, and they would not easily join any forces. The Scarlet Flame Saint King is going to be unlucky. An old man standing on the clouds said when he saw this scene, "Not necessarily. The Scarlet Flame Saint King still has a trump card that he is yet to use." Another black-robed youth said, "In the world of cultivation, one's appearance had nothing to do with one's cultivation." A white-haired, old man might not have any achievements, even if he cultivated his entire life. But there were some people who achieved success at a young age. Even if they cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, they would still have a youthful appearance. Then let's see who wins and who loses. That old man said, "At this time, the battle between the two great Saint Kings had already reached the point where the victor was about to be decided. Rumble!" The huge whirlpool that the silver-winged Saint King conjured devoured the surrounding void, and a powerful devouring power instantly enveloped the scarlet flame Saint King. What? The scarlet flame Saint King's huge body flew towards the whirlpool and was instantly devoured by it. Everyone was dumbfounded. A powerful existence, like the scarlet flame Saint King, was actually defeated in an instant. The whirlpool constantly emitted the scarlet flame Saint King's roars. A powerful flame Tao energy exploded from the whirlpool. The scarlet flame Saint King wanted to break out of the whirlpool, but he was forced back every time. Overestimating yourself. Ha ha! The silver-winged Saint King laughed and said, "Soon, the scarlet flame Saint King's screams came from the whirlpool. The power of the whirlpool kept increasing under the silver-winged Saint King's control. The blood of a sacred king began to drip from the void. In the next moment, a blinding flame burst out from the whirlpool. The flame pierced through the whirlpool, and the huge whirlpool actually dissipated in the void. An extremely miserable figure appeared. This person was the scarlet flame Saint King. Again, the silver-winged Saint King said, and was about to use the divine technique to deal with the scarlet flame Saint King again. Don't! When the scarlet flame Saint King saw this, he quickly shouted at the silver-winged Saint King, "I surrender, surrender! Wouldn't you not have to suffer if you surrendered earlier?" The silver-winged Saint King looked at the miserable scarlet flame Saint King and said with a smile. At this moment, the scarlet flame Saint King's body was stained with blood. His body was full of bloody scars. Some of his bones were even exposed. He almost died. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he took out a divine tool and escaped with his life. There was no suspense in what happened next. The divine flame sect surrendered and was annexed by the heavenly dragon cult. The heavenly dragon cult's power rose again. After the heavenly dragon cult annexed the divine flame sect, the other factions in the eastern region fought to join the silver-winged Saint King. The silver-winged Saint King naturally hoped that these people would join him. He believed that the more the merrier. As long as someone came to join him, he would accept them. Just like that, many cultivators that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fire clan mixed into the Heavenly Dragon cult. There were also experts that were loyal to the Pang clan that joined the Heavenly Dragon cult. The Heavenly Dragon sect's silver-winged Saint King did not care who these people were and accepted them all. With the continuous annexation of other factions, the Heavenly Dragon cult's power became stronger and stronger. In just a few days, more than half of the eastern region was occupied by the Heavenly Dragon cult. This made the venerable monster beast feel somewhat incredulous. However, it was also a good thing for them. Gu Fei's clone had been cultivating in the city Lord Mansion's courtyard and did not come out. Gu Fei's clone was very special. Through cultivation, his cultivation realm could also increase. Gu Fei's body was still in the eastern continent's chaotic golden rock clan's ancestral land. Song Ke was also afraid that others would take advantage of the situation and raid his lair. Since Gu Fei was willing to help him guard the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, he was naturally relieved. He believed that with Gu Fei's presence, no one in the entire ancestral god realm could attack the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. One should know that Gu Fei's subordinates were real extreme grade supremes. Although these extreme grade supremes could not use the extreme grade supreme's power, they were still much stronger than the average quasi-supremes. At that moment, Song Ke led the Eastern Continent's divine race's soldiers to surround the Pang clan's ancestral land. The 10-terminal formation was almost ready. Those array masters were not to be trifled with. However, the 10-terminal formation was an ancient killing formation. The array masters brought by Song Ke were still busy setting up the formation. Not long after, the Pang clan's ancestral land could no longer gather heaven and earth essence from the outside. The 10-terminal formation isolated a part of the void. In the southern region, the siege war finally began. Under the leadership of the Sword Emperor, the southern continent's divine race army launched an attack on the Pang clan's remaining forces in Nantian City. For a moment, earth-shaking battle cries resounded inside and outside Nantian City. It was incomparably terrifying. The cultivators in Nantian City were no match for the southern continent's divine race army. No matter how many came out, they were killed. Chapter 3590. While Nantian City was besieged by the South Continent Divine Race's army, the higher-ups of the Pang clan were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The experts of the Pang clan were blocked by the East Continent army led by Song Ke in the Pang clan's ancestral land. Just a single sword slave was enough to give the experts of the Pang clan a huge headache. The sword slave's cultivation and combat power weren't something that ordinary quasi-sovereigns could compare to. As for Song Ke, he was once an extreme-grade sovereign who had fallen from the extreme-grade realm. Such an existence was far more powerful and terrifying than a peak quasi-supremacy. In the entire Pang clan, only the 3 primogenitors could contend against it. As the 10-terminal formation was gradually perfected, the entire area where the Pang clan's ancestral land was located became filled with chilly winds and baleful auras. The entire region darkened. In the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the high-level members of the Pang clan were extremely depressed. They thought they could drive Song Ke and the other invaders out of the central continent, but they didn't expect this to happen. "Ancestor, what do we do now?" Pang Genhuan, the patriarch of the Pang clan, said fiercely in the ancestral hall of the Pang clan. "For 1,000, should I use my trump card?" Another elder from the Pang clan said, "Let's wait and see. If we use our trump cards now, it will be disadvantageous for us." The ancestor of the Pang clan said expressionlessly. He couldn't help but admit that Song Ke was quite a character to be able to force them to such a state. Do you want to continue watching? The Pang clan's upper echelon couldn't help but be in disbelief. Song Ke's 10-terminal formation was about to be completed. Once it was completed, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. "Why are you guys panicking?" The progenitor of the Pang clan was a little displeased. These fellows had cultivated for a very long time, yet they were still so impatient. They had simply lived in vain. "Don't panic," Pang Genhuan said subconsciously. "Looks like you've been living comfortably for a long time." The Pang clan's primogenitor helplessly sighed. The sharpness of those fellows had been worn away by time, which made him shake his head. No one in the ancestral hall dared to reply. Pang clan's primogenitor swept his gaze across the experts of the Pang clan. These people couldn't help but lower their heads to avoid his gaze. "You can activate a dusty extreme path teleportation formation." Pang clan progenitor sighed. "Thank you, primogenitor." Pang Genhuan and the others were overjoyed to hear this. After all, it was an extreme teleportation formation, not an ordinary one. Even if the Pang clan's ancestral land was enveloped by the 10-terminal formation, it could still be teleported from the ancestral land to the outside. At this time, the situation in Zhongtian City and Nantian City was extremely urgent. If they didn't send reinforcements, these 2 ancient cities would be breached. However, the Pang clan wouldn't easily activate the extreme Dao grade teleportation formation. They wanted to make Song Ke think that they were trapped in the ancestral land. This way, the Pang clan would be able to make some moves in the dark. Since the primogenitor had agreed to use the extreme path teleportation formation, he would have to think of a way to defeat Song Ke's East Continent Celestial Race army. Pang Zhenhuan and the other elders of the Pang clan gathered together and discussed. The ancestor of the Pang clan shook his head, stood up, and walked to the back of the ancestral hall. The back of the ancestral hall was a forbidden area for all the disciples of the Pang clan. Only the ancestor could enter. There was nothing in the back of the hall except a stone door. The closed stone door emitted an ancient aura, and there were even marks of swords, spears, and halberds slashing at it. The progenitor of the Pang clan arrived in front of the stone door and performed a few hand seals. Rays of divine light appeared on the tightly shut stone door. The divine light intertwined to form divine inscriptions. Rumble, the heavy stone door began to vibrate and slowly opened. An extremely pure heaven and earth spirit chi seeped out from behind the stone door. After a while, the stone door opened completely, and the ancestor of the Pang clan walked through it. After the ancestor of the Pang clan entered the space behind the stone door, it gradually closed. At this time, all the higher-ups of the Pang clan had gathered in the ancestral hall. After being suppressed for so long, they could finally fight back. At this time, Song Ke, who had set up camp outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, was also gathering the higher-ups of the East Continent Celestial Race Army to discuss how to break into the Pang clan's ancestral land. Lord Ancestor, we can't just trap those guys from the Pang clan like this. In Song Ke's tent, the Golden Rock Goddess said, "It would be best if we can trap them to death, but if we can't," the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan hesitated. They did not want to be dragged down here by the Pang clan. Otherwise, they would not even be able to conquer the central continent, let alone dominate the ancestral god realm. A powerful clan like the Pang clan definitely has a supreme Tao teleportation formation in their ancestral land. We won't be able to trap them to death. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan said, "What?" Some of the East Continent experts in the tent were shocked when they heard the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. If that was the case, what was the point of setting up the Tenlor formation? The Supreme Tao teleportation formation could ignore the Tenlor formation. In other words, the experts of the Pang clan, who were trapped in the Pang clan's ancestral land, could come out at any time. What if they launch a surprise attack on us as well? Someone voiced out the worry in his heart. I believe the commander-in-chief has a well-thought-out plan. Someone was very calm. One should know that Song Ke would never do useless things. Some people realized that Song Ke had never been defeated since he returned to the ancestral god realm. Whether it was the Golden Crow clan or the three great clans of the East Continent, he had always won. Many people were very confident in Song Ke because even if Song Ke couldn't do it, there was still Gu Fei behind him. Gu Fei was someone that even those extreme Tao supreme beings were afraid of. The fire ape primogenitor, the sword slave, and the supreme experts of the ancestral god realm all lowered their heads in front of him. Song Ke did not speak. Primogenitor, why did you summon us here? Peng Jingtian could not help but ask. The others quickly looked at Song Quebec. There's no reason for me to summon you here. I just wanted to remind you that the Pang clan might be making a move soon. Song Ke said. What? All the Eastern Continent experts in the tent were taken aback. Song Ke glanced at them and continued, whether we can become the overlord of the Central Continent depends on what you do. Primogenite? Peng Jingtian was puzzled by Song Ke's words. Why would the primogenitor say such a thing? The others frowned, especially the four Earth Spirit primogenitors. The first Earth Spirit primogenitor had already submitted to Gu Fei and was released from the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The Earth Spirit primogenitor and the leaders of the other clans naturally understood why Song Ke would say such a thing. After all, Song Ke was not their master. Song Ke was afraid that they would not listen to him. It's a good thing for us that the chaotic Golden Rock clan can become the overlord of the ancestral god realm. The first Earth Spirit primogenitor said, after some thought, "Yeah, our Black Snake clan has benefited a lot from following Boss Song Ke, right?" The leader of the Black Snake clan said with a smile. The leaders of all the forces in the tent nodded in agreement because it was the truth. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was actually in an alliance with them. Although Song Ke was the leader of this alliance, the Earth Spirit clan, the Black Snake clan, and even the Heavenly God clan could ignore Song Ke if it wasn't for Gu Fei. Song Ke was aware of this problem, so he invited the leaders of these forces to the tent to give them a heads up. If they didn't listen to him, then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Song Ke was now Gu Fei's spokesperson. Since Song Ke had said such words, the consequences would be dire if the Earth Spirit clan and the other powerful clans really went against Song Ke. No one was willing to offend Gu Fei because their lives were at the mercy of Gu Fei. Very well. Song Ke nodded. He was very satisfied with the leader's reactions. Of course, Song Ke's actions were a little suspicious, but he had no choice. Those who wanted to achieve great things should not be bothered by trifles. Then let's disperse. Song Ke waved his sleeve and walked to the back of the tent. The experts were a little displeased, but they didn't dare to say anything. They stood up and walked out of Song Ke's tent. Jingtian, come in. Just as Peng Jingtian was about to leave, Song Ke's voice rang in his mind. He was shocked, but he didn't think much about it and walked to the back of the tent. When Song Ke saw Peng Jingtian coming in, he took out a dozen formation boards and passed them to Peng Jingtian. He then taught Peng Jingtian how to use the formation boards. Peng Jingtian put away the formation boards and left Song Ke's tent with the Golden Rock Goddess and Peng Shi. Everyone had a backup plan. So did Song Quebec. On this day, the soldiers of the Black Snake clan and the Shiman clan disappeared mysteriously. The remaining soldiers of the Earth Spirit clan and the chaotic Golden Rock clan were still besieging the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The 10-lore formation was constantly perfected under the efforts of countless formation masters. From the outside, it seemed that Song Ke wanted to use the 10-lore formation to trap the Pang clan. However, some experts of the Central Continent knew that it was impossible to trap the Pang clan in their ancestral land. However, Song Ke didn't seem to know that this method was useless. The other forces of the Central Continent were still observing the situation. Some experts were still waiting to watch the show. Although the Pang clan seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage, the Pang clan's strength was still there. It was hard to tell who would win. The atmosphere in the Central Continent of the ancestral god realm was very strange. Many people couldn't see the current situation clearly. Therefore, most of the forces of the Central Continent were still observing the situation. Chapter 3591. The atmosphere in the Central Continent of the ancestral god realm was very strange. On the surface, the big clans seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage, and it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. The God Clan army of the East Continent, led by Song Ke, had the absolute upper hand, but some experts in the Central Continent still favored the big clan. In the Central Continent, in addition to the 3 superpowers, there were also countless other cultivation forces. The superpowers were superclass forces, and there were many first-class forces in the Central Continent. These were the forces that the 3 superpowers usually tried their best to rope in. In addition to the first-class forces, there were second-rate, third-rate, fourth-rate, and fifth-rate forces. These forces were still observing. All the forces in the central continent were very careful and cautious about choosing sides. After all, this was a major event that concerned the survival of an entire sect or clan. The consequences of choosing the wrong side were extremely serious. They could face the danger of clan being exterminated at any time. Even though the big clan had suffered a setback and was blocked in the ancestral land by the God Clan army of the East Continent led by Tsang-Ke, none of the powerful clans in the Central Continent dared to choose to side with Tsang Quebec. The big clan still had its strength. They could not determine that the big clan was going to lose just because a few of its experts were defeated. At this time, in the Nantian city of the southern region, the God Clan army of the South Continent, led by the Sword Emperor of the South Continent, had breached the city. The big clan disciples in Nantian City were in despair. The reinforcements they were hoping for did not appear. Fight these guys to the death. Tragic shouts came from Nantian City. The big clan disciples emitted a violent aura and pounced on the South Continent soldiers who had broken into Nantian City. A Pang clan disciple suddenly rushed out from an alley on the side of the street and pounced on a Southern Continent soldier. Then, with a loud boom, his whole body exploded. This descendant of the Pang clan actually held the South Continent's battle soldier and blew himself up. The power of the explosion was so strong that the South Continent's battle soldier that attacked Nantian City died before he could react. Seeing this scene, all the South Continent soldiers were shocked. Did these guys not want to live? Did they want to play with someone and explode themselves? The South Continent soldiers who had broken into the city felt their scalps go numb. These guys from the big clan were crazy. They could not lower themselves to their level. The South Continent soldiers quickly responded. A few people, a dozen people, or even dozens of people formed a simple battle formation and charged toward Nantian City. For 1,000, they charged in. The big clan disciples hiding in the city suddenly pounced on them from time to time. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5 warriors from the South Continent were sent flying by the explosion. They rolled on the ground and groaned in pain. Naturally, the Pang clan disciple who had self-detonated was destroyed in both body and soul. The power of the self-detonation was undoubtedly huge. The descendants of the big clan in Nantian City had already lost all hope. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well drag one of them down with them. If they could drag 2 of them down, it would be worth it. However, the Protoss warriors of the South Continent were also battle-hardened warriors. Once they were prepared, the Pang clan's chances of success were greatly reduced. However, the casualties of the South Continent's soldiers were still rising. The Pang clan's people started a brutal street battle with the South Continent's soldiers in Nantian City. The Pang clan's strategy was to deplete the South Continent's soldiers' strength as much as possible. It was a ruthless move. The South Continent soldiers were advancing toward the city lord mansion of Nantian City. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed out of a pavilion on the side of the street and rushed into the group of South Continent soldiers. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, as if a clap of thunder had struck the ground. The entire void trembled. Although a dozen South Continent soldiers were on guard, they were still hit by the attack. They screamed in pain as they were sent flying. A few warriors were directly blasted into smithereens, and it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to survive. The other warriors were also severely injured and lost their ability to fight. Preposterous. When a South Continent general saw this scene, his eyes turned red with anger. These bastards were too despicable. Roar! The champion charged into a small alley on the side of the main street. Screams of agony rang out immediately. Several Pang clansmen, hiding in the alley, were killed by the champion before they could self-destruct. The general walked out of the alley with a blood-dripping saber. "All of you, get out of the city." An angry roar was heard. All the South Continent Protoss soldiers who were rushing toward the city lord mansion of Nantion City stopped. After that, all the Protoss soldiers of the southern continent retreated out of the city in an orderly manner. These soldiers were experienced veterans. They retreated along the path they came from. This way, the chances of encountering enemies would be much lower. Even so, there were still crazed disciples of the Pang clan rushing out from all over the city, charging toward the South Continent soldiers and self-detonating. When they completely retreated from Nantion City, hundreds of South Continent Protoss soldiers died under the crazy self-destruction of the big clan disciples. Preposterous. Kill them all. Sword Monarch was furious. He immediately ordered the South Continent experts behind him. The South Continent experts behind him immediately soared into the sky and pounced toward Nantion City. In front of them, the big clan disciples in Nantion City were still crazily charging toward the South Continent experts. However, the experts of the South Continent were different from the soldiers of the South Continent. They were all true experts. An expert clad in battle armor swung his sword, and a disciple of the Pang clan was cut in half before he could self-destruct. Kill them all. The experts of the South Continent charged straight into Nantion City. Dense explosions rang out continuously, shaking the entire Nantion City. Rumble, Nantion City seemed to be blooming. Explosions were heard everywhere, and violent forces kept erupting. The South Continent soldiers outside the city were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the defeated big clan still had so many people hiding in the city. If the South Continent soldiers continued to attack the city lord mansion, more people would die. In this way, the South Continent Protoss army would suffer heavy losses. This was something the Sword Monarch did not want to see. Nantion City was only a city under the big clan. Although it was a very important city, it was definitely not as important as the big clan's ancestral land and Zhongtian City. It was already so difficult to attack this city, let alone the big clan's ancestral land and Zhongtian City. Soon, the remaining forces of the big clan in the entire Nantion City were uprooted. All the big clan disciples were killed by the South Continent experts who attacked the city. Even the few Pang clan powerhouses stationed in the city lord's mansion could not stop the South Continent powerhouses and were killed in the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3592. This was a very important day for the Central Continent's cultivation world and even the entire Ancestor God Realm's cultivation world. This was because the ancient city that the Pang clan had ruled for countless years had been breached. That was an ancient god city that had been lost to the Pang clan, and the person who had occupied the ancient god city was the Sword Emperor of the South Continent. The Sword Emperor was only one of Nanbation's generals, but he was extremely awesome. As Nantion City was breached by the Sword Emperor, the South Continent's Protoss army finally had a decent stronghold. Soon, Nantion City's defensive formation was repaired. Buzz. The void shook, and a ball of divine light burst out from the city lord's residence, covering the entire Nantion City. At this time, even a group of quasi-supreme martial artists would not be able to breach Nantion City. After all, it was the South Continent's Protoss army's turn to defend the city. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from afar. Countless Protoss soldiers from the South Continent flew over, escorting an ancient altar. A stone coffin was placed on the altar. Beside the stone coffin was a general. This altar was like a huge mountain, casting a huge shadow on the ground. A terrifying aura spread out from the altar, intimidating everyone in the surroundings. Countless soldiers escorted the altar into Nantion City, and it floated in the air above the city lord's residence. The news of Nantion City being breached spread, and the entire central continent's cultivation world was shaken. The Pang clan was actually able to keep their composure. After all, that was an ancient city, and its importance was self-evident. Some people were already waiting to see a good show, but unexpectedly, the Pang clan did not even fart after losing Nantian City. This dumbfounded all the major forces of the central continent. When the news reached Song Ke, who was outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, he was also surprised. How could those guys sit still after losing Nantian City? Song Ke felt that something big was about to happen, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian received the message and went straight to Song Ke's tent. An hour later, Peng Jingtian left. As Nantian City was conquered by the Sword Emperor, the atmosphere of the entire central continent changed. There were signs of a storm coming, and everyone's nerves tensed up. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger was in Eastern Heaven City. After the heavenly dragon cult was subdued, the area around Eastern Heaven City became quiet again. As the Silver-Winged Saint King and the other saints went on a campaign in the East Domain, the cultivation forces in the East Domain kept coming to join them. In a short period of time, the entire Eastern Sky City was filled with people. Of course, no matter how many people there were in Eastern Sky City, no one dared to go near the City Lord's mansion. Gu Fei's doppelganger could peacefully cultivate in the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to bother about Song Ke's matters. If Song Ke couldn't handle it, he would send a message back to ask him for help. Gu Fei's clone hadn't received any news from Song Ke, which was a good thing for Tsang Quebec. Although the sword slave was borrowed by Song Ke, the demon god was still there. Everything was handled by the demon god, so there was no need for Gu Fei's doppelganger to handle it. Ancestor Luo Xiao was also borrowed by Tsang Quebec. The news of Nantian City being breached spread to the East Domain. Naturally, the demon god also knew about it. After the demon god learned about it, Gu Fei's doppelganger also learned about it. Good heavens, Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be moved. The ancient sacred city wasn't that easy to break through. Those guys from the South Continent were quite capable. Just when everyone was wondering why the Pang clan didn't respond, the Pang clan finally made a move. Without any warning, the 200,000-strong Pang clan army directly attacked from Eastern Heaven City. At the same time, the 100,000-strong Pang clan army also attacked from Nantian City. Outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, the 200,000-strong Pang clan army suddenly broke through the void and appeared behind Song Ke's army. They then attacked Song Ke's army. Everyone was stunned. The Pang clan's method was really unbelievable. The Pang clan actually attacked 3 enemies at the same time. Boom! In Nantian City, there was a loud noise. The altar floating above the city lord's residence was blown high into the sky by a fist. An extremely terrifying figure directly walked out of the void. Behind him was a dense divine clan army. The mysterious expert led the Protoss army and appeared directly in Nantian City. For a moment, the divine clan army of the South Continent was caught unprepared. Countless soldiers fell from the sky, like dumplings. What's going on? How did these guys come out? Angry roars came from the divine clan army of the South Continent. The experts of the South Continent were all stunned. No one expected the Pang clan to have such a move. The same thing happened in Eastern Heaven City. Unlike Nantian City, Eastern Heaven City wasn't guarded by the divine clan army. The 200,000-strong Pang clan army directly occupied the entire Eastern Heaven City, except for the City Lord's residence. The 200,000 divine race soldiers of the Pang clan filled the entire sky surrounding the City Lord mansion. The one leading them was a white-haired young man. Indeed, he has some background. No wonder those guys couldn't defend Eastern Heaven City. The white-haired young man stared at a courtyard in the city lord's residence. A ray of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At this time, all the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City were collectively dumbfounded. You? Was it necessary? Why did you send a 200,000-strong army? Lord Ancestor, let me retrieve that guy's head. An old man beside the white-haired young man said, and directly pounced towards the city lord's residence below. The white-haired young man wanted to stop him, but the old man had already rushed into the city lord's residence below. Swoosh! Just as the old man rushed into the city lord's residence, a ray of blood suddenly appeared. The old man's head actually flew up. The white-haired young man's face immediately darkened when he saw this. The guy in the city lord's residence was really arrogant. He actually killed one of his capable subordinates in one move. You're courting death. The white-haired young man stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the guy in the city lord's residence below. The person in the courtyard did not even raise his head. He casually waved his hand upwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, the white-haired young man's outstretched right hand immediately retracted. Interesting. The white-haired young man stared at the person in the courtyard and laughed. Then an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. The surrounding people immediately retreated into the distance.